Hello everyone. This year, LevelUp IAS has decided to put all our prelims economy videos of PMP program on YouTube to be available for everyone. The PDF notes for the same is also available in the Telegram channel given in the description. These videos takes care of all the basics requirement plus PYQ discussions. If the response for these videos are good, we also plan to come up with current affairs, economic survey of India and budget session in a very concise manner for preliminary examination in the coming days on YouTube only. I hope you enjoy this video and level up your chances of getting selected in this year's preliminary examination. Thank you very much.
So we were dealing with what changed in 2015. In 2015, one thing that changed was we moved from rather than calculating GDP at factor cost, we started calculating GDP at market price. We understand GDP at factor cost. GDP at factor cost is for any produce, like if we measure what is its contribution in GDP, we'll only take the cost of land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. उस पे जो पैसा खर्च हुआ है, that is the contribution of this pen. Now, first mining में है वकर, वहाँ पे land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. Then in the second stage, manufacturing may have happened. वहाँ पे land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. All these things added without any taxes, without any subsidies. The factor cost was considered for GDP before 2015. In 2015, there was a change in method where we moved to the market price approach. And in market price approach also, we moved to the GVA method of GDP calculation. Now, what is this GVA method of GDP calculation? थोड़ा सा ऐसे समझते हैं. देखो, first, in this method, first what we do is, we calculate GDP at basic price. To calculate GDP at basic price, we say that GDP at basic price is equal to GVA at factor cost. That is, इसको बनाने में कितना factor cost लगा है, कितना value addition may have taken place, plus production tax, not product tax, production tax. And now, what is production tax? देखो, when we talk about this individual product, when you buy it in the market, you have to pay some GST. That is a tax on the product. But let's say it is the factory in which it is being produced. इस factory पे कुछ tax लग रहा होगा. It's not on how much are you producing. It's not how many pens are you producing. It's on the overall factory, the tax which may have been imposed, property tax or other such kind of taxes may be applicable on them. So first we calculate GDP at basic price, which is equal to GVA at factor cost plus production taxes. Plus production taxes minus production subsidy. Not subsidy on the product, but on the overall production. Overall factory, the subsidy that may have been given. वहाँ पे rent may have been higher, but because of some government scheme, the rent is coming to be lower. Or there may be certain other mechanism of giving subsidy, like overall production process पे आपने petroleum पे कुछ subsidy दे दिया because it is going for a particular sector, pen बनाने के लिए, which is an education sector. If these kind of schemes are there, then we'll have production subsidy. So first we calculate what is known as GDP at basic price. Okay, यहाँ पे आप देखोगे, sorry, GVA at basic price. GVA at basic price is GVA at factor cost plus production taxes minus production subsidy. तो पहले आपके पास GVA at factor cost तो है. You understand what is GVA at factor cost? Factor cost का contribution. All the factors of production, how much have they gained out of it? How much have they contributed in that product? Okay, then production taxes minus production subsidy. Then you calculate GDP at market price. This GVA at basic price or GDP at basic price is also known as producer's price because it is what producer has paid. इस factory पे जो taxes लग रहे थे, production taxes, who paid it? Producer paid it. इस factory पे जो भी subsidies मिली, overall production पे, it was the producer who paid it. So first we calculate GVA at basic price or GDP at basic price. Then we move on to GDP at market price. What is GDP at market price? This thing, GDP or GVA at basic price. And now comes product taxes and product subsidies. What is product tax? इस पे गवर्नमेंट में impose 18% GST, है ना? That is product tax minus subsidy which is given on the product, not on the overall production. That is product subsidy. This is how we reach at GDP at market price. Now, let me, this is there in your notes. If I production tax and product tax ko if I keep it together and subsidies ko if I keep the subsidy together, so basically what you will get is GDP at market price is equal to GVA at factor cost और फिर दोनों taxes, product taxes plus production taxes plus product taxes. प्रोडक्शन पे जो टैक्स लगा टैक्स प्लस प्रोडक्ट टैक्स प्लस माइनस प्रोडक्शन पे सब्सिडी एंड प्रोडक्ट पे सब्सिडी. This is how we come to GDP at market price. So today when we look at data, Economic Survey of India's data, we will see that they are also giving you GVA. When they are giving you GVA, they are giving you this. And they're also giving you GDP. They're giving you GVA India ka itna hai, GDP India ka itna hai. GVA has grown by this rate, this growth rate, GDP has grown by this growth rate. So there's a difference between GVA and GDP. In GVA, we are only considering factor cost, and in GDP we are also considering taxes, production tax as well as product tax, and then production subsidy as well as product subsidy is subtracted from it. So if you want to know what is its market price, you will say whatever factors of production पे जो आपने पे किया, that, then taxes may have been applied at production level. This company may have produced 1000 pens and it may have paid 1000 rupees as production tax. So 1 rupees on every pen roughly went as production tax. Though it is not applied on the product, it is applied on the entire production. But उसकी वजह से इसका cost बढ़ा. Plus product tax, let's say 18% GDP. Okay, but then these are all the cost, factor cost, production tax, product tax. But then government may give some subsidy also. So in market, it may be available at lower prices because of the subsidy, and because we are calculating GDP at market price. So we'll have to consider, we'll have to subtract the subsidies from this price in order to reach at GDP at market price. So now we calculate GDP at market price. How do we calculate it? We use this mechanism in case of manufacturing sector to understand what will be the GDP of something. Okay, I hope you understand it. It's written here कि GVA at basic price is equal to GVA at factor cost plus production taxes minus production subsidy and GDP at market price. Eventually this is what we want because we have moved from factor cost वाले method से market price वाले method. So now we calculate GDP at market price. GDP at market price is equal to GVA at basic price. This was basic price plus product tax minus product subsidy, or GDP at market price is equal to GVA at basic price plus net indirect taxes. तो GDP at market price is also known as, ये क्या लिखा हुआ है? Just give me a second. कुछ तो गड़बड़ हुई है. नहीं, ठीक नहीं है. GDP at market price, GVA at basic plus net indirect taxes. नहीं, why has this thing been written here? इसे please cut करिए. I don't know. कहाँ से आया है? GDP at market price is equal to GVA at basic price plus product tax minus product subsidy. I don't know ये कहाँ से क्यों add हो गया है? This should not have been here. This GDP at market price is equal to GVA at basic price plus product tax minus product subsidy. ये हमने समझा है ना? अब जो GVA at basic price है, GVA at basic price क्या चल रहा है? Product tax, indirect tax. हाँ, पर यार उसमें subsidy नहीं लिखा हुआ है ना यार. Taxes and subsidies are two different things. एक मिनट रुकते हैं ना. तो GDP at market price is equal to GVA at basic price plus product tax minus product subsidy, and GVA at basic price is equal to GVA at factor cost plus production tax minus production subsidy. ये अपना सिस्टम है, इसको इस पे स्टिक करते हैं. ठीक है. नाउ यहां पे मैंने वो समझाया है कि प्रोडक्शन और प्रोडक्ट टैक्सेस और सब्सिडीज क्या है, इसे इग्नोर करेंगे. मतलब इग्नोर करेंगे इन द सेंस वी नो इट. Third change that happened was we changed the base year. तो base year change regularly keeps on happening. See, base year change की जरूरत क्यों पड़ेगी? Let's understand this. We calculate real GDP on the basis of base year prices. Now, if we were using, let's say, 2003-4 का base year price. 2003-4 में, let's say, wheat was available at 8 rupees per kg. 2003-4 में wheat was available at 8 rupees per kg. Today wheat is available at perhaps 25 rupees per kg. Today wheat is available at, let's say, 2024-25 में wheat is available at rupees 25 per kg. So when we will calculate GDP, real GDP on the basis of a base year which is very old, there will be a huge difference between real GDP and nominal GDP. Real GDP will calculate on the basis of current year's price. Real GDP will calculate on the basis of base year's price, and this will calculate on the basis of current year's price. और अगर base year बहुत पुराना रहा, तो it will not give us correct picture. So what we try to do is we try to keep updating the base year. तो यहाँ पे भी base year was changed. Earlier till 2015 we were using base year as 2003-4. But 2004-5, but यहाँ पे in 2015 when we started calculating GDP by the new method, we changed our base year to 11-12. So what is the currently the base year which is being used? It is 2011-12. Okay, तो ये तीन changes. First, what changed? We moved to GDP at market price. Rather than calculating GDP at factor cost, what are we calculating now? GDP at market price. पहली चीज ये अच्छे से समझ में आनी चाहिए. दूसरा, we move to GVA method of GDP calculation. What is GVA method of GDP calculation? Here we first calculate GVA at basic price from GVA at factor cost. GVA at basic price is equal to GVA at factor cost plus production tax minus production subsidy. Then we calculate GDP at market price, which is equal to GVA at basic price plus product tax minus production subsidy. और एक साथ लिखना चाहो तो GDP at market price is equal to GVA at factor cost plus production plus product taxes minus production plus product subsidies. Then we also change the base year. We understand the reason. Like frequently base year, every 5-10 years base year needs to change so that we have some recent base year rather than an old base year. What if we had kept base year of 1951-52? 1951-52 में your grandfather will tell you कि ghee was available in 1 rupees per kg or 2 rupees per kg, something like that he'll tell you. And if we'll use that base year's price, today's GDP number, there will be a huge difference between real GDP and nominal GDP. It will not correlate properly, and that is why we need to have some recent base year. Because of this, we have to go to Bagh series data. We'll understand what Bagh series data is. We have to calculate Bagh series data. We'll understand that. But ये तीन changes समझ में आए पक्का? Then we for manufacturing sector we moved from establishment approach to enterprise approach. अब देखो, please understand, this question was asked in mains also. ये इतना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि मेंस में आ गया, तो क्या प्रीलिम्स में पूछ सकते हैं? मेंस में ज्यादा बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट चीजें आती है, प्रीलिम्स में दे गो इनटू निटी-ग्रिटीज आल्सो. तो वी हैव टू बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हेन वी आर स्टडीइंग दिस टॉपिक इवन फॉर प्रिलिमिनरी एग्जामिनेशन. वी शुड बी लाइक, कभी भी हमें उठा के पूछ ले जाए व्हाट वर द चेंजेस, वी लाइक ये 5-6 चेंजेस है. When we look at those things in our options, we should be like, हाँ ये तो पक्का है, ये है. We should be very confident on these questions. Out of 20 questions, मैं बोल रहा हूँ 12-13 questions should be for sure right. This would be, if a question on this is asked, that would be it. Now let's come to understanding this. We moved from establishment approach to enterprise approach. What is it? देखो, let's say we have a factory which is manufacturing this pen. This factory is manufacturing this pen. So earlier, when we used to calculate GDP contribution of manufacturing sector, Earlier when we used to calculate GDP contribution of the manufacturing sector, we used to consider the output of this factory. What is the factor cost invested in this factory? Not of the entire establishment. Now, what is the establishment? Oh, sorry, not on of the entire enterprise, only of the factory or only of the establishment. What is enterprise? देखो ये factory है जहाँ पे manufacturing हो रही है, but they may have a marketing team sitting somewhere. They may have a branding team sitting somewhere. They may have a sales team doing something. Are they all contributing in this pen's overall market price? Earlier GDP was calculated at factor cost. So we only considered कि यार establishment approach पे चले जाओ. Whatever factor cost has been added in here. But now GDP is calculated at market price. So for this pen, इसका manufacturing cost may be 10 rupees. But advertisement में cost क्या होगा? This pen के brand building में cost क्या होगा? All these things will eventually increase its market price to perhaps 20 rupees. So when we are calculating GDP at market price, should we take into consideration these things also? In an enterprise, all these things would also come. In an establishment, only the factory where manufacturing is happening would have come. So we have moved from establishment to enterprise. That is, we are also in manufacturing sector, we are also taking these services in consideration. These are services. Advertisement, sales, these are various kind of services. But when we calculate the share of manufacturing sector, we say these things are also part of it. Because eventually when this pen has reached market, it has reached market by all these things also. Branding, sales, advertisements also. Got it? Are we getting it? Moving from establishment approach to overall enterprise approach. Do we understand this? This is a very important change that took place. Okay. So I've explained to you this shift from establishment approach to enterprise approach. Now, to understand earlier here, how much is the contribution of this factory? When we calculate GDP, we'll do survey to understand इस factory का share कितना बढ़ा है, कितना कम हुआ है, to understand how much its production has increased or decreased. Because earlier we were only considering the factory. Earlier we were only considering the establishment. We used to measure its increase in production or decrease in production using annual survey of industries, which is surveying what? Which is surveying industries. We were using data of annual survey of industries. So establishment approach. पुराना approach कौन सा था? Establishment approach. Now we have moved to enterprise approach. So in establishment approach, annual survey of industries was used, but it did not capture activities of a unit other than manufacturing. Whereas in enterprise approach, along with manufacturing activities, other activities that this pen for the eventually for this pen that may have been taking place, all those things are also taken into consideration. Okay. So before 2015, the manufacturing sector performance was assessed using annual survey of industries, or it was IIP was also taken into consideration. We will study about IIP. It is Index of Industrial Production. It measures how much industrial production is increasing. So earlier, when we tried to understand ki how much has manufacturing sector grew, how much has manufacturing sectors, how much is the contribution of manufacturing sector in India's GDP, we used annual survey of industries. Annual survey of industries क्या करती थी? Industries का survey करेगी and then will tell कि of this industry 10% production increase has happened of this industry. But when it is doing survey of industry, it is primarily considering factories. ऐसे ही IIP, Index of Industrial Production, it's only considering factories or establishment. So earlier, how did we measure these things? We measured it using ASI or IIP data, but now we have moved to MCA 21 database to understand how much. Now earlier we were using establishment approach. The establishment में annual survey of industries or index of industrial production. Using that we will understand कि इस establishment का on an average production how much has increased. But now we have to move to overall enterprise. Now which database we prefer? We prefer MCA 21 database. What is MCA 21 database? Ministry of Corporate Affairs में ये एक database है. Every company has to submit its annual details here. Every company means every enterprise, not only the factory. Not only the factory. Let's say this overall business is ABC Enterprise. So this ABC Enterprise or ABC Private Limited लिख देता हूं. ABC Private Limited. So this ABC Private Limited has to submit its balance sheet or its details. कि यार how much was our revenue, how much was our expenditure. It has to submit all these things to Ministry of Corporate Affairs. ऐसे क्या level up को करना पड़ता है? Yes, we also have to do that. So all our information can be got from Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now, when they are submitting this data, are they only talking about expenditures which were made on factor cost of manufacturing here? No. They are considering all the entire company, not only the factory where manufacturing is taking place. They are considering the entire company. So in MCA 21 database of any enterprise, when you will have data, that data will be of entire business, not only of the manufacturing. So now we have moved to what? We have moved to MCA 21 database. We are using what database? MCA 20. Earlier we were using IIP and Annual Survey of Industries to understand what has happened to what is happening to this business, how much is this business growing. Now we are dependent on MCA 21 database. So MCA 21 database में it will be information about the entire enterprise and not only of the establishment. Are we clear? Pakka? Are we comfortable? So this was another major change. So we started with what was the first change that took place? We moved to market price method approach rather than factor cost. Now we are calculating GDP at market price. And to calculate GDP at market price, we are using GVA method of GDP calculation, where we first calculate GVA at basic price, then we calculate GDP at market price. Then base year was changed. Base year to regularly change hota rehta hai, but other changes were big changes. Why are we specially studying 2015 में क्या हुआ? देखो, because 2015 में only base year was not changed. The overall method of calculating GDP was changed. Earlier, what used to happen? Base year was regularly changed. पहले base year was 2000, 2001, it was changed to 2004, 5, and so on. But this time, not only base year changed, but a number of other things also changed. So third change was change in base year. Fourth change was we moved from establishment approach to enterprise approach. Panchwa important changes. Now, because we are on enterprise approach, we cannot get information from Annual Survey of Industries or IIP. That will not be good enough because it's only considering the establishment, it's only considering the factory, it is only considering the industry. We have to rather consider the entire enterprise, and that's why we rely on Annual Survey MCA 21 database. Are we getting it? Are we understanding it? So देखो, अब if this comes in mains also, we are like, we know it very well. As I told you, I used to teach this only in preliminary examination because I used to think कि prelims के लिए important है. Mains में they will ask India की GDP growth में क्या challenges है, and how do we deal with those challenges. I was not expecting them to ask this in mains examination, but पूछा गया because we'll study these things so well at the time of prelims. Even if in mains they will ask it, you'll be like 3-4 points तो याद रहेंगे, लिख पाओगे. Fine. Now, some more things that changed. Latest NSSO surveys का जो data था, that was incorporated to understand better the contribution of unorganized sector. Please understand. Now, ABC Private Limited, it has submitted its data to Ministry of Corporate Affairs on MCA 20. So, what is happening to formal sector? What is happening to organized sector? That could be understood from their MCA 21 database, but there's a lot of unorganized sector also. There's a lot of एक गांव में एक लोहार है जो कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स बना रहा है. He's working in unorganized sector. He's manufacturing something, but he's working in unorganized sector. To better understand their contribution, latest NSSO survey data was used. How much more are they producing and so on. So these were some of the major issues, some of the major changes that were done. in 2015. So if we make a question ki which of the following changes were introduced in 2015 method of GDP, or in 2015 to change the method of GDP calculation, we should be able to answer that. Or if they ask you, consider the following scenario, following situation about the GDP calculation method in India. उसमें first, India में GDP is calculated at factor cost. That will be wrong. Some of us may have NCRTs which are older. वहां पे they say कि GDP calculation इंडिया में कैसे होता है? Factor cost पे होता है. Initially it was very difficult because unfortunately मैं current affairs teacher हूँ. तो उसमें क्या हो जाता है, मेरे को बताना पड़ता है कि बदल गया, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द टीचर्स वर स्टिल, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 2016-17, मोस्ट ऑफ द टीचर्स वर स्टिल यूजिंग द ओल्डर मेथड फॉर टीचिंग. द स्टूडेंट्स यूज्ड टू कम एंड फाइट विद मी कि सर जीडीपी फैक्टर कॉस्ट पे कैलकुलेट होता है, आप जीडीपी मार्केट प्राइस बता रहे. मैंने बोला बेटा चेंज हो गया वो 2015 में, इट चेंज. तो नाउ वी कैलकुलेट जीडीपी एट मार्केट प्राइस. ओके, इसका सिग्निफिकेंस क्या है? अगर you'll see, first thing is, in fact, come to this impact of these changes. Why did we do that? We did this because it is in sync with global practice. Globally, international standards जो है, it is what we calculate GDP at market price. We calculate GDP at, don't worry, वो generator will start. So we calculate GDP at market price. That is the global standard. Right? इसी मेथड से हम तो ग्लोबली हमारा डेटा बेटर सिंक में रहेगा. सेकेंड, इंक्रीज साइज ऑफ द इकोनॉमी. क्या साइज ऑफ इकोनॉमी इंक्रीजेस? फैक्टर कॉस्ट में प्रोडक्शन टैक्सेस, प्रोडक्ट टैक्सेस, ये सारी चीजें ऐड करने के बाद थिंग्स वुड गो अहेड. अजय चलती रह सकती है ना क्लास, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. क्या पावर कट ही हुआ है? चलो ठीक है. तो व्हाट वर वी टॉकिंग अबाउट? हाँ, इन फैक्टर कॉस्ट व्हेन यू ऐड टैक्सेस, then you are calculating your GDP. Will your GDP number be higher? Will your GDP number be higher? Generally it will. The subsidies are not as much as taxes. अगर गवर्नमेंट सारा टैक्स सब्सिडी में दे देगी तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगा. Like subsidies are, तो generally our GDP number also increased. Increased size of economy. Got it? Impact क्या हुआ 2015 changes का? One, we came in sync with international methods. Two, our GDP number increased. Third, our fiscal deficit reduced. Now, not in terms of how much fiscal deficit government has in terms of कितने लाख करोड़ का है, but fiscal deficit is always given with respect to as a percentage of GDP. So let's say my fiscal deficit is 1 lakh crores. It's much higher than this, but let's say my fiscal deficit is 1 lakh crore and my GDP is 20 lakh crores. So as a percentage of GDP, I'll say it is 5%. Fiscal deficit is 5% of my GDP. Would I say that? 20%, 20 lakh crore ka 5% is 1 lakh. So my fiscal deficit when it is 1 lakh crore and my GDP, this is my fiscal deficit, this is my GDP. But now if my GDP number increases in the new method, does our GDP number go up? Fiscal deficit तो 1 lakh crore ही है ना. So as a percentage of GDP number, will our fiscal deficit be lower? That is what I'm trying to say here. Lower fiscal deficit. Then another impact was more incentive to raise indirect taxes and reduce subsidies. Because please understand this. Now in our method, GDP at market price is equal to GVA at factor cost plus indirect taxes. इसमें both production tax plus product taxes are there, minus indirect subsidies. Now, if subsidies go up, what happens? GDP reduces. Subsidy is being subtracted. But if taxes go up, GDP increases. GDP numbers increase. So government is incentivized to reduce subsidies. Government is incentivized to increase taxes. Do we get this? Do we understand it? So, what was more incentives to raise indirect taxes and reduce subsidies. What has been the impact of the 2015 changes in the GDP calculation method? Did we understand? Second, it increases the share of manufacturing sector in overall GDP. When compared to 2015, pre-2015 scenario, manufacturing, Earlier manufacturing sector का share और manufacturing sector का contribution was only the contribution of this establishment. But now when we are considering contribution of manufacturing sector, we are considering contribution of these other businesses also within this enterprise. When we say this pen has reached market, this pen is a product of manufacturing sector. This pen is a product of manufacturing sector, but in this we are not only considering the production wala industry wala part, we are also considering other part, and thus when compared to pre-2015 method, does the contribution of manufacturing sector go up in the overall GDP numbers here? These were some major changes which occurred, and these were some major impacts that occurred in our GDP calculation method. Okay, now इस वाले चीज को भी थोड़ा देख लेते हैं. GVA data is crucial to understand how various sectors of real economy is performing. The output or domestic product is essentially a measure of GVA combined with net taxes. So they're saying that we are also giving GVA data because it gets us a real picture of what is happening at factor level, how they are performing. Then it helps policymakers to make policy intervention rightly. Further, GVA is an integral and necessary parameter in measuring a nation's economic performance as per global standards, and that is why GVA method of GDP calculation we have moved. Now, the next topic that we want to understand is GDP back series data. Yes. नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट थे, बट ना अब उसके एग्जाम में आने के चांसेस नहीं है. 2015 के जो नेगेटिव इंप्लीकेशंस थे ना, उस टाइम बहुत क्रिटिसिज्म हुआ था, आपने जीडीपी नंबर ऐसे ही बढ़ा दिया, वो सारी चीजें. बट विल दैट बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम टुडे? नहीं. तो क्यों जाना है? पॉइंट एट दैट टाइम आई यूज्ड टू डिस्कस दिस इन अ लॉट ऑफ डिटेल्स जब वो चेंजेस हुए थे, क्योंकि उस टाइम बहुत डिस्कस हो रहा था. अब जो डिस्कस नहीं होना है, ऑलरेडी यू विल सी कि नेशनल इनकम पे आप जितनी चीजें पढ़ रहे हो, उतनी शायद फाउंडेशन बैचेस में भी हम इतनी सारी चीजें नहीं पढ़ते हैं, है ना. तो ऑलरेडी आई एम गोइंग अ स्टेप अहेड. व्हाई अननेसेसरी गो इनटू दोस थिंग्स व्हिच मे नॉट बी रेलेवेंट? व्हेन स्टूडेंट्स आस्क मी कि सर आप कितना पुराना करंट अफेयर्स करोगे, मैं बोलता हूं whatever is needed I'll do it. If something is 5 years old and is relevant today, relevant for your examination, I'll do it. If something is 6 months old but is not relevant, I'll not do it. So if you're part of like, acha ye current affairs batch nahi, I'm sorry, if you're generally part of my current affairs batch, it should be my responsibility. It should not be, I will not say I'll only do current affairs from June to May. It's my responsibility to ensure जितनी जरूरत है उतना current affairs किया जाएगा. ओके, तो यहां पे उसकी जरूरत नहीं थी तो हमने नहीं किया. लेट्स कम टू जीडीपी, अंडरस्टैंडिंग जीडीपी बैक सीरीज डेटा. थोड़ा सा बस ये टर्म समझ लेते सो दैट इफ इट गेट्स आस्क्ड वी शुड बी क्लियर अबाउट इट. देखो, टिल 2014 व्हाट वाज द बेस ईयर? 2004-5 बेस ईयर था. टिल 2015 में वी चेंज द बेस ईयर टू 2011-12, राइट? तो टिल 2015, sorry, till 2014 we said base year was what? 2004-5. Let's say in our economy we are only producing wheat, है ना. हमने कल वही अपना इकोनॉमी देखा था. We were only producing wheat, and wheat का price at this time was ₹8 per kg. ₹8 per kg. Now these numbers are not right. These numbers are just examples which I have created to help you understand various concepts. Okay, up 2000, now in 2011-12, wheat ka price is, let's say, ₹20 per kg. Wheat ka price is ₹20 per kg. Fine. Now, in 2014, let's say we produced 10 kg of wheat. We produce 10 kg of wheat. What will be our GDP real? 2014 में हमारा real GDP कितना होगा? 10. What is the base year price? ₹8. 8 rupees. 2014 तक what was base year? This was base year. So our real GDP will be ₹80, which is 10 into 8. हमारा रियल जीडीपी ₹80 है. अब you come to 2015. Here we changed, we said कि base year will be 11-12. Let's say we again produced only 10 kg of wheat. थोड़ा बढ़ा देते जीडीपी में। अरे यार, let's say we increase थोड़ा सा production 11 kg, but now what is the base year we are using? 11 12, so it will give 11. So last year से when we look at the increase will be 150%, more than 150, 80 140, more than 150%. Is this correct? No. So whenever we change base year, we have to calculate GDP of previous years also on the basis of the latest base year. This is back series data. So when we changed base year, to have better comparison, what will we do? We'll calculate GDP of previous years using this base year. So this is back series data. फ्यूचर में तो हम जीडीपी कैलकुलेशन कैसे करेंगे? Using the latest base year, real GDP calculation. But even of the previous years, you have to get data for better comparison. तो यहां पे when we'll calculate back series data, 2015 का GDP will be 10 kg into 20 rupees and it will be 200. And thus real GDP में increase will only be 10%. Are we getting it? And this we have to calculate एकदम पीछे तक 1950s तक. Otherwise, if in 1950 you are using some other base year and in 2024 you are using some other base year, 1950 में ghee was available in 1 rupees per kg. Today ghee is available in 300 rupees per kg or 1000 rupees per kg. मैं 300 ऐसे randomly बोल रहा था, 1000 rupees per kg. Or is it more than that? 1000, 1500, depending on where you are buying it from. Right? Today ghee is available in that price. Now, today when I calculate real GDP, I use latest wala number. And when I compare it with 1950 वाला number, I say, see, 1950 से हमारा GDP कितना ज्यादा है. Is that a good comparison? 1950 का GDP भी using back series mechanism, you calculate using what? Using this base year's price. In 1950, if we were producing 5 kg of ghee, and today we are producing 10 kg of ghee. 1950 में, let's say, base price was 1 rupees per kg. वहां पे GDP is how much? Rupees 5. Today we are producing 10 kg of ghee, but base year's price is 1000 rupees. 10 kg into 1000, 10,000. वो नंबर आपको दिखेगा 5 rupees. वहां our GDP is 5 rupees. Today our GDP is 10,000. But this is not the correct comparison because there you have used a different price. So back series data is whenever you change base year, you calculate what? You calculate GDP of previous years also on the basis of prices of this year for better comparison. This is GDP back series data. I hope we understand what is GDP back series data. Okay. Now, a controversy occurred after 2015 because of the back series data thing. Let's understand what is the issue. Every time when we used to calculate back series data in the past, only base year was changing. Only base year was changing. The overall method of GDP calculation was not changing. But now the overall method of GDP calculation changed. In 1951, the method that we were using for GDP calculation was different. वहां पे हम फैक्टर कॉस्ट पे जीडीपी निकाल रहे हैं. और 2014 में when we were calculating GDP, we were calculating contribution of manufacturing sector using establishment approach. Enterprise approach follow नहीं कर रहे थे. तो यहां पे back series data, how will you calculate back series data now? Only changing base year would not be good enough. Only changing base year will not be good enough. In fact, एक major issue क्या आया? Now we are using MCA 21 database. Now we are using MCA 21 database to determine the performance of organized sector of industries or formal sector of industries. We are using MCA 21 database. MCA 21 database was only created in 2007-8. उससे पहले का MCA 21 का database ही नहीं है. So how do you calculate back series data? The government created a committee. अब दिस इज नॉट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बस ना जनरल अवेयरनेस के लिए बता देता हूँ, क्योंकि अगेन व्हेन आई वाज टीचिंग इट 3-4 years बैक, तब तक न्यूज़पेपर में ये आर्टिकल्स आते रहते थे, इट वाज इंपॉर्टेंट, बट इट्स नॉट इवन देयर इन नोट्स। मैं आपको जनरली समझा देता हूँ। MCA 21 डेटाबेस वाज क्रिएटेड इन 2007-8। उससे पहले का तो MCA 21 डेटाबेस का डेटा भी नहीं है। तो नाउ हाउ डू वी कैलकुलेट बैक सीरीज डेटा? जीडीपी बैक सीरीज में भी कैलकुलेट करना है, उसके लिए वी शुड हैव सिमिलर पैरामीटर्स दैट डिड नॉट एग्जिस्ट। तो व्हाट गवर्नमेंट डिड, गवर्नमेंट क्रिएटेड अ कमिटी। ठीक, तुम एस्टिमेट करो, तुम बैक सीरीज डेटा निकालो प्रीवियस ईयर्स का। दैट कमिटी केम अप विद सम नंबर्स व्हिच शोड दैट मनमोहन सिंह एरा वाज द बेस्ट परफॉर्मिंग एरा फॉर इंडियाज जीडीपी। वो गवर्नमेंट ने डेटा पब्लिक नहीं किया, बट समहाउ लीक हो गया, न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल स्टार्टेड पब्लिशिंग इट। गवर्नमेंट सेड नहीं, दिस मेथड इज रॉन्ग। They asked the committee to relook at the data, and again modified form में data आया showing that Narendra Modi era is the best era for economic growth. But it was a controversy way back in 17-18 when these numbers were coming. No more very important, but ऐसा हुआ था। तो ये this was this time to calculate back series data there were problems. Why there were problems? Because we had not only changed the base year. If we had only changed the base year, then we could have just used the prices of the new year to calculate back series data. But we had changed the overall method also, and in that some data came out to be missing. Okay, got it. So this was GDP back series data. Okay, now एक ना, अब कल रात में एक बच्चा है, मुझे 1 बजे से 2 बजे तक मैसेजेस करा है? नहीं, राहुल नहीं था, है ना? उसको जीडीपी कैलकुलेशन मेथड ही समझ में नहीं आया, और उसने मैथमेटिक्स में गलतियां कर रखी थी। He sent me this 150 minus 120 over 150 into 100 is equal to 50। मैंने उसे कैलकुलेट करके बोला बेटा ये 25% होगा। उसने फिर मुझे उसका स्क्रीनशॉट भेजा कैलकुलेटर का, सर ये देखो 50 ही आ रहा है। मैंने बोला नहीं बेटा, 150 minus 120 is 30, 30 divided by 150, हाँ 20 नहीं, यहाँ पे 120 आना चाहिए, बेस ईयर का प्राइस आना चाहिए, सॉरी। उसने ये भेजा 30 डिवाइडेड बाय 120 इंटू 50। वो उसने इस पे, मैंने उसको आखिरी में मैसेज किया बेटा मैं तेरे को बेसिक मैथमेटिक्स नहीं पढ़ाने जाऊंगा। ये हुआ। तो हम गलतियां कर रहे हैं इवन इन कैलकुलेटिंग जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट। तो देखो जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट आप कैसे कैलकुलेट करोगे? जीडीपी ऑफ दिस ईयर एट कांस्टेंट प्राइस, रियल जीडीपी, माइनस जीडीपी ऑफ प्रीवियस ईयर, नॉट जीडीपी ऑफ बेस ईयर। When you have to calculate growth rate will always be with respect to previous year divided by GDP of previous year into 100. Or when you are calculating GDP growth, it is GDP of this year minus GDP of previous year divided by GDP of previous year into 100. नॉर्मल बेसिक मैथमेटिक्स क्लास 6-7 में हम पढ़ते हैं। दिस इज हाउ वी कैलकुलेट ग्रोथ रेट। दिस हाउ वी कैलकुलेट ग्रोथ कितना हुआ है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू प्रीवियस ईयर। जीडीपी ग्रोथ ऐसे कैलकुलेट करना है, राइट? फर्स्ट मिस्टेक दैट द स्टूडेंट हैड डन, ही वाज कैलकुलेटिंग जीडीपी ग्रोथ विद रिस्पेक्ट टू बेस ईयर। बेस ईयर से कैलकुलेट नहीं करते, ग्रोथ इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू प्रीवियस ईयर। ग्रोथ इज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू प्रीवियस ईयर। और बाकी फिर मैथ्स में गड़बड़ करोगे तो मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता। CSAT क्लासेस हैं। Got it? Are we comfortable? जीडीपी ग्रोथ हम कैसे कैलकुलेट करेंगे, ग्रोथ रेट कैसे कैलकुलेट करेंगे? ओके, नाउ थोड़ा सा बेस इफेक्ट को समझ लेते हैं। व्हाट इज बेस इफेक्ट? बट बिफोर आई गो देयर, लेट मी गो इनटू द डिटेल्स। हाँ, जीवीए एट बेसिक प्राइस, वो मैंने जीडीपी एट बेसिक प्राइस, दैट सेम थिंग। जीवीए एट बेसिक प्राइस और जीडीपी एट बेसिक प्राइस इज द सेम थिंग देयर। So please explain how the method of GDP calculation used to manufacture sector works. GDP calculation method changed in manufacturing sector. बेटा फैक्ट्री की जगह, okay. Let's consider this enterprise. उसमें एक factory है. Earlier we were considering, let's say this factory produces this pen. इसमें factor cost पूरा लगा 100 rupees का. So earlier when we were considering output of this business, this manufacturing sector, we were saying its output is of 100 rupees. But now we say कि नहीं, its output is not only 100 rupees. Its contribution in GDP is not only 100 rupees. 100 rupees was the core manufacturing cost. But there was some marketing cost, let's say 10 rupees. There was some branding cost, let's say 10 rupees. Now, there were some sales team ka cost, let's say 10 rupees. So now when we consider the share of manufacturing sector, we'll consider its share to be 130 rupees and not only 100 rupees. We will consider entire enterprise and not only the establishment. Are we getting this? Okay. अच्छा, किसी बच्चे ने समझा भी दिया है. Sir, what was the committee's name? अब not important. क्यों जाना है उन सब में? Sir, kindly share your number again. I missed the last part of yesterday's class. बेटा मेरा नंबर तो वीडियो में मिल जाएगा ना आपको. वीडियो will also be uploaded for online students. अच्छा, वो YouTube पे जाने के लिए. अच्छा, ओके. बेटा मैं इसमें ना टाइप कर देता हूँ. This is my number. Please take it. Okay. But again, देखो, do not expect कि मैं आपके मैसेजेस का रिप्लाई कर ही रहा हूँगा. कल I was like थोड़ा अवेलेबल था तो मैं रात में 1 घंटे उससे चैटिंग खेल पाया था. बट जनरली मैं फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाऊंगा. क्या कर रखा है तूने? मैं तेरे को मैथ्स पढ़ाने आया हूँ क्या? ऐसे परेशान हो जाऊंगा. ठीक है, तो डोंट एक्सपेक्ट कि मैं इंस्टेंटली रिप्लाई कर पा रहा था क्योंकि रात में मुझे कोई काम नहीं था. मैंने आपके ये इन्फ्लेशन वाले नोट्स अपडेट कर दिए थे, सब कर दिया था. आई वाज सॉर्टेड. तो आई वाज कल प्राइम पे ना फ्रेंड्स आ गया. तो अमेजॉन प्राइम पे फ्रेंड्स पहले अवेलेबल नहीं था, कल आ गया. तो आई वाज वाचिंग इट्स एपिसोड, पहला वाला एपिसोड वेयर रेचल कम्स, वो शादी के जोड़े में है ना. नहीं, यू डोंट वॉच फ्रेंड्स, वो पुरानी जनरेशन वाला था. चलो कोई बात नहीं. तो आई हैव वॉच्ड दैट सीरीज लाइक 3-4 टाइम्स इन द पास्ट आल्सो. कल मैंने देखा प्राइम पे, अरे they have put friends there. तो I started watching it there. तो I was watching that, साथ में इसको भी रिप्लाई, because I knew what was going to happen. मेरा पूरा रटा हुआ है वो सीरीज, तो इसलिए उसको साथ में रिप्लाई कर रहा था. अदरवाइज डोंट एक्सपेक्ट कि आई विल रिप्लाई आफ्टर 10 PM बाय एनी चांस. 10 PM के बाद इट्स नॉट. बस मैसेज डाल दो, मैं सुबह उठ के देख के ऑडियो रिप्लाई कर दूं. फ्रेंड्स इज ऑन नेटफ्लिक्स टू. बेटा नेटफ्लिक्स बहुत महंगा है, मैंने नहीं देखा सब्सक्रिप्शन. Let's come to a base effect. Let's understand base effect. देखो, base effect का concept we'll use in index of industrial production also, we'll use it in inflation also, we're using it in growth rate calculation also. Now consider this. Let's say my GDP, my real GDP in today or in 2020-21 को I'm writing as FY21 was, or let's start with FY20. My real GDP in FY20 was 100 rupees. My real GDP in FY20 was 100 rupees. In FY19 was, let's say, 90 rupees. It was 100 rupees, but in FY21, 2021 में क्या हुआ? कोविड आया. कोविड की वजह से there was some decline. तो let's say our GDP reduced to 95 rupees. Now next year, FY22, when everything opened up, economy came back to its track, and let's say it was able to breach. It was able to go to 120. It was able to go to 120, which normally it would have done. From 100, it may have gone to 110. 110, say it would have gone to 120, and then FY23 May it went to 130. Every year it's increasing generally. But when we'll consider this situation, you will see that increase. आप real GDP growth rate consider करोगे, you will have 120, minus 95 over 95 into 100, which is 35 over 95 into 100, which is around 35%. और उससे भी ज्यादा. I'm not, or right, 35%, slightly उससे भी ज्यादा. 25 क्यों होगा बेटा? अच्छा, वहां पे 25 होगा. I'm sorry. मेरे को 25 divided by 95 into 100. Right, but this number will also be somewhere around 25%. Let's see. Somewhere around 25% से थोड़ा ज्यादा होगा. 100 में 25 होता तो it would have been 25%. It will be slightly more than 25%. So it would appear that the growth is drastic. Growth is a lot, but this growth is because of poor base. Last year base इतना कम हो गया था कि our growth looks to be very high. If normal circumstances was going on, it would have become 110. It would have become 110 normally, and from 110 it would have gone to 120, and we would have said 120 minus 110 divided by 110, the growth rate would have been around 7-8%. But this growth appears to be very high. This growth appears to be very high. Why? Why? Because base reduced. Base was very low. This is called base effect. बेस की वजह से योर ग्रोथ में लुक वेरी हाई और बेस की वजह से योर ग्रोथ में लुक वेरी लो. दिस इज नोन एज बेस इफेक्ट. बेस इफेक्ट कैन बी एप्लीकेबल एट मेनी प्लेसेस. जैसे कंसिडर दिस, द प्राइस ऑफ टोमेटो इन जुलाई is rupees 40 per kg in 2019. It is rupees 50 per kg in 2020. It is rupees 60 per kg in 2021. But then it is 200 rupees per kg in 2022. It is 150 rupees per kg in 2023. So when you calculate inflation with respect to previous year, it would appear your inflation तो कम हो रहा है. For tomato, the prices have actually reduced, but it is because of base effect. Base effect क्या? Base इतना ज्यादा था. It would technically, number wise, it would appear that inflation is very low, but 150 rupees per kg tomato is very expensive. But this number is coming very low because of the base, very high base. The very high base will lead to future number increase looking low. Very low base would have led to appearance that growth is high. यहाँ inflation की बात कर रहे हैं. Suppose for some reason in 2022 the tomato was available in 10 rupees per kg, and in 2023 it was available in 40 rupees per kg. Now rupees 40 per kg is the good normal price, but opposition में से टमाटर में 300% की महंगाई. Can opposition say that? Yes, because technically it has. So because of low base, the increase appears to be very large. Because of high base, the increase may appear very low. This is base effect. So in GDP also, in GDP situation, this happens. In fact, if I take you to this situation, this is our current GDP data. Our current GDP data means last year तक का GDP data. So in general, we were increasing every year at a growth rate of 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, 8.3%, and these bars are indicating the size of our GDP. In lakh crores, it was around 90 lakh crores, it went to around 100 lakh crores, and we have kept on growing. But here we see a decline in our GDP. 2020-21, the COVID year, their GDP has declined by 5.8%. -5.8। तो जीडीपी का साइज देखो बढ़ता था, ये रिड्यूस हो गया। नाउ व्हेन वी गो टू 2021-22, यहां पे बिकॉज इट हैड रिड्यूस, तो if you'll compare increase from this point to this point, it's not that much. But because we'll calculate growth with respect to previous year, previous year's GDP is low, this year's GDP is high, growth appeared to be 9.7%. It appeared कि 2021-22 हमारे पिछले 15-20 साल में सबसे अच्छी ग्रोथ देखी गई है, 9.7%. But 21-22 में भी there was Delta variant, there was lockdown, everything was there. It was not a very good year for India's economy as such. But why is this number appearing to be, why this 9.7% growth is appearing to be there? Because the base was low. Low base पे when you calculate the difference, when you calculated the difference, GDP of this year minus GDP of last year divided by GDP of last year, you got a growth rate of 9.7%. In fact, आप quarterly number पे जाते, वो तो that was just different level. Quarterly number means April, May, June 2020, complete shutdown of economy. 2020 में it was towards the late March when lockdown started. April, May, June was like almost everything was closed. April, May, June of 2021, though Delta variant was there and some shutdown was there, but most of the activities continued running. So April, May, June of 2021 May growth was almost 20%. Why? Because 2020 का जो April, May, June था, everything was shut down, the economy had declined so much. So even with normal performance, it appeared to be very high. Even with a normal performance, it appeared to be growth appeared to be very high. This is base effect. Because of low base, your growth is looking very high. Because of high base, the growth will look very. अगर बेस बहुत हाई है तो ये ग्रोथ में अपीयर वेरी लो. अगर ग्रोथ sorry, base is very low, then your growth may appear, even with normal performance, your growth rate may appear very high. This is base effect. Do you understand what is base effect? Abhi today when we solve PYQs, you will see 2-3 questions on base effect has also been asked. That is why carefully समझ लो, पक्के से समझ लो. मैंने बोला आपको incremental capital output वाले point पे भी they have asked questions 2-3 times. On the base effect concept also they have asked questions 2-3 times. Now these are some real data. Like India का real GDP in FY24 is how much? 174 lakh crores. That is GDP on which year's prices? 2011-12 prices. आप nominal GDP देखोगे, it is 295 lakh crores. If you use prices, current prices, then what is our total GDP? 295 lakh crores. But real GDP, that is, if you use 2011-12 का prices, our GDP is 175 lakh crores. Got it? Do you get it? Do you understand this? Pakka? Now, do we have to remember these numbers? So no. It is not a PCS examination there where you have to worry about exact numbers. But should we have an idea about what is India's current GDP? Yes, we should have an idea. Koi bole India's current GDP is around 300 lakh crores. You should be like, huh, that's true. I know current GDP India, this is nominal GDP. It is around 300 lakh crores. This we should know. We cannot say कि यार ये डेटा कौन याद रखेगा. If a statement is given, India's current GDP is around 100 lakh crores, you should be like पक्का गलत है. I may not remember exact number कि it is 295 lakh crores, but I remember broadly that it is 300 lakh crores. So when they say कि real GDP is around 100 lakh crores, वो definitely wrong है. When they say nominal GDP is 100 lakh crores, वो definitely wrong है, because nominal GDP is how much? 300 lakh crores. Are we getting it? एक डेटा जो हमें रफली याद रखना है वो ये है. I said roughly because you do not have to exactly remember it. What is FY24's GDP, nominal GDP? Do you get it? What does it mean? It means whatever we have produced, goods and services, multiply it by the prices this year. This is our GDP. This goes to around 3.6 trillion, $3.6 trillion. This number is around $3.6 trillion. Got it? देखो, ट्रिलियन इज लाख क्रोर्स, ट्रिलियन इज लाख क्रोर्स. अब 3.6 को आप 85 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो. 3.6 को when you will multiply with 85 you will roughly come here 295 पे. ट्रिलियन इज लाख क्रोर्स, तो यहां पे हमने बोला 295 लाख क्रोर्स. तो व्हाट इज 1 ट्रिलियन? 1 ट्रिलियन इज लाख क्रोर्स. अब रुपीस को डॉलर में कन्वर्ट कर दो. 295 यहां पे क्या बच गया? 295 रुपीस. लाख क्रोर्स हैज बीन रिटन एज ट्रिलियन. 295 रुपीस को डॉलर में कन्वर्ट करोगे यू विल गेट रफली दिस. तो इंडिया का करंट जीडीपी कितना है? इंडिया का करंट जीडीपी इतना है. करंट नॉमिनल जीडीपी इतना है. रियल जीडीपी तो ऐसे याद रखो कि प्राइसेस हैज ऑलमोस्ट इंक्रीज्ड बाय 2 times when compared to 2011-12. So when we'll use prices of 2011-12, it would be our GDP will be slightly more than half of it. तो देखो 295 का half is roughly 150. 295 का हाफ, अगर इसको हाफ प्राइसेस कर देते रफली 150, रियल जीडीपी इज अराउंड 170, थोड़ा सा ज्यादा है उससे, बट ये कुछ रफ नंबर्स हमें पता होने चाहिए. ओके, सो दैट व्हेन अ डेटा बेस्ड क्वेश्चन कम्स वी शुड नॉट बी लाइक यार ये तो पढ़ा था पर भूल गया. वी डू नॉट हैव टू क्रैम द नंबर्स बट वी शुड हैव सम आइडिया. 295 लाख क्रोर्स एंड 170 लाख क्रोर्स नॉमिनल जीडीपी, रियल जीडीपी. इससे यू कैन ऑल्सो कम टू फ्यूचर में क्या होने वाला है. Are we getting it? देखो हम नेशनल कैपिटल में बैठे हैं और इतने पावर कट्स हो रहे हैं, वो भी अभी बहुत सारा पावर डिमांड वाला टाइम भी नहीं है, तब भी ये हो रहा है. Why does it hamper ease of doing business? A lot of expenses go up. We had to ensure that every class में UPS है. We had to ensure that there is generator available because UPS will work for only 10 minutes and UPS will not be able to take the entire load. So why good infrastructure is crucial for ease of doing business in any economy. It unnecessarily increases cost for everything. Okay. Do we understand these numbers, this data? Okay. Growth rate की बात करते हैं. Real GDP growth rate is 8.2% in FY24 and nominal GDP growth rate was 9.6% in FY24. We understand real GDP से ज्यादा रेट पे कौन ग्रो करेगा? Nominal GDP. Why? Because inflation is generally positive in India. So real GDP is only considering increase in production, but nominal GDP is also considering increase in production plus increase in prices. Nominal GDP will use current year's price. So if price has increased, it will also consider that. And real GDP growth rate in India in FY24, that is last year, was 8.2%, which nominal GDP growth rate was 9.6%. Do we have to remember this number? No, we do not have to. But मैं चाहता था कि जो बजट में इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में जो लेटेस्ट नंबर्स है, that should be there in your notes so that you do not have to refer to anything else. And you'll revise this booklet perhaps 10 times before your examination. आपकी आंखों के नीचे से जब ये जाता रहेगा कि our GDP is 300 lakh crores or roughly $3.6 trillion, 3.7 trillion dollars. Our real GDP is around 170 lakh crores. Our growth rate last year was more than 8%. Nominal growth rate was more than 9%. फिर ये याद रह जाएगा. Just whenever you're revising the booklet, go through this data once to get a picture. What is the current picture of India in terms of overall production, in terms of overall growth rate? Then, second thing is about this. You will see UPSC have asked questions like India's GDP has consistently increased over the last 10 years. So generally these answers were right because हमारा growth rate हमेशा positive रहा था. But here you will see there's a decline because of 2020-21. So GDP has consistently increased, but in 2021 there's a decline of 5%. Our GDP growth rate was minus 5.8. So it means there was a decline. So abhi when we'll solve questions, we'll solve it like this. When we'll solve PYQ, we'll solve it like this. This was asked in 2015. First, answer it from the perspective of 2015. Has GDP grown consistently in last 10 years? So yes. 2005 से 2015 के बीच में GDP growth rate was always positive. So GDP has grown consistently in last 10 years. Now I'll say if the same question is asked in 2024. Our GDP has grown consistently in last 10 years. Is it true? No. GDP went down. जो ये bars है, that is representing GDP. It was growing every year, but then in FY21, 2020-21, it went down. बात समझ में आ रही है? Let me again ask you, after COVID, our GDP has remained, our GDP growth rate, our GDP has consistently grown every year. Is it true? Yes. Our GDP after COVID lockdowns, our GDP has grown consistently every year. पहली बात है GDP की, overall production की. Second is about GDP growth rate. Second kind of question that they ask, अभी हम when we'll do PYQs, you will see they have asked these kind of questions. It's about growth rate. What is happening to growth rate? It was 5.5, it was 6.4, it was 7.4, it was 8, it was 8.3, but it then went down. 6.8, 6.5, 3.9. Are we getting it? In fact, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20 में there's a declining trend. If you remember, COVID के time बहुत सारे memes बनते थे निर्मला सीतारमन पे. One person who is happy about COVID lockdown because now she can blame GDP decline on COVID. Otherwise also it was going down. 3 साल से it was going down. But then suddenly COVID came and she said, तो ऐसे memes बनते थे, right? उसका reason क्या था कि यार GDP वैसे भी was going down. Now, if a question comes, our first, let's say 2015 में a question comes, our GDP growth rate has been positive in last 10 years. क्या growth rate has been positive in last 10 years? 5 से 15 के बीच में it has been generally positive. अब 2025 में they ask, India's GDP growth rate has been consistently positive in last 10 years. True or false? False. Growth rate negative भी हुआ है, पहली चीज. India's GDP has grown every year in last 10 years. False. Last 10 years में नहीं. अब 2020 GDP has not grown every year. India's GDP growth rate has been consistently increasing. Growth rate has fluctuated. It has in fact become negative also. Even in 2015, if they had asked, India's growth rate has consistently increased in last. Growth rate increasing would have meant हमारा growth rate was 3.4, then it went to 4, then it went to 4.4, then it went to 5, then it went to 5.5, then it went to 6. It has been rate हर साल increase थोड़ी हो रहा है. Rate positive था. Between 2005 and 2015, rate was positive, but it was not always increasing. Rate sometimes was 8%, sometimes was 7%. Decline है. It went to 8%, it came to 6%, it came to 5%, 4%. So rate may increase or decrease though growth was positive. Though growth rate was positive, but it may have been higher or lower. Abhi, when you will do PYQs, these things would be very, very crucial. समझो growth rate क्या होता है? Growth rate का consistent increase का मतलब क्या? What is meant by growth rate has consistently increased? It means that if growth rate today was 4%, next year it was 4.5, next year 5, it has been consistently going up. That's not true. Growth rate would not necessarily consistently go up. In fact, यहाँ पे भी आप देखो, after COVID, growth rate was 9.7%. It went to 7%. It has increased to 8.2%. But this year it is said that growth rate would come down. So while our GDP will keep on increasing, but growth rate will remain positive, it will still fluctuate. It may be high, 8%, it may come down to 7%, it may go to 8%, it may come to 6%, 5%, 6%. We are increasing by 5%, we are increasing by 6%, we are increasing by 7%. We are increasing, but rate is fluctuating. Do we get this? Okay. This is GVA estimates. देखो, this was annual GDP estimate at constant price or at base year price. What is happening to the real GDP, how real GDP is growing, and here how GVA is growing. We understand the difference between GDP and GVA. We understand the government now also gives GVA data. There is GVA in Economic Survey of India. You will see there is GVA data, and then there is GDP data. That was about GDP growth rate. This was about GVA growth rate. Okay. अब latest quarterly data about GDP that has been released. I've told you I'll try to ensure that all the latest current affairs, all the latest data would also be here. One advantage that you get when you study with me is जब आप बुक से पढ़ रहे होते हो तो you have to update a lot of data there. I ensure that जो भी अब तक का latest information, latest data है, it should be there in your notes already. Okay, तो latest quarterly data अभी जुलाई सितंबर का डेटा was released at the end of November, in the beginning of December. It says India's real GDP growth has slowed down to 5.4% in these 3 months, July, August, September 2024. GDP growth rate was it positive? It was positive, but last year in 2023, in this period, our GDP was increasing by 8.1%. Today, this year, it increased only by 5.4%. So growth rate has slowed down. Has GDP slowed down? No, GDP का growth rate has slowed down. पहले it was increasing by 8%, now it is increasing by 5%. But it is increasing yet, even now. So GDP growth rate is positive. Okay. Real GVA, a core measure of economic activity, expanded by 5.6% in Q2 of F25, a slowdown from 7.7. So our both GDP and GVA have slowed down both in Q1 and quarter of FY25. Acha, for some of if note one more thing, when we talk about this period, 1st of April 2024 से 31st March 2025. We write this year as 2024-25, or we can also write it as FY25. FY25 refers to what? FY25 refers to 1st of April 2024 से 31st March 2025. So when we write Q1 FY25, first quarter of FY25, that is April to June. Quarter is 1/4. 1/4 of the year is 3 months. April to June 2024. ऐसे ही when we will write Q2 FY25. FY25 is this period. उसका quarter 2 is what? July 2024 to September 2024. ये थोड़ा सा for those of you who are beginners, ये थोड़ी चीजें बेसिक सी हमें पता होनी चाहिए. Some of you may be laughing inside. सर ये क्या क्या बता रहे हो? But again, even if it benefits 10% of the students, उनके तो concepts clear हुए. Now, are we comfortable here? So, our latest GDP numbers. What was India's GDP in FY24? Nominal GDP of India in FY24? 295 lakh crore. अभी तो पढ़ा था. Real GDP 170 lakh crores. ना 173 lakh crores. 173 कौन समझेगा? मुझे तो ऐसे ही समझ में आता है. तो 173 lakh crores. Right? What was growth rate last year? Real GDP growth rate was more than 8%. Nominal GDP growth rate was 9.6%. है ना? This year it is expected to be below 8% because we have already seen in last 2 quarters numbers have been around between 5-6%. So overall numbers may be lower than previous years. Okay. Now one more thing that we want to see. Sectoral composition of India's nominal GVA in FY23-24. Like which are the sectors which contributed to India's GDP and what is their percentage? Recently now UPSC has asked questions on primary sector, secondary sector, tertiary sector. So यहाँ पे we'll briefly understand in India's GDP primary sector क्या-क्या है और उनका contribution कितना है. Secondary sector includes what all things and what is their contribution, and tertiary sector includes what all things and what is their contribution. So that those questions which are asked, like last year they asked animal husbandry कौन सा sector है. They asked the basic question कि पहले वो कौन से sector में आता है. Now they may ask you the contribution of that sector in India's overall GDP or India's overall GVA. देखो, first we'll talk about primary sector. Primary sector में what do we have? We have agriculture, livestock, forestry, fishing and mining and quarrying. What is the contribution of agriculture allied activities? 18% and mining and quarrying 2%. This is primary sector whose contribution is 20%. 18% plus 2%. What is the contribution of primary sector? 20%. India के total GVA में how much is primary sector contributing? 20%. Got it? Then comes secondary sector. In secondary sector, we have manufacturing, we have electricity, gas, water supply, and other utility services. Now, they may be called services, but they are still considered secondary sector because some processing is involved, like electricity. Electricity, you primary sector से you extract coal, and then using that coal, you produce electricity. You may say, what about water? Water, primary sector say you may extract water, but then water has to be processed to be supplied. And therefore, it is part of secondary sector. And construction. These three things are part of secondary sector, 14%, 2%, 9%. 14 to 16, 9, 25. So what is the contribution of secondary sector? 25%. And it is tertiary sector which contributes to 55% of India's GDP. तो पहले तो ये data. This data. What is the contribution of primary sector? 20%, secondary sector 25%, and tertiary sector 55%. They may ask you this kind of question: arrange the following sectors in ascending order or in descending order in their contribution to GDP. We should be very comfortably able to answer it based on the latest data, latest information. Abhi we'll understand primary sector kya hai, secondary sector kya hai, tertiary sector kya hai. We'll understand. But data wise, latest ये 2023-24 में contributions of various sectors. बाहर से कोई बात कर रहा है? Let's now understand what is primary sector. Primary sector involves extraction and harvesting of natural products from earth. So agriculture, forestry, hunting, fishing, mining, quarrying, these are all part of primary sector. Resources को आप अर्थ से extract कर रहे हो. Mining, quarrying, we understand, that is अर्थ से extract करना. Agriculture, we are dependent on land. And allied activities, forestry, animal husbandry, all those things also we include in primary sector. Hunting, fishing, gathering, all those things are included in primary sector. What is the contribution of primary sector in India's GDP? 20%. Got it? Secondary sector. Primary sector से जो आप extract कर रहे हो ना, उसको क्या करना? Process करना. It consists of processing, manufacturing and construction companies. The secondary sector produces goods from natural products within the primary sector. It includes textile, automobile, chemical engineering, aerospace, shipping, shipbuilding, energy utilities. Please note, energy utilities are here. So while from mining, you may extract crude oil, but petroleum products जब आप बनाओगे, crude oil will be processed. Crude oil will be processed to get petrol, diesel, etc. So, utilities like electricity, gas, water supply, those kind of thing. अब gas you may say, sir, gas तो primary में होना चाहिए. नहीं, gas process करके आपको दिया जा रहा है LPG के form में या pressurized natural gas के form में. It is what? It is part of secondary sector. तो utilities like electricity, gas, water, यहाँ पे बच्चों को confusion हो सकता है, and that's why I have explained it separately that it involves, these things involve transformation and processing stage, placing them in secondary sector. For example, electricity is generated by power plant that convert primary source, coal, natural gas into usable form of energy. Gas is extracted from earth, primary sector activity. Mining is primary, but needs to be processed and distributed through pipeline to consumers. यहाँ पे क्या आ जाता है? It becomes secondary. Water supply requires collecting, treating and distributing water from natural sources. And that is why these components, what components? Electricity, gas, water supply, other utility services, they have been included where? They have been included in secondary sector. अभी यूपीएससी ने बहुत बेसिक चीजें पूछी थी इस पे, but even if they want to go into some more technicalities, we should be in a position to answer that. Okay. Tertiary sector primarily service sector होता है. अच्छा, note one thing, construction sector is also considered what? Secondary sector. आप यहाँ पे देखोगे अगर manufacturing 14%, electricity, gas, water supply 2%, and construction 9%. These things together are forming 25%. So construction is also forming part of secondary sector. Now, why construction is forming part of secondary sector? Because it involves transformation of raw material. Here you will see cement, steel, wood. ये सारी चीजों को क्या किया जाएगा? They will be converted into building, infrastructure, other things. It also involves manufacturing aspect like fabrication of component off-site. Building में बहुत सारे components are being manufactured in other places and then they are being assembled in the building or they're being installed in the building. So assembly of material on site, use of machinery and equipment for tasks like excavation, lifting, concrete pouring, all these things make them part of secondary sector and not primary sector or tertiary sector. Tertiary sector, companies which are primarily providing services to retail, sale, transportation, distribution, restaurants, tourism, insurance and banking, healthcare, legal services, all these things are part of tertiary sector. Like the thing that which LevelUp IAS is doing, we're also part of tertiary sector. Tertiary sector is contributing to 55% of India's GDP. Secondary sector is contributing to 25% and remaining 20% is being contributed by primary sector, which includes agriculture, mining, quarrying, etc. Okay, so that अब वो data based अगर questions आते हैं, we're like बहुत data पता है, unnecessary वाले data भी नहीं पता है, but सबसे important data from the perspective of India's GDP, we are comfortable with, we are aware of. Now, sorry, बेटा उसमें ना और टेक्नोलॉजी और उन सारी चीजों को यूज कर लेते हैं. पर अभी देखो, प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, इसको समझो. जब तक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया is not identifying one more sector, we will not go into it. UPSC is not going to ask it. जब इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया itself starts mentioning it, then we'll start worrying about it. अभी इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया ने बोला कि इंडिया का 100% जीडीपी, दिस इज प्राइमरी, दिस इज सेकेंडरी, दिस इज टर्शियरी. अब कोई और सेक्टर लाके जीडीपी को 100% से ऊपर तो नहीं कर सकते. Right? That is why we'll stick to this. Now come to technical recession. Let's come to the topic of recession. देखो, we have understood GDP. GDP कैसे calculate कर रहे हैं? We have understood how we'll calculate growth. GDP growth. Now, a situation where growth or GDP becomes stagnant, growth is not occurring. When growth is not occurring, employment would also not be created. Unemployment would also increase. Growth is not occurring, it also says that there's not a lot of demand is there. ये जो सिचुएशन होती है ना, इस सिचुएशन को हम रिसेशन बोल देते हैं. What is recession? Recession, देखो, recession does not have a well defined definition. कौन सी सिचुएशन को हम रिसेशन बोलेंगे is not very clearly defined, but generally a situation where growth becomes stagnant or growth is negative, employment becomes stagnant or unemployment increases, employment goes down. That situation where demand is stagnant, demand is not increasing, or demand may be going down. This situation, when all these things occur, we say we have entered a phase of recession. But because there is no clearly well-defined accepted definition of recession, there is something which has been defined as technical recession. क्योंकि अब रिसेशन को हम एग्जैक्टली डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते. व्हेन आर वी इन रिसेशन, तो एक टर्म डिफाइन किया गया है टेक्निकल रिसेशन, जिसे हम क्लियरली डिफाइन कर रहे हैं. बोल रहे हैं कि फॉर एनी 2 कंसेक्यूटिव क्वार्टर्स इफ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज नेगेटिव, फॉर एनी 2 कंसेक्यूटिव क्वार्टर इफ इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज नेगेटिव, चाहे एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ रहा हो, सब कुछ, इफ योर रियल जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट इज नेगेटिव, देन विल कॉल द सिचुएशन टू बी टेक्निकल रिसेशन. Do you understand? Technical recession क्या है, समझ में आया? For any 2 quarters, जैसे if you go to the year 2020-21, April में June compared to 2019 April में June, 2020 April में June में more than 20% का decline था. June, July, August, September also saw a decline compared to 2019. तो वहां पे after 2 quarters when there was a decline in GDP, we called it a situation of technical recession. Was India under recession? वो अलग अलग लोग अलग अलग बातें बोलते हैं, because recession does not have any clearly defined meaning. इसीलिए to say कि when does a country enter recession, we have defined what is technical recession. We say that a country enters technical recession in this scenario. Okay, so let's come to what is technical recession. This is a technical way of measuring recession in which real quarterly GDP is used as benchmark of measurement. It occurs if real quarterly GDP remains in negative territory for 2 consecutive quarters. Q1 FY21, Q2 FY21. दोनों years में अगर real quarterly GDP would have been negative, then we would have called it technical recession. Negative, not decreasing. Like even in FY25, our real GDP in the Q1 and Q2 have declined from real GDP growth rate has declined from previous year. Last year में हमारा growth was 8%. This year it has come to around 5%. Between 5 to 6% in Q1 and Q2. Growth rate has declined, but growth rate is still positive. If this growth rate was negative in both Q1 and Q2, we would have said India has entered technical recession. Technical recession क्या है समझ में आया? Because it is easy to define. 2 consecutive quarter में your growth rate is negative, you have entered technical recession. क्या सब लोग comfortable है by meaning of technical recession? Now let's understand what is recession. Recession is a much broader term and has not been very clearly defined. तो पहले let's understand what is recessionary phase. When the overall output of GDP and services contracts from one quarter to another, the economy is considered to be in recessionary phase. That is in quarter one only. In quarter one of FY21. 2020-21 को हम FY21 बोलेंगे. Quarter one is April, May, June. Was there a reduction in GDP when compared to previous year's quarter? There was a reduction in GDP. So we had entered. पहले quarter में when our GDP becomes negative, GDP growth becomes negative, we say that we have entered recessionary phase. अगर दूसरे क्वार्टर में भी it remains negative, if in the second quarter it remains negative, then we say we have entered technical recession. So we understand what is recessionary phase, we understand what is technical recession. क्या सब लोग comfortable है इससे? Recessionary phase, technical recession दोनों clear है? Now, what is a recession? When a recessionary phase sustains for long duration. Yeah, they are not saying 2 quarters, 3 quarters, 4 quarters, they're not saying that. And thus is not very clearly defined. When a recessionary phase sustains for long duration, it is called recession. That is when GDP contracts for a long enough period, the economy is said to be in recession. This decline in economic activities can last from a few months to more than a year. Expert bodies consider various data like employment, consumption, GDP growth, etc. to arrive at this decision. They also look at depth, diffusion and duration of decline in economic activity to determine whether an economy is in recession or not. Depth मतलब कितना ज़्यादा like which are all the sectors which have been impacted, diffusion में वो वाली चीज़ consider करेंगे. तो all these parameters are taken into consideration to come to a conclusion whether we are in recession or not. But technically there is nothing defined. If this reduces by 3% or if this becomes negative, ऐसे clearly defined कुछ नहीं है. Recessionary phase we can define, technical recession we can define, but recession is a situation when economy is declining, and when economy declines there is also decline in demand, there is also a decline in employment. इन सारी चीजों को consider करके the experts come to conclusion that we have entered recession or an economy has entered recession. Due to sudden lockdown during COVID-19, the slowdown was so well diffused throughout the economy, it would have been termed a recession even if it was for a brief period. Because it had impacted every sector. Manufacturing sector, service sector, transport sector, tourism sector, hotels, aircraft, airplane services, everything was impacted. Its diffusion was, it had diffused to almost all the sectors. And thus, it may have been termed as recession. But again, will we call it a recession or not? is not very clear. Okay, but so what is clear? Technical recession. Did India enter technical recession? Yes, India entered technical recession. Were we in recessionary phase? Yes, we were in recessionary phase. But उस पे debate discussion हो सकता है, were we under recession or not? Are we clear? Okay. Yes. नीचे वाला ग्राफ का पोर्शन मतलब नहीं, नॉट नेसेसरली वो स्लो डाउन हो सकता है, रिसेशन नहीं. हाँ, देखो रिसेशन होने के लिए प्लीज एक मिनट, लेट मी एक्सप्लेन. ही इज आस्किंग कि सर इन अ बिजनेस साइकिल, अभी वी हैवंट गॉन इनटू बिजनेस साइकिल वाला पॉइंट, बट स्टिल मैं समझाता हूँ. देखो जनरली व्हाट हैपेंस, इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ रेट ना आपका विल नॉट ऑलवेज बी इंक्रीजिंग. It will be increasing trend, then it will go down, it may come up, it would go down, it may come up, it will be like this. So here let's say growth rate is 2%, here it is 8%. तो 2% से वो 8% की तरफ गया, फिर वापस नीचे आया, फिर वापस ऊपर गया, फिर नीचे आया, ऊपर गया. बट समटाइम्स इट्स कम सो डाउन दैट इट बिकम्स नेगेटिव, तब रिसेशन होगा. यहां पे इट्स नॉट रिसेशन, there's a slowdown, there's a slowdown. Economy goes in this cycle, but it is not in recessionary phase or in recession situation. कहां आ रहा है? उसको टेक्निकल रिसेशन बोला ना मैंने. अगेन हम नीचे चले गए. वर्ल्ड बैंक में से कि इंडिया इज अंडर रिसेशन, इंडियन गवर्नमेंट में से नो इट्स टेम्पररी, आर फंडामेंटल्स आर गुड, वी आर नॉट इन रिसेशन. Because it's not clearly defined, and no clearly defined definition exists. तो we will say कि recessionary phase में है, हाँ है. Are we under a recession? तो recession में long term decline, suppose ये ऐसे होके फिर we rise up, तो we will not say that we were under recession. For some reason, for lockdown or for some reason, the numbers may have gone down. Okay. Now, various types of recession recovery economic cycle. ये in the last 4-5 years, or at least after COVID, these things, especially the V-shaped recession and K-shaped recession or recession recovery cycle, has been discussed briefly. हमें पता होना चाहिए. Again, mains में भी they have asked this question in 2021-22. They asked it. Mains में I always say that the most important part for your mains preparation is economic survey of India. आपको पता है this year there were 2-3 questions जो ना most of the students had not prepared at all, because वो किसी current affairs magazine में नहीं था, कहीं नहीं था. Our students were able to do it because I ensured that mains batch में, though economic survey of India came in July, I should be covering all the important mains things in class. मैंने अगस्त में उसे पूरा कंप्लीट करके दिया. जैसे उड़ान स्कीम पे क्वेश्चन आया था. अब उड़ान स्कीम ना, क्योंकि न्यूज में बहुत नहीं था, किसी करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन में कहीं कवर था ही नहीं. बट इफ यू लुक एट आवर मेंस नोट्स, इफ यू टॉक टू आवर स्टूडेंट्स, दे हैड डन प्रॉपर एनालिसिस कि उड़ान के इतने सालों में क्या अच्छी चीजें हुई हैं, क्या खराब चीजें हुई हैं. तो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया जनरली लोग ना थोड़ा सा इग्नोर कर देते हैं, वो नहीं करना है. इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया इज समथिंग वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर योर मेंस प्रिपरेशन. प्रीलिम्स के लिए इट मे नॉट बी दैट इंपॉर्टेंट, विल डू इट सेलेक्टिवली, बट मेंस के लिए यू शुड प्रिपेयर 10 चैप्टर्स thoroughly and ensure that for every chapter the mains related analysis you are comfortable with. You will see at least 4 questions out of 9-10 questions from economy that comes will be from that. In fact, आप अगर Indian Economic Service देते हो तो Indian Economic Service में there are 2 economy paper. Second paper is completely from Economic Survey of India. Now UPSC conducts Indian Economic Services का exam. Understand how significance, how much importance it is giving to Economic Survey of India. उसको prioritize करना होता है. तो that year, why was this question asked? This question asked in mains. In mains, this question was asked because Economic Survey of India had discussed whether in 2021 when Economic Survey of India came, they were discussing whether India is seeing a V-shaped economic recovery. वहीं पे उन्होंने ये भी बताया था कि some argue that it is a K-shaped economic recovery. तो what is V-shaped, what is L-shaped, what is W-shaped, what is U-shaped, what is K-shaped, ये सारे shapes पढ़ लेते हैं. द हिंदू में आते रहता है, ठीक है. तो इसीलिए न्यूज में रहता है तो पढ़ लेते हैं ना. various types of recession recovery economic cycle. First is V-shaped recovery. तो देखो V-shaped recovery में we are talking about recession recovery economic cycle. Recession recovery economic cycle कैसा है? If crash is very steep and recovery is also very steep, it will form a shape of V. This kind of recession recovery cycle is called V-shaped recovery. Let's look at this situation. COVID वाला year. This was देखो, even before the first quarter of 2021, FY21. First quarter of FY21 is April to June 2020. Economy has drastically declined. अब यहाँ पे देखो, every quarter economy was declining. Every quarter economy was declining, but it was still positive. The reasons behind the means. Economy was anyways going down, but there was a sharp decline which took place. Then after that also, देखो, economy was growth rate was negative only. This is zero. After that also growth rate was negative. So economy declined, economic growth declined. अभी भी growth rate negative है, but then it rose steeply. Decline was very steep, rise was also very steep. This kind of recession recovery cycle is called V-shaped recovery. Is it forming a shape of V? This is called V-shaped recovery. Abhi we'll come back to this data. This I think ये image मैंने या तो PIB से लिया है या फिर Economic Survey of India से लिया है. We'll come back to this data, but let's understand. First type of recession recovery cycle is V-shaped recovery. A V-shaped recovery refers to an economic cycle of recession and recovery that resembles the letter V. अब देखो define करना हो means में W-shaped recovery. देखो, a W-shaped recovery refers to an economic cycle of recession and recovery that resembles the letter W, that resembles the letter L, that resembles the letter U. Meaning समझेंगे, but recession recovery cycle that is resembling the letter V, W, U, L, यही है. It is characterized by V-shaped recovery. It is characterized by quick and sustained recovery in measures of economic performance after a sharp economic decline. तो पहले sharp economic decline हुआ, but then there is a quick recovery. This is V-shaped recovery. A V-shaped recession begins with a steep fall, but then hit their trough and recovers quickly. It should not take a lot of time. If it takes a lot of time, say it declined, and then for a few quarters it remains low, and then it rises, then it is U-shaped. It is not V-shaped. V-shaped may you have come down, but without a lot of time taking, you rise up. Then it is V. Are we getting it? Are we understanding this? So, a V-shaped recession begins with a steep fall, but then hit their trough and recover quickly. This type of recession is considered the best case scenario. इस तरह का recession को हम बोलते हैं recession हुआ ही नहीं, because of some reason there was a decline. What was recession? Long term decline in economic growth. तो वही debate आ जाता है. Then was India under recession during COVID? है ना? Yes, we were under technical recession. For 2 quarters we were in recessionary phase. But क्या Indian economy was under recession? उस पे debate होता है कि will this kind of scenario be called recession? Was it a long-term recession? A long-term decline in economic growth? But we'll come back to that. Are we comfortable with V-shaped recovery? है ना? Or this may be called V-shaped recovery, or this may be called V-shaped recession also. Please understand. In reality, it is recession recovery cycle. So when we say what is V-shaped recession, it's a recession where there's a steep fall, but then there's a steep rise also very quickly. This is V-shaped recession. आपसे पूछ रहा है V-shaped recovery, again the same thing. There's a steep fall, then there's a steep rise. Same thing. Or V-shaped recession recovery cycle, they're all referring to the same thing, same term. सॉरी, हाँ, इंक्रीज करेगा तो पॉजिटिव हो जाएगा, बट समझा नहीं। हाँ हाँ, पिछले क्वार्टर के कंपैरिजन में कितना आउटपुट देखो, लेट्स गो टू Q1 ऑफ FY20। FY20 मतलब अप्रैल मई जून 2019, है ना? अप्रैल टू जून 2019, right? Here our GDP was, let's say, 100 crores, 100 CR. Here our GDP, let's say, was 100 CR. It was not in reality 100 CR. मैं बस एग्जांपल के लिए लिख रहा हूँ। Q2 FY20, our GDP, let's say, was 110 CR. Fine. Now come to next year. यहाँ पे Q3 Q4 भी है, but I'm not going into Q3 Q4. Let's come to Q1 of FY21. अप्रैल में जून 2020 का है ये पीरियड। Q1 of FY21, 25% decline takes place. Our GDP came down to 75. When compared to 100 CR there, 25% decline हुआ तो वहां पे 75 हुआ, right? Q2 of FY21, GDP decline Q2 में कितना है? 5% है। It means यहाँ पे 110 CR था, उससे 5% कम है, तो यहाँ पे it's 105.5 CR। समझ में आया? अब समझ में आ गया? चलो ठीक है। We all understand why there can be a decline of 25% here, why there can be a decline of 5% here. These are minus 25%, minus. Got it? Okay. हाँ, यहाँ पे डिड इंडिया अचीव अ वी शेप्ड रिकवरी पोस्ट कोविड-19? तो इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया ने 2020-21 में ऑब्जर्व किया था कि इन स्पाइट ऑफ अनप्रेसिडेंटेड कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक एंड कंसिक्वेंशियल चैलेंजेस, द इंडस्ट्रियल एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर वर ऑन फास्ट पेस्ड वी शेप्ड रिकवरी। एट दैट टाइम दे कुड नॉट से कि देखो, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया इज गेटिंग प्रिपेयर्ड इन जनवरी, तो हमारे पास अभी अक्टूबर नवंबर दिसंबर का डेटा भी नहीं है कि आर वी राइजिंग और नॉट। तो but Economic Survey of India has predicted that in spite of unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic and consequential challenges, the industrial infrastructure sector were on fast-paced V-shaped recovery. Economic Survey of India ने ये बोला, later data clearly showed, we have already seen that we saw a V-shaped recovery. Reasons? There were many reasons for recovery, like increased capital expenditure by government was one thing. Under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, government ensured that there was a lot of investment from government side. Under Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, only government of India had announced a stimulus package of 29 lakh crores for economy to recover. Then government also launched PLI schemes. Under PLI schemes, manufacturing sectors were given various benefits for increasing their production. There were other measures that were taken, जो उससे पहले भी लिए गए, कोविड के टाइम भी लिए गए, कोविड के बाद भी लिए गए, रिफॉर्मिंग ऑफ लेबर लॉज या रैशनलाइजेशन ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स। अभी we'll study labor laws का reforms in a lot of details in coming classes. Employment वाला जो section है वहां पे rationalization of corporate tax, this will study in a lot of detail in the third booklet. जब हम fiscal deficit वाले पे आ रहे हैं ना, उसमें हम taxes भी सारे पढ़ेंगे। तो what happened to corporate tax? तो this happened in 2019 only. September 2019 में government through an ordinance reduced the tax rate, corporate tax rate from 35% to 25%. पहले businesses को when they made profit, they had to pay 35% as corporate tax. That was reduced to 25%. So when my tax reduces, more businesses will be interested in India, because when they make profit in India, their income would, their taxes would be lesser, and thus the money that will be left with them will be higher. So many such measures were taken. MSME sectors में reform हुए. India has also emerged as attractive destination for FDI. In FY19, India received $44 billion, followed by $49 billion in FY20. But in FY21, India in the first 6 months only received $30 billion. इसमें एक major contribution came from Facebook. फेसबुक ने रिलायंस पे बहुत सारा इन्वेस्टमेंट किया था एंड दिस हैड इंक्रीज द नंबर. तो वी आर सेइंग कि बिकॉज ऑफ दीज रीजंस देन वैक्सीनेशन लेड टू इफेक्टिव ओपनिंग अप ऑफ द इकोनॉमी. पेंट अप डिमांड आल्सो क्रिएटेड फास्टर रिकवरी. लाइक इन अप्रैल, मई, जून, जुलाई, अगस्त, सितंबर एवरीथिंग वाज लाइक, सारे प्लान, सबकी शादियों के प्लान रुके हुए थे. दिसंबर में उस साल 2020 में इतनी शादियां हो रही थी, बस इट वाज लाइक सब उसी का वेट कर रहे हैं. मेरे को भी कर लेनी चाहिए. तुम्हें मेरी शादी की क्यों चिंता है इतनी? क्यों इतना इंटरेस्ट क्यों है भाई? ओके, दारू पी के क्या बोल रहे हो ये? है कौन, किसने बोला ये? चलिए, लेट्स कम बैक. पेंट अप डिमांड आल्सो लेड टू फास्टर रिकवरी. ओके, बिकॉज fundamentals of economy were good. The middle class population was, they wanted to buy furniture, they wanted to buy other things. During COVID they were not able to, because there was a lot of uncertainty. COVID lockdown हटा, जिनकी इनकम स्टेबल रही थी, जिनको ज्यादा चैलेंजेस नहीं आए थे, all their demand for the 6 months which they were not able to fulfill, they ensured that they are spending on all those things after that. L-shaped recovery. L-shaped recovery is, there's a decline, but then rise is very slow. So L, when we have to define it, a recession recovery cycle which resembles the shape of L. Letter L, है ना? Definition ऐसे कर लेंगे, but meaning समझ में आया? Decline sharp है, but rise बहुत slow है. An L-shaped recovery is characterized by slow rate of recovery. Decline तो sharp है, L में decline sharp है, and stagnant economic growth, it occurs following an economic recession characterized by more or less steep decline in the economy, but without a corresponding steep rise. Examples: the Great Depression of 1930s, the lost decade. तो जापान में 91 से 2001 वाला जो phase था, it is called the lost decade for Japan. There was initially a decline, and then they were able to grow very slowly. This phase. So abhi we are not going to go into these details, but these are some examples of L-shaped recovery. 1930s में जब Great Depression आया, there was sharp decline, and then economy rose but very slowly. It appeared as if वो lower level पे ही stagnant है. This kind of recovery is called L-shaped recovery. Now, what is W-shaped recovery? W-shaped recovery में there will be a decline, there will be a rise, but then it will decline again, then it will rise again. इस recession को हम double dip recession भी बोलते हैं. Double dip recession, why? There's a dip, rise, but then again there will be dip. And this kind of recession is very dangerous for investors. When economy declined and it started rising up, investors are like, चलो पैसे लगा देते हैं. Let's buy stocks. But then there will be a decline again. W. This is W, right? W-shaped recovery. Or W-shaped recession, or a double dip recession. So this type of recession is generally painful for investors for this reason. So US का recovery of 1980s was a W-shaped recovery or W-shaped recession. Okay, then U-shaped. Economy goes down, remains at the lower level for a long time, and then it rises. तो नीचे रहेगा, फिर वो steeply rise करेगा. Steep decline, it will remain at the lower level for a long period, and then it will steeply rise. This is U-shaped recovery. तो V में क्या हुआ? Steep decline, steep rise. U में steep decline, remain at the lower level, and then steep rise. The recession recovery phase resembling the letter U, right? So a U-shaped recovery refers to economic cycle of recession and recovery that resembles the letter U. It is characterized by sharp decline in GDP, industrial output, employment without a clearly defined trough. Trough, that is lowest point क्या है? It is not clearly defined. If it was defined, then after that there would have been rise. But instead a period of stagnation followed by a relatively healthy rise back to its previous week. Period of stagnation followed by a relatively healthy rise. Okay, then there's a concept of K-shaped recovery. इसको भी थोड़ा सा समझ लें. देखो, K-shaped recovery में we say this कि recovery is happening like recovery is kind of V-shaped. But it's not happening for all the sectors, all the sections. For some section, the decline remains. तो क्या होता है ना? Forget this part. For some people, things are improving, but for some people, things are still, or for some sections, things are still not doing very well. For example, formal sector was able to recover very quickly after COVID lockdown ended. But informal sector, people who did not have deep pockets, people who were not able to sustain during the COVID lockdown, for them recovery did not happen properly. So when जैसे left ideology वाले लोग जब हिंदू में articles लिखेंगे, you will see they'll talk when they were criticizing government. Economic Survey of India says V-shaped recovery. But not everyone is benefiting from this recovery. There are sections who are still seeing decline, who are still not able to recover. This kind of recession recovery cycle is called K-shaped recession recovery cycle, or K-shaped recession, or K-shaped recovery. Got it? तो अगर इस पे कोई क्वेश्चन आते हैं, various types of recession recovery, will we be able to answer it? Technically, I should have only taught V-shaped and K-shaped because वो ज्यादा न्यूज में रहता है, but बाकी सब पढ़ाने में भी ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगा, and it gave me a sense of completion कि अगर कुछ और पूछ लिया तब भी if they give you a match the following question, 3-4 types of recession recovery, 3-4 terms, we should be able to match them comfortably without any issues. Okay. Now we'll go to the concept of potential GDP. Potential GDP. देखो, when we consider an economy, there are people who are looking for work, there are people who want to work. So when we ensure that in an economy, all those people who want to work have been given jobs. All those people who want to work have been given jobs. It means this economy is working at its full potential. This economy is working at its full potential. Everyone who is looking for job has been given job. उस सिचुएशन में जो जीडीपी होगा कंट्री का, वी कॉल इट पोटेंशियल जीडीपी और नेचुरल जीडीपी. नेचुरल जीडीपी इज अ पोटेंशियल जीडीपी, थोड़ा सा ना वो वाला टर्म है जो कंफ्यूजिंग हो जाता है. पोटेंशियल जीडीपी को ऐसे समझो, पोटेंशियल जीडीपी इज नेचुरल जीडीपी. जो इकोनॉमी का नेचर है उसमें इफ ऑल द रिसोर्सेस आर प्रॉपरली एम्प्लॉयड, ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस, मशीनरीज एक्सेट्रा, वो आप प्रॉपरली एम्प्लॉय कर रहे हो, देन द प्रोडक्शन दैट यू मेक, दैट इज पोटेंशियल जीडीपी. नाउ इन रियलिटी व्हाट हैपेंस from a country का potential GDP, in reality the country may be producing more than this or less than this. आप potential GDP से ज्यादा भी produce करते रह सकते हो और your production may be lesser than potential GDP. You may be in any of the scenario. This is the natural ideal GDP of your country. Your natural GDP may increase if you improve your technology etc. Naturally आप increase कर सकते हो. But sometimes because of excess demand, a lot of things are produced which may lead to inflationary situation. Sometimes because demand वगैरह बहुत नहीं है, तो not everyone is hired, not everyone is employed. In this scenario, your production is less than your so this is my natural GDP, or also known as potential GDP. But my real performance may be better than this. I should not use the term better. Over this, our production is way higher than our potential, or our production is lower than our potential. So potential GDP is the natural GDP in which potential GDP is the GDP that a country can produce, or output that the country can produce when it is employing all its resources plus without increasing inflation. Resources भी employ करो और inflation ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए. Inflation ज़्यादा है, that it means then you are performing at a unsustainable rate. You will not be able to sustain there. So if your GDP is more than your potential GDP, it means you're growing at you're overheating your economy. And in overheating condition, you'll not be able to sustain there. It's eventually going to fall. If your GDP is lesser than your potential GDP, then you are underperforming. इस सिचुएशन में क्या होता है? इस सिचुएशन में RBI increases money supply. More money should be there so that more investment could be made. In this situation, when overheating situation is there, RBI decreases money, or central bank and government in different countries, different entities may be responsible for it. But there is a focus on reducing money supply. Here there is a focus on increasing money supply. Abhi, in the fourth booklet that you will get, third booklet will be about government budgeting, fiscal policy, taxes, etc. Fourth will be about money supply, banking, wo sare stuff. So in the fourth booklet, we'll talk about money supply, but generally, whenever we want to increase the economic growth, we want to increase the money supply. When we want to control the economic growth, we reduce the money supply. पैसा रहेगा ही नहीं मार्केट में तो आप लोन लेके बिजनेस शुरू कैसे करोगे? तो what is potential GDP? It is natural GDP. It is sustainable GDP at which your economy can grow by using your resources fully, without overheating, without causing unnecessary amount of inflation, unnecessary level of inflation. Okay. So it is the sustainable level of GDP, that is GDP at constant inflation. Inflation नहीं बढ़ना चाहिए. Sustainable level of GDP that is possible or attainable while the economy is operating at a maximum resource usage rate over a period. It represents full employment GDP and gauges the economy's productive capability, especially at constant inflation rate. So full employment GDP, full resource use GDP, but at constant inflation. अगर inflation ज़्यादा है, then you are overheating. Sustainability is the key here. Every economy has certain natural limits, and if you produce beyond that natural limit, you are going at an unsustainable rate. So when GDP falls short of its natural limit, जब हमारा production potential GDP से कम है, it means the country is failing to live up to its economic potential. When GDP exceeds the natural limit, it means that economy is inflation is likely to follow, and therefore potential GDP is also sometimes referred to as natural GDP or the good GDP that we are in a position to achieve. What does potential GDP reveal about the health of the economy? So if real GDP is less than potential GDP, अगर हमारा current GDP is less than potential GDP, we are underperforming. If it's more than potential GDP, we are overperforming. दोनों situation is not good. Then money supply related aspects are there. How do we estimate potential GDP? तो देखो, potential GDP will basically be different countries will have different potential GDP. Think of a country like, let's say we go to a African country where industrial development has not taken place, where a lot of industries are not there. There, even if you employ all the resources, land है, agriculture होगा, and सारे लोग उसमें involve होंगे agriculture में, their potential GDP will still be very low. But the same size का country with same population but is industrialized, their potential GDP will be higher. So how do we determine what will be the potential GDP of an economy? So capital accumulation is a key factor in estimating potential gross domestic product and potential GDP growth. If you have better capital situation, your potential GDP would be higher. If you have lower capital situation, poor capital situation, your potential GDP or natural GDP would be lower. Growth of workforce is another factor. देखो, potential GDP में हमने क्या बोला? Full employment GDP is potential GDP. So if your workforce is high, full employment would means more production capability, and thus your potential GDP would be higher. Now, India में we don't use this tool as much. India में you'll hardly see economic survey of India saying India's potential GDP is this much. है ना? But हमें पढ़े रहना, we should know what this concept is, because in some other countries they say कि we are performing above potential GDP, we are performing below potential GDP, but identifying what is the situation of potential GDP is really difficult. Technically सोचोगे तो लेट्स से यूएस को आइडेंटिफाई करना है व्हाट इज आवर पोटेंशियल जीडीपी. कंट्री ऑलवेज ट्राइज टू इंश्योर दैट इट इज प्रोड्यूसिंग एज मच एज पॉसिबल. नाउ व्हेन एवरीवन वुड बी एम्प्लॉयड, लाइक ऑल द वर्कफोर्स गेटिंग एम्प्लॉयड, हार्डली कहीं हो पाता है. यूएस में भी देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, इंडिया में भी देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट. Right, and that is why identifying what is potential GDP or measuring what is potential GDP is a difficult thing, but still we should understand कुछ basic चीजें about what it is, what is its meaning, etc. यहाँ पे हमने थोड़ा बताया कि कौन measure कर रहा है. जैसे Congressional Budget Office uses a combination of growth forecast and gauges of inflationary pressures for its estimates of potential GDP. यूएस की बात है, इंडिया में तो हम यूज करते ही नहीं इसे. तो यूएस में the Congressional Budget Office uses these mechanisms to identify their potential GDP. Other economists use other methods, but the differences are not mere academic. These differences have a serious implication for what monetary policies like Fed and other central banks pursue. If an economy is doing more than its potential GDP, in that case, central bank has to reduce the money supply and they increase the interest rate. If any economy is doing worse than its potential GDP, in that case, central banks increase the money supply, that is they reduce the interest rate. Okay, एक छोटा सा ये भी एक छोटा सा पैराग्राफ देख लेते हैं. एंजेल्स लॉ. What it says is कि the money spent on food as a proportion of your income keeps on reducing as your income increases. और इसे ऐसे समझो, suppose I'm a rickshaw puller and I earn, or I'm a वैसे ही manual laborer and I earn 200 rupees in a day. काम करके जैसे तैसे मैं 200 रुपए कमा रहा हूँ एक दिन में. Perhaps I'll be spending 100 rupees on food. 50% of my income on food. डेली में जितना कमा रहा था उसका 50% will be going on. But my income was, let's say, only 50 rupees in a day. So I'm able to earn, let's say, only 50 rupees in a day. Perhaps I'll spend all 100 rupees on, or all 50 rupees on food. अगर मेरा, or let me write it down here. If my income food pay expenditure percentage, if my income is 50 rupees, perhaps all 50 rupees will go on food. That is 100% of my income has gone on food expenditure. If my income, let's say, is 200 rupees, perhaps 100 rupees will go on food, which is 50%. But if my income is 1,000 rupees per day, 30,000 rupees a year, तो लगभग 6-7 हजार रुपए मेरा खाने पे जाएगा, है ना? I'll perhaps be spending 200 rupees on food or 20% of my money on. But यही, if my income every day is 10,000 rupees, if my income is 10,000 rupees, मेरा फिर भी 500 से 1000 रुपए से ज्यादा फूड पे खर्चा नहीं होगा. Let's say 1,000 rupees, which is 10%. If my income is 1 lakh rupees per day, still I'll be getting only what? I'll be spending perhaps 1,000 rupees on food every day, 2,000 rupees. हर रोज 5,000 क्या खर्च करोगे भाई खाने पे? क्या खाना है? अरे इट्स नॉट अबाउट फाइन डाइनिंग. फाइन डाइनिंग पे आप रोज नहीं जाते हो. पता है ये परसेप्शन होता है कि एज वी गो बिकम रिच आप बाहर जाके बहुत सारी चीजें खाओगे. नहीं है. इन रियलिटी पीपल वुड वांट घर में बना हुआ खाना. एज इनिशियली नो वी रियलाइज कि जब हम कॉलेज में होते हैं और पैसों की तंगी होती है, उस टाइम क्या होता है, यार पैसे मिल जाए मैं रोज यही खाऊंगा, है ना? ऐसा होता है. बट व्हेन यू स्टार्ट अर्निंग यू रियलाइज कि नहीं, दैट फूड इजंट दैट ग्रेट. जैसे आई रिमेम्बर कॉलेज में हम तो आई स्टडीड इन रुड़की, आईआईटी रुड़की. वहां पे ना गर्मियां बहुत होती थी और हमें कोल्ड ड्रिंक पीने में बड़ा मजा आता था. अब मैंने जब जॉब करी अपनी पहली, मेरे ऑफिस में कोल्ड ड्रिंक, फ्रूट, चॉकलेट सब फ्री में था, वैसे ही पड़ा हुआ था. पहले दिन तो वी वर एक्साइटेड, भाई साहब आप दिन भर कोल्ड ड्रिंक ही पियेंगे, मजा भी है, ये भी है, एक दो दिन पिया फिर यार क्या है ये, इट्स अनहेल्दी, व्हाई एम आई ड्रिंकिंग दिस, है ना। तो पॉइंट इज कि वहां पे फ्रूट्स थे, चॉकलेट्स थे, पहले लाइक यू लाइक चॉकलेट, जब आप बच्चे हो, जब आप थोड़े से बड़े हो रहे हो, वो तो ऐसा नहीं होता, स्पेंडिंग ऑन फूड डजंट इंक्रीज दैट मच, मोर ओवर यू वुड प्रेफर टू हैव ग्रीन वेजिटेबल्स, यू वुड प्रेफर टू हैव होम कुक्ड मील। तो फिर भी लेट्स से 1 लाख रुपीज पर डे इनकम है, मैं फिर भी कर देता हूँ 2000 रुपीज या 5000, यू वांट टू स्पेंड 5000, ही वांट्स टू स्पेंड 5000 रुपीज। हाँ, क्या बोल रहे हैं आप? दुनिया बेवड़ी नहीं होती है ना। Okay, then suppose someone is earning 10 लाख रुपीस, अब 10 लाख रुपीस भी पर डे अर्न कर रहा है, उसका खाने का एक्सपेंडिचर तो 5,000 ही रहेगा ना, उससे ज्यादा क्या जाएगा, तो 0.5%। तो एज योर इनकम इज इंक्रीजिंग, योर मनी स्पेंट ऑन फूड कीप्स ऑन गोइंग डाउन, दिस इज एंजल्स लॉ। बस प्री के लिए थोड़ा सा पता होना चाहिए, ये छोटी सी चीज हमें पता होनी चाहिए। Now we'll come to the concept of purchasing power parity and then calculating GDP at PPP, GDP at purchasing power parity, meaning of, पहले समझते हैं what is meaning of purchasing power parity, what is purchasing power parity exchange rate, and then we'll come to uh, calculating GDP at PPP। हाँ बताइए, आपके एक डाउट हो गया है? नहीं, देखो, अगर पोटेंशियल जीडीपी, अगर हमारा रियल जीडीपी इज लोअर देन पोटेंशियल जीडीपी, पोटेंशियल हमारी इकोनॉमी का पोटेंशियल इतना है, but we are producing lower than this. In this scenario, what central banks will try to do, they will try to increase money supply, कि भाई इंटरेस्ट रेट कम करेगा so that money supply increases, when money supply increases more businesses will be taking loan, more people will be taking loan and spending it, demand will increase, supply will increase, and your economic growth will go up and perhaps your GDP will be able to reach there. हम पोटेंशियल जीडीपी वाला मैकेनिज्म यूज ही नहीं करते, आर वी यूजिंग इट? आपने कभी पढ़ा कि इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया बोल रहा है हमारा पोटेंशियल जीडीपी इतना है? नहीं, तो हम उसको यूज ही नहीं करते नो, क्योंकि आरबीआई डिसाइड करेगा क्यों नहीं करते, क्योंकि वी डू नॉट कैलकुलेट, बिकॉज़ कैलकुलेटिंग पोटेंशियल जीडीपी इन इटसेल्फ इज अ कॉम्प्लिकेटेड प्रोसेस। ओके, लेट्स कम बैक, परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी वाला कॉन्सेप्ट समझते हैं पहले। Let's say when we go by nominal exchange rate, nominal exchange rate means if I convert $1 into rupee today, nominal exchange rate will give me कि $1 is equal to ₹80. I'm not writing ₹85 right now, it has reached to around 85 because फिर वो कैलकुलेशन में ना थोड़ा सा कॉम्प्लिकेट हो जाता है, तो ₹80 और ₹100 कुछ वैसे लेके चलेंगे so that in our calculation it is easy. तो if you go to the market right now and you give $1, you will get 80 rupees, or if you give 80 rupees you will get $1. Okay, तो if I'm getting $100,000 as salary, $1,00,000 as salary है, तो उससे मैं बोलूंगा कि यार आई एम अर्निंग ₹80 lakh, $1,000 नहीं, $100,000 $1,00,000, $1,00,000 को अगर मैं उसमें कन्वर्ट करूंगा, इट वुड अपीयर आई एम अर्निंग 80 लाख रुपीस, है ना। बट नाउ 100K इज इक्वल टू 80 लाख। अब आते हैं दूसरी सिचुएशन पे, सपोज लेट्स फॉर नाउ अज्यूम that in US and in India only one product is being produced. क्या प्रोड्यूस करोगे बोलो? मिल्क। only milk is being produced, है ना? दोनों कंट्री बस मिल्क प्रोड्यूस करते हैं और मिल्क ही कंज्यूम करते हैं. लेट्स सिंप्लीफाई दिस, है ना? वैसे यूएस जब मिल्क प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है तो बीफ भी प्रोड्यूस कर रहा होगा, बट ये फॉर सिंप्लीफाई करते हैं. एंड इन इंडिया 1 liter of milk is available in ₹40. And in US, 1 liter of milk is available in $1. Let's say ये सिनेरियो है. जनरली वहां पे चीजें महंगी नहीं है. It may not be the case with milk, but in general this is the situation. So that will assume this. तो इंडिया में 1 liter of milk is available in ₹40. In US में 1 liter of milk is available in $80. तो अब देखो रियलिटी में ₹40 should be equal to $1 in terms of its purchasing power. ₹40 is able to purchase 1 liter of milk. $1 is able to purchase 1 liter of milk. So in purchasing power is $1 is equal to ₹40. $1 is equal to ₹40. बात समझ में आई? Now, suppose someone is earning 50 lakh rupees in India. 50 lakh. Someone is earning 50 lakh rupees in India. और उसका ही एक फ्रेंड is earning 80 lakh rupees in US और $100,000 in US. हम जब इसका परचेजिंग पावर देखेंगे तो इन 80 lakh whatever he is able to purchase, he'll be able to purchase in 40 lakh rupees. उसका सिचुएशन बेटर है इन टर्म्स ऑफ परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी. ये बात तो एक तो नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट है. नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट इज मार्केट में अभी करेंटली इफ यू गो एंड एक्सचेंज $1 you will get 80 rupees. So when India is calculating its GDP, it is calculating in terms of we are producing only milk. We are producing only milk. So we'll say, and let's say we produce 100 liters of milk. Let's say in Indian economy we are producing 100 liters of milk. What will be our GDP? 40 rupees में 1 liter मिल रहा है मार्केट में मिल्क. 100 liters of milk is what we are producing. What will be our GDP? 40 into 100. That is rupees 4,000. रुपीज 4,000. हमारा कितना है जीडीपी? रुपीज 4,000. नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट पे इफ वी कन्वर्ट दिस जीडीपी इनटू डॉलर्स, नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज, अब हम विल से आवर जीडीपी इज रुपीज 4,000. वी वांट टू फॉलो लेट्स से इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स. वो इंटरनेशनल करेंसी में हमें डॉलर्स में हमें इसे रिप्रेजेंट करना है. तो $1 is 80 rupees, which will be this will be equal to $. 80 से डिवाइड कर दो 50. तो हमारा जीडीपी कितना आ रहा है? $50. Let's say we go to US and US is also producing 100 liters of milk. US is also producing 100 liters of milk, but their milk is available in $1. $1 is equal to, oh sorry, $1 into 100 liters. 100 will be their GDP. Their GDP is how much? Their GDP is what? $100. Our GDP was 4,000 rupees. Their GDP was $100. हमने इसे जब डॉलर्स में कन्वर्ट किया, it's coming to $50. But are we producing the same amount of milk? 100 लीटर ऑफ मिल्क हम भी प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, 100 लीटर ऑफ मिल्क ये भी प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं. But their GDP number is coming to be higher when we calculate it using purchasing nominal exchange rate. ये nominal exchange rate use. When we calculate it using nominal exchange rate. So nominal exchange rate पे when we are calculating GDP, it is not giving us the right picture. How much you are producing? GDP is what? GDP is how much you are producing. If we calculate this GDP on nominal exchange rate, then India का production looks lower बिकॉज इंडिया में थिंग्स आर अवेलेबल एट चीपर प्राइसेस. तो वी कैन मेजर और वी कैन measure our GDP in terms of PPP exchange rate to get better understanding of production rather than exchange rate differences. हमें अगर प्रोडक्शन मेजर करना है प्रॉपरली तो वी वुड हैव सेड $1 is not 80 rupees. $1 is 40 rupees in terms of purchasing power parity. जैसे ही हमने $1 को 40 rupees किया होता, if we had said $1 is equal to 40 rupees in terms of purchasing power parity, $1 is equal to 40 rupees. $1 is equal to 40 rupees. जैसे ही हमने purchasing power parity में क्या होता, our GDP would have been $. तो वैसे nominal exchange rate पे our GDP was $50. Purchasing power exchange rate पे our GDP is 100. बात समझ में आ रही है? So in purchasing power parity, our GDP numbers goes up. Like we have been right from Manmohan Singh era, we have been the third largest economy in the world when it comes to purchasing power parity. Because purchasing power parity is not being decided on the basis of nominal exchange rate. It is being decided on the basis of how much you are producing. Right? थोड़ा सा इसे और चेंज करते हैं. अब देखो, this was a what? Simplistic representation. In reality, when we have to determine purchasing power parity, हमने purchasing power parity determine कैसे किया? 1 लीटर ऑफ मिल्क को इंडिया में कितना पैसा देना पड़ रहा है? 1 लीटर ऑफ मिल्क को कितना डॉलर, कितने रुपए, कितना डॉलर? 1 liter of milk is available in 40 rupees. 1 liter of milk is available in $1. है ना? We said $1 is equal to 40 rupees. But in reality, milk is not the only thing that we consume, that we produce. है ना? तो how do we determine purchasing power parity? With the help of basket of goods and services. A basket of goods and services would be there: milk, food, labor, house help. इन सबका इंडिया में कॉस्ट सेम क्वालिटी, सेम स्टैंडर्ड वाला. यूएस में कॉस्ट. इंडिया में लेट्स से ऑल दीज थिंग्स कॉस्ट यू 10,000 rupees. 10,000 rupees. All these things cost you 10,000 rupees. Fine. US में all these things cost you, let's say, $50. तो purchasing power parity में $50 will be equal to 10,000 rupees. $50 will be equal to 10,000 rupees और $50 नहीं तो बहुत कम हो गया, ज्यादा होना पड़ेगा, सॉरी, $500. Right now, तो इंडिया में these things are costing 10,000 rupees. US में these things are costing same basket of goods. They're costing 500 rupees. तो 500 rupees अब हमें जब purchasing power parity exchange rate निकालना होगा, 500 rupees is equal to 10,000 rupees और $1 is equal to 20 rupees. Not $1 is equal to 80 rupees. PPP will be calculated like this. So how do we calculate PPP exchange rate? Prices of same basket of goods and services here and same basket of goods and services in US or in any other country. On that basis, we calculate purchasing power. How is nominal exchange rate decided? It is decided on the basis of demand and supply. It is decided on the basis of demand and supply. What is demand and supply? Like कितना डॉलर अवेलेबल है, कितना रुपये अवेलेबल है. मार्केट में if डॉलर का डिमांड ज्यादा है, डॉलर विल अप्रिशिएट. मार्केट में रुपये का डिमांड ज्यादा है, रुपये विल अप्रिशिएट. मार्केट में डॉलर का सप्लाई इज लेस, if supply is less you will appreciate. if रुपये का सप्लाई इज लेस, रुपये will appreciate. रिलेटिव होता है. तो it is on the basis of that. But purchasing power parity is on the basis of your purchasing power. डॉलर का purchasing power, रुपये का purchasing power. Got it? Sir, will inflation affect PPP? Yes, it will affect PPP. आते हैं उसमें. We'll come to that. Then Mukul is saying, speed up please. अच्छा, तुम्हारे हिसाब से चलूं मैं. मुकुल, देखो यार, आपका इंडिविजुअल पर्सपेक्टिव हो सकता है ना कि आपको फास्ट फास्ट पढ़ना है ना? तो यू शुड रिक्वेस्ट कि सर आर वी गोइंग स्लोली. फिर मैं बाकी सबसे पूछूंगा क्या हम स्लो चल रहे हैं, मैं थोड़ा फास्ट हो सकता हूँ. है ना, वो वाली चीज, रादर देन स्पीड अप। हाँ तो मैं स्लो चल रहा हूँ क्या? कितने लोगों के लिए स्लो चल रहा हूँ? 1 2 3। हाँ तो फिर थोड़ा स्लो ही चलेंगे। अगर लाइक इफ वी हैव 100 स्टूडेंट्स सिटिंग हियर एंड ओनली 2-3 स्टूडेंट्स आर फाइंडिंग कि ये चीजें हमें आती हैं, क्योंकि आपको आपने ये चीजें पहले से पढ़ रखी हैं, तो आपके लिए इट मे बी स्लोअर। लेट्स से 10 बच्चों ने और हाथ नहीं उठाया होगा घबरा के, ऐसा भी हो सकता है। बट स्टिल व्हाट हैपेंस, 80% ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स आर समवन जिनको ये स्पीड सुटेबल है, विल स्टिक टू दिस। ओके नाउ, तो अगेन फॉर ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स एटलीस्ट इफ दे आर फाइंडिंग इट स्लो, घर पे बाद में 1.5 की स्पीड पे देख लेना। ऑफलाइन स्टूडेंट्स डोंट हैव एन ऑप्शन, बट ऑनलाइन से ज्यादा फास्ट आप यहां करोगे, आई प्रॉमिस यू दिस। ऑफलाइन क्लासेस, जब से ये ऑनलाइन सिस्टम आया है ना, I've seen students becoming indisciplined। वो क्लासेस पेंडिंग होती जा, आप सबने किया होगा, बाद में वीडियो देख लेंगे और वो पेंडिंग होती जाती है और कभी देख नहीं पाते हो, और फिर एक दिन बैठ के, और समटाइम्स नो यू डिसाइड कि नहीं आई एम अ वेरी हार्ड वर्किंग स्टूडेंट्स और पेरेंट्स के पैसे बर्बाद नहीं करने हैं, और 3 दिन बैठ के लगातार सारी वीडियोस देख लोगे एंड यू विल थिंक कि हाँ आई हैव डन एवरीथिंग प्रॉपरली। नो, दैट इज नॉट डूइंग एवरीथिंग प्रॉपरली। By consuming so much of video in 3 days, you have not understood most of the things. तो दैट इज वाई दिस, मैं तो सोच रहा हूं कि अगली बार जीएस फाउंडेशन में भी ये करूं कि भाई ऑफलाइन वाले बच्चों को ऑनलाइन एक्सेस नहीं मिल रहा है, बिकॉज स्टूडेंट्स हैव बिकम सो इनडिसिप्लिन्ड। वो ना, सर्दी हो गई है चलो सोते रहते हैं, कंबल से निकलने का मन नहीं कर रहा, आज मेरे सिर में थोड़ा, अरे सिर में थोड़ा दर्द है तो एक टैबलेट ले और आके पढ़ाई कर। ये छोटी छोटी चीजों की वजह से तुम कब से क्लास छोड़ने लगे? थोड़ा गड़बड़ होता है ये। ओके, बट एनीवेज वी हैव अ जनरल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ परचेसिंग पावर पैरिटी। ओके नाउ लेट्स गो बैक। पहले नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट देखते हैं। इट इज द रेट एट विच वन कंट्रीज करेंसी कैन बी एक्सचेंज फॉर अदर कंट्रीज करेंसी मार्केट में जाके। तो नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट इज प्राइस ऑफ 1 यूनिट ऑफ फॉरेन करेंसी डिवाइडेड बाय प्राइस ऑफ 1 यूनिट ऑफ डोमेस्टिक करेंसी। तो जैसे $1 इज इक्वल टू 80 रुपीज, दिस इज नॉमिनल एक्सचेंज रेट। एनईआर डिपेंड्स ऑन मार्केट फोर्स ऑफ डिमांड एंड सप्लाई। If demand of foreign currency increases with respect to domestic currency, nominal exchange rate increases and vice versa. Now, what is purchasing power parity? PPP exchange rate is theoretical exchange rate. Theoretical because it's not used practically. If you'll go to market and say, see, 1 liter of milk is available in India in 40 rupees. 1 liter of milk is available in US in $1. So for 40 rupees, you give me $1. No one will give you that because dollar rupee ka exchange rate has been decided by demand and supply. Okay, so PPP exchange rate is a theoretical exchange rate used in economics to compare the relative value of currency and assess whether a currency is overvalued and undervalued. Okay, so if $1 we are getting 80 rupees, but in PPP exchange rate, in 40 rupees only we can get $1. It means that our currency is undervalued. Our currency is undervalued. So PPP exchange rate is used to determine whether your currency is overvalued or whether your currency is undervalued. Dollar is overvalued, rupee is undervalued. It is based on the concept of law of one price. जो भी प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हो आप थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड, उसका प्राइस सेम होना चाहिए। मतलब 1 kg of wheat should be of the same price because it has the same value. So if 1 kg of wheat is available in $1, 1 kg of wheat is available in 40 rupees, then 40 rupees should be equal to $1. And that is the PPP is based on concept of law of one price, which suggests that identical goods in different countries should have the same price when expressed in common currency considering the exchange rate. तो इसे ना एक एग्जांपल से मैं समझा रहा था, वो सिमिलर एग्जांपल है। rather than taking milk, I have taken here apples. तो an apple cost $1 in US, it cost 40 rupees in India. So if the two economics only produce apple, we can say that $1 is equal to 40 rupees. This is what PPP exchange rate. ऊपर वाला जो डिमांड एंड सप्लाई के बेस पे जो एक्सचेंज रेट था, that was nominal exchange rate. This is PPP exchange rate based on price of a basket of goods and services. अब यहाँ पे basket की जगह I've used instead of basket I've just used a apple. In reality, there are several goods and services produced by both countries. Therefore, to calculate PPP exchange rate, the same basket of commodities being produced in both countries is considered. So, ये basket of commodity, if they cost $100 in US and rupees 4,000 in India, we can say $100 is equal to 4,000 or $1 is equal to 40 rupees. This is PPP exchange rate, purchasing power parity exchange rate. Now, big question: how does PPP change with inflation? How does PPP change with inflation? कैन वी टेक अ ब्रेक एट 11? हाँ, ब्रेक ले लेते हैं, वरना सेकंड हाफ बहुत छोटा हो जाता है और फर्स्ट हाफ बहुत लंबा हो जाता है. दैट्स नॉट अ गुड थिंग. विल कंटिन्यू विथ हाउ डज पीपीपी चेंज विथ इन्फ्लेशन, बट तब तक आप पीपीपी क्या है वो अच्छे से imbibe कर लीजिए. Then we'll talk about other aspects. So it's 11:30 right now. Can we take a smaller break? 20 minutes? 30 minutes कुछ ज्यादा हो जाता है. 20 minutes would be good. 20 minutes is fine for all of us. Okay. So it's 11:31 right now. Let's meet at 11:41. 11:45 तक मिल जाते हैं. ठीक है? नहीं 11:45 नहीं. 11:55 तक. 11:55 तक. Okay. So let's start. We had to understand the impact of inflation on purchasing power parity. अच्छा, अभी a student came to me with a request कि सर आप टेलीग्राम चैनल पे भी पीडीएफ डाल दो. तो I used to do it till yesterday I was doing it, but now recently we have realized कि a lot of our videos PDFs are getting leaked. So now we are doing a different kind of work. We are ensuring कि PDF is also uniquely encrypted, not by watermark जो दिखता था और जो easily remove हो जाता है. We are uniquely encrypting PDFs also, ensuring that जो भी PDF हमें मिलता है वीडियोस के साथ, या we are also uniquely encrypting video. इससे हमारा कॉस्ट ड्रास्टिकली इंक्रीज हो गया है. मतलब पहले हम एक वीडियो अपलोड कर देते थे, वो सारे बच्चों को मिलता था, बट हम हर बच्चे के लिए यूनिक वीडियो अपलोड कर रहे हैं विथ सम इंक्रिप्शन देयर, सो दैट जिसका वीडियो मार्केट में मिल रहा है, टेलीग्राम चैनल्स पे मिल रहा है, विल बी एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई कौन है, किसके अकाउंट का वो वीडियो है. स्टूडेंट विल नॉट बी एबल टू सी कि वो उसके अकाउंट वाले वीडियो का कोई चीज है. इसीलिए मैं टेलीग्राम पे पीडीएफ अब नहीं डालूंगा, बिकॉज टेलीग्राम पे पीडीएफ तो मैं सीधा डाल देता था. अब देखो, ऑल दीज थिंग्स आपके लिए ही चीजें डिफिकल्ट कर रही है. पहले मैं इजीली टेलीग्राम पे पीडीएफ डाल देता था, पोर्टल पे भी रहता था, आप लोग डाउनलोड कर सकते थे, प्रिंट करा सकते थे, जो ऑनलाइन वाले बच्चे हैं जिनको ऑनलाइन एक्सेस मिला है. ऑफलाइन ऑनलाइन को अलग करने का एक रीजन ये भी था, लास्ट ईयर तक हमने ऑफलाइन वाले बच्चों को भी ऑनलाइन एक्सेस दिया था. व्हाई डिड वी डू अवे विद इट? आप ऑफलाइन लेते हो, ऑनलाइन किसी को दे देते हो, वो किसी हैकर को दे देता है, वो डाउनलोड करके बेच रहा होता है. कोई फ्री में डाल दे तो फिर भी ठीक है, कोई बेच रहा है, इट इज लाइक इट इज आवर हार्ड वर्क. एंड कोई स्कैमस्टर, कोई फ्रॉड, कोई चीट इज अर्निंग मनी आउट ऑफ इट. वो ब्लैक मनी क्रिएट कर रहा है, सारी चीजें कर रहा है ना. तो वो प्रॉब्लम्स थी, दैट इज व्हाई वी आर टेकिंग सम मेजर्स. तो अभी जैसे वी स्टार्टेड इट विद सोशियोलॉजी में वी वर एबल टू प्रिवेंट, थर्ड बैच के वीडियोस लीक होने शुरू हुए थे, तो वी वर एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई द पर्सन, उसके अगेंस्ट वी हैव रिमूव दैट एक्सेस. वो बदतमीजी कर रहा था, तो वी हैव, मतलब अब जो स्टूडेंट होता है वो मिसबिहेव नहीं करता. स्टूडेंट बोलता है आई एम सॉरी सर, मैंने दोस्त के साथ शेयर कर दिया, आई विल नॉट डू इट अगेन. वो मिसबिहेव भी कर रहा था, तो वी हैव आल्सो फाइल्ड अ पुलिस कंप्लेंट अगेंस्ट हिम विद ऑल द डिटेल्स कि ये उसकी यूपीआई आईडी है, ये इसका ये है, हमने खुद ही खरीद लिए थे उससे वीडियोस with all the proof. We have done that ना. तो अब हमने सोशो में किया था, अब हम we will also be doing it for other courses. देखो, what I personally aim, मैं आप मेरे से पूछना चाहते हो मैं क्या चाहता हूँ, मैं चाहता हूँ कि जीएस फाउंडेशन कोर्स में 50,000 में रन कर पाऊँ. आई स्टार्टेड दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन जब 2 साल पहले हमने जीएस फाउंडेशन शुरू किया था. वी स्टार्टेड विद अ फी ऑफ 50,000, बट एवरीवन अज्यूम्ड कि वी विल बी एन इंफीरियर इंस्टीट्यूशन, इसलिए फी 50,000 है. 50,000 इज वेरी पॉसिबल. 50,000 में अगर मैं 1000 बच्चों को पढ़ाता हूँ, 5 करोड़ का रेवेन्यू आता है, मेरे को बहुत प्रॉफिट होगा. बट there's an assumption कि this is an inferior institution. That is why last year we launched the GS Foundation course at 55,000. बाद में हमने उसका फी 1 लाख कर दिया, because people came here and they're like 55,000. Why so low? तो we will reduce it. We keep PMP का PMP कोर्स आप देखोगे, आपको 10,000 12,000 जितने में भी मिला है कोर्स, उसमें I promise you your returns will be way higher than that. I promise you that. आपको आपने जितनी चीजें जीएस फाउंडेशन में नहीं पढ़ी होंगी 1.5 लाख रुपए फीस देके, उतनी यहां पढ़ रहे होगे. बट उसके बाद भी इफ यू डाउनलोड इट एंड देन शेयर इट विद समवन, उसके दिक्कतें हो जाती है. लास्ट ईयर समवन वाज लाइक, मेरा करंट अफेयर्स लीक होता है, मुझे ज्यादा टेंशन नहीं है, बिकॉज अगले साल मैं कुछ और पढ़ाऊंगा. बट बहुत सारे टीचर्स का लाइफ है, बहुत सारे टीचर्स का करियर यही है ना. उनके लिए बहुत प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाती है, एंड दे देन कम एंड फाइट विद अस कि नहीं आप कुछ कर ही नहीं पा रहे हो, तो मैं क्यों पढ़ाऊं यहाँ पे. If you're not preventing my optional videos getting leaked, no, who would come to me to study with me tomorrow? अब हिस्ट्री टीचर तो सेम चीज ही पढ़ा रहा होगा, है ना, अगर ये सारी चीजें होती है तो दैट इज वाई पीडीएफ में अभी टेलीग्राम पे नहीं डाल पाऊंगा, क्योंकि आप टेलीग्राम से लेके उसे कर रहे हो। दूसरा, वी हैव स्टार्टेड द प्रोसेस फॉर पीएमपी आल्सो, बाय 10th ऑफ जैन इट विल बी कंप्लीटेड। तो 10th ऑफ जनवरी से क्या होगा, बोथ वीडियोस भी हम यूनिक, हर बच्चे के लिए यूनिक डाल रहे हैं। हमारे लिए कॉस्ट ज्यादा आ रहा है, बट वी आर कीपिंग यूनिक वीडियोस जो हर बच्चे से लिंक्ड हो, कि इस बच्चे का ही वीडियो। अभी तक क्या होता था, वी यूज्ड टू अपलोड अ वीडियो और उस वीडियो पे फिर डायनेमिक वाटरमार्क वगैरह प्ले होता था, विच कैन बी रिमूव्ड इजीली, and after that that video is not unique to any student. Now it will be unique to every student, pdf will be unique to every student, or will also be, in this way we'll try to prevent piracy and all those stuff, so that हम जिस पर्पस के लिए इंस्टीट्यूशन शुरू कर पाए वो हो, नहीं तो फिर इंस्टीट्यूशन बंद हो जाएगा। बंद होने से मेरी लाइफ सॉर्टेड रहेगी। इन 2021 आई वाज ऑफर्ड अ सैलरी ऑफ 5 crore rupees a year, मैंने वो नहीं किया, आई केप्ट ऑन गेटिंग 50,000 मेरे बेसिक खर्चे के लिए यहाँ से। तो मेरा लाइफ बहुत सॉर्टेड रहेगा अगर इंस्टीट्यूशन बंद हो जाता है तो। अब एडमिन का काम, ये काम, आई एम अ टीचर, आई एम नॉट एन एंटरप्रेन्योर, आई एम नॉट समवन जिसका इंटरेस्ट बहुत सारी चीजों में उसमें है। आई एम अ टीचर, आई एम अ हार्डकोर टीचर, मुझे पढ़ना पढ़ाने में बहुत मजा आता है। बट किसी पर्पस के लिए जब ये चला रहे हैं उसमें आई नीड सपोर्ट फ्रॉम यू पीपल, स्पेशली द ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स। ऑफलाइन वालों को तो ऑनलाइन एक्सेस दिया ही नहीं। स्पेशली सपोर्ट फ्रॉम ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स। आपको किसी को भी फाइनेंशियल दिक्कत है, कम टू अस, वी विल फाइंड अ सोल्यूशन, है ना। कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है, बट आप उसे किसी को दे रहे हो, वो उसे बेच रहा है, हर बच्चे से 1,000 रुपए कलेक्ट कर रहा है, 1,000 बच्चों से उसने 10 लाख रुपए कलेक्ट कर लिए हैं, है ना। ये नहीं होना चाहिए। वो बच्चों को टेलीग्राम चैनल पे रिव्यू पूछता है हमारा, वो उसको पर्सनली मैसेज करता है, बोलता है रिव्यू तो अच्छा है बट मैं तेरे को 500 रुपए में सारे वीडियोस दे दूंगा। दीज थिंग्स विल नेगेटिवली हैम्पर अस, और हमारे सर्वाइवल वाले बता, वी आर नॉट बिग इंस्टीट्यूशन, हम लोग एकदम जीरो से ग्रो कर रहे हैं, एंड आई एम फाउंडर ऑफ दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन, और मेरे पास ना कोई पैसा नहीं है। मैं अभी भी हॉस्टल में रहता हूं जहां मैं एज अ स्टूडेंट रहता था। हाँ, आपको किसी को भरोसा नहीं हो तो चलना, 2 बजे मैं आपको ले चलूंगा। आई एम लिविंग इन ओआरएन इन द सेम रूम वेयर आई वाज लिविंग एज अ स्टूडेंट, नथिंग हैज चेंज्ड। या फिर, हाँ, तो सॉरी, हाँ, कितनी बुद्धि है। अबे यूपीएससी एस्पिरेंट जब था, यूपीएससी एस्पिरेंट जब था, जिस रूम में रह रहा था ओआरएन में, मैं वहीं रहता हूँ। तो इट्स नॉट लाइक आई हैव लॉट्स ऑफ डीप, सुनो 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 सुनो, अरे साइलेंट, इट्स नॉट लाइक आई हैव अ लॉट ऑफ डीप पॉकेट्स एंड थोड़े लीक हो रहे हैं, थोड़े ये हो रहे हैं तो मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, है ना। आई गेट इम्पैक्टेड अ लॉट एंड द बिजनेस गेट्स इम्पैक्टेड अ लॉट। वी ट्राई टू इंश्योर कि हम अपनी पूरी जान लगा के बच्चों को पढ़ाएं। अगर इफ एनी वन ऑफ यू फील्स कि आपके साथ चीटिंग हुआ है, आपको जो प्रॉमिस किया गया नहीं डिलीवर हुआ, यू गेट योर फी रिफंड, विल डू दैट। इफ यू फील कि नहीं, कि अब फी रिफंड का टाइम भी चला गया एंड मेरे साथ चीटिंग हुआ है, तो लीक कर दो, कोई बात नहीं है। बट अगर आपको लगता है कि हमने ऑनेस्टी से डिलीवर किया है, जो जो प्रॉमिस किया है, जितना प्रॉमिस किया उससे शायद थोड़ा ज्यादा ही डिलीवर किया है, इफ वी हैव बीन ऑनेस्ट टू यू, यू ऑल्सो बी ऑनेस्ट टू अस, दैट्स ओनली द रिक्वेस्ट। अगर किसी को ऐसा लग रहा है कि हाँ, मेरे 10,000 रुपए लेके 10,000 रुपए डूब गए हैं, ये बेकार इंस्टीट्यूशन में मैं फंस गया हूं, विद इन फर्स्ट 7 days पूरा रिफंड हो जाता है, ले लो, कोई इशू नहीं है। उसके बाद भी देर इज मैकेनिज्म ऑफ रिफंड, 50% ऑफ द कोर्स तक रिफंड, 50% तक पॉसिबल है। 50% ऑफ कोर्स कंप्लीट होने के बाद रिफंड नहीं हो रहा है, बट वो पॉसिबल है। वी आर द ओनली इंस्टीट्यूशन जो ऐसे 7 दिन के अंदर आपको 7 दिन में रिफंड करने को बोल रहे कि हम पूरा पैसा रिफंड कर देंगे। आपको ऐसा लगता है तो उसके बाद भी अगर आपको तब भी लगे कि मेरे साथ चीटिंग हो गया, ये इस इंस्टीट्यूशन में मैंने 10,000 रुपए 12,000 रुपए जो दिए वो चीटिंग थी, वो मेरे फंस गए, नुकसान हो गए, तब गलत काम करो, तब हमें डैमेज करने का कोशिश करो या कुछ करो। पर इफ यू फील कि हमने पूरी ईमानदारी से आपके लिए काम किया है, आप भी ईमानदारी से मेहनत करिए, पढ़ाई करिए, एंड डोंट गेट इनटू ऑल दिस थिंग जो किसी को भी कैसे भी अकाउंट शेयर कर देते हो। ओके, लेट्स कम बैक। वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट इन्फ्लेशन का इम्पैक्ट ऑन व्हाट, पीपीपी। वेरी सिंपल, लेट्स देखो, 1 kg ऑफ एप्पल, या बास्केट, दिस बास्केट of goods and services was available in India, let's say in 4,000 rupees. The same basket of goods and services is available in US in $100. $100, राइट? तो इससे हमारा क्या आता है कि $1 is equal to 40 rupees. This is the purchasing power parity, है ना? 40 rupees में will be able to get $1. 40 rupees में will be able to get $1. Okay. Now think of inflation. Let's say इस कंट्री में इन्फ्लेशन ज्यादा है, उसमें कम है. Let's say यहाँ पे 10% inflation है and then there is zero inflation there. What would happen? This basket of goods and services will be available in 4,400 rupees. Here it is still available in 100 rupees. What will happen to purchasing power parity? $1 is equal to 44 rupees. जिस कंट्री में इन्फ्लेशन ज्यादा है उस कंट्री का पीपीपी में भी डिप्रिशिएशन हो जाएगा. Earlier 40 rupees was able to buy $1. Now 44 rupees will be able to buy $1 worth of goods and services. So inflation will lead to depreciation of the currency. Nominal exchange rate वाले situation में भी ये होता है. In a country where inflation is ज़्यादा, where your currency keeps on depreciating. That we'll study in the second last booklet where we are dealing with external sector. But in PPP exchange rate also, this is the scenario. Easy, simple. जिस कंट्री में इन्फ्लेशन ज्यादा है वहां पे currency will depreciate more. Nominal exchange rate में भी there will be depreciation. Easy, simple. If there is similar inflation, both of them have same inflation, what would happen in that case? It will become 4,400 rupees ka. It will become $110 ka. 10% inflation would lead to that. So $110 is equal to 4,400 rupees. $1 is equal to 40 rupees. Nothing happens. If inflation is same in both the countries, nominal exchange rate, PPP exchange rate remains same. It doesn't change. If inflation is zero in both the countries, zero is same. But if inflation is higher in one country, lower in other country, जिस कंट्री में वो ज्यादा है उसका पीपीपी एक्सचेंज रेट विल आल्सो डिप्रिशिएट. उसका पीपीपी एक्सचेंज रेट विल आल्सो डिप्रिशिएट. गॉट इट? अर्लियर 40 rupees was good enough for getting $1. Now 44 rupees will be good enough to get goods worth $1. Earlier 40 rupees में we can get goods and services that we were able to get in $1 in US. Now 44 rupees will be needed for getting goods and services which in US is available in $1. Got it? Clear? Okay. When nominal exchange rate becomes equal to PPP exchange rate, the exchange rate accurately reflects the relative price levels of two countries and the currencies are neither overvalued nor undervalued. If PPP exchange rate is lower than nominal exchange rate, $1 is equal to 40 rupees. PPP में $1 is equal to 40 rupees. Nominal exchange rate में $1 is equal to 80 rupees. It means our currency is undervalued. But if PPP exchange rate also becomes $1 is equal to 80 rupees. And that is what? That is when nominal exchange rate is equal to PPP exchange rate. The exchange rate accurately reflects relative price level of two countries. Us time the nominal exchange rate is also reflecting the accurate price levels of the two countries. And the currencies are neither overvalued nor undervalued. But if PPP exchange rate is lower than nominal exchange rate, currency is undervalued. If PPP exchange rate is higher than nominal exchange rate, वो higher तो कभी होगा नहीं वैसे, then it would have been overvalued. Okay. Now GDP at purchasing power parity, इसको भी थोड़ा समझ लेते हैं. देखो, India's GDP is around 300 lakh crores. India's GDP is around 300 lakh crores. So if we convert it on the basis of nominal exchange rate, let's say $1 is equal to 80 rupees. वैसे it's 85 rupees. We say, let's say it is equal to 80 rupees. What will be the GDP in dollars? 3.75 lakh crores. $3.75 lakh crores or $3.75 trillion. Do we understand this? ये हम यहां से कैसे पहुंचे? वी हैव जस्ट रिप्लेस्ड दिस 300 रुपीज बाय $3.75. $1 इज इक्वल टू 80 रुपीज, उस पर 300 रुपीज इज $3.75. Right? Are we getting it? This is when we calculate GDP by nominal exchange rate. Nominal exchange rate में India का GDP is 5th largest in the world. When we convert our GDP into dollars on the basis of nominal exchange rate, we are the 5th largest. But when we convert it on the basis of purchasing power parity exchange rate, PP exchange rate, PPP exchange rate में $1 is equal to 40 rupees as per our basket of goods and services that we have considered here. In that case, our GDP will become 300 lakh crores का GDP है. इसे डॉलर में कन्वर्ट करोगे, $1 is equal to 40 रुपीज के बेसिस पे कन्वर्ट करोगे, इट इज $7.5 लाख करोड़ और $7.5 ट्रिलियन. ये रियलिटी में भी लगभग यही सिचुएशन है. तो when we consider our GDP at what? At nominal exchange rate, our GDP is around $3.7 trillion. But when we consider our GDP in PPP exchange rate, our GDP is around $8 trillion. तो वैसे nominal exchange rate पे when we consider India's economy is 5th largest in the world. But at PPP exchange rate, when we consider our GDP, at PPP exchange rate, when we consider our GDP is the 3rd largest in the world. In fact, way back in 2011-12 में ही अपनी GDP क्या हो गई है? अपनी GDP is 3rd largest in the world after China and USA. PPP exchange rate में China की GDP is the largest in the world, followed by USA and followed by India. So we can say that in overall production, PPP exchange rate is ensuring that you are considering the real like value of goods and services rather than forex में क्या exchange rate है. So in overall production of goods and services, we are 3rd largest in the world. But as per nominal exchange rate, we go to the 5th largest in the world because our currency is undervalued. Okay. तो this was PPP exchange rate वाला फंडा. थोड़ा सा इसे अच्छे से absorb करो. We'll अभी in like perhaps in 10 minutes this booklet would be over and we'll be coming to PYQs. There we'll see several questions on PPP exchange rate is there. Okay, now let's come to ये कुछ वैसे छोटे मोटे टॉपिक्स हैं. रियल जीडीपी एंड वेलफेयर. व्हेन वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट, कि इंडिया का रियल जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट इज 8.2%. इज इट आल्सो रिप्रेजेंटिंग वेलफेयर ऑफ पीपल? तो जनरली विद तो हाउ डू वी मेजर whether our economy is doing well, whether people in that economy will be doing well or not? It will be on the basis of GDP. A country which is economically doing well, generally socio-economic condition is better there. A country where growth rate is better, there the per capita income of people is also improving and the situation, socio-economic condition of people is getting better. ये हमारा assumption है. But there are some limitations in here. When we measure welfare of people with the help of GDP, कुछ problems हो सकती है. Problems जैसे distribution of income. While India का economy is growing up a lot, growth is growing up a lot, but it is benefiting only a few people. Let's say tomorrow Reliance Industries starts a e-vehicle company and starts manufacturing a lot of e-vehicles, but it has completely automated the factory. Robots काम कर रहे हैं वहां पे. तो while our GDP will be high, gross domestic product will increase, है ना? Gross GNP divided by or NNP divided by population or per capita income will also appear to be high, but in reality people are not getting jobs, right? So first problem, distribution of income. While Mukesh Ambani's income will increase a lot, India's overall GDP will increase a lot, but most of the people at ground level will be suffering. So GDP may not be the correct representation of welfare of people because of income inequality. ऐसे ही composition of GDP will also play a role. If we are producing a lot of, let's say, defense equipments, our GDP is doing very well, our growth rate is doing very well because of production of a lot of defense equipment. Is it going to ensure welfare of people? No. If our GDP was increasing while because of improvement in services of education, improvement in service, वो service sector ही है. Improvement in services in health, improvement in road infrastructure, then welfare of people would have been more than if we are spending a lot of money in defense. अब defense पे भी spend करने की जरूरत है, but it was not leading to direct welfare of the people. Similarly, there are non-monetary exchange which real GDP is not able to consider. For example, in rural areas, some barter system may continue. Payment to farm laborers is often made in kind. Farm laborers आते हैं तो उन्हें 5 किलो अनाज दे दिया एक दिन का काम करने के लिए. Those kind of things are not considered, not taken care of, not measured by real GDP. So that may also not. So real. Here we are talking about what are the things which are because of which we say that real GDP may not be representing the welfare of people in a effective manner. And then there are externalities. What are externalities? Externalities is like GDP is increasing, fine. Economic growth is going up, fine. But in the way we grew our GDP, it led to a lot of pollution. It led to a lot of deforestation. So while economic growth has occurred, people have more money in their hand. But is it leading to welfare? Are people able to breathe clean air? अगर वो नहीं कर पा रहे तो वेलफेयर नहीं है. तो why real GDP or GDP growth rate sometimes may not be able to measure welfare effectively. ये वो वाले कुछ dimensions है. Prelims में कभी आ सकते हैं कि real GDP welfare में क्या issues है, तो you should be able to answer that. Now last topic, एक saving rate and household saving rate. These are current issues. अभी in October, November growth rate के perspective से saving rate, current saving rate, etc. have been playing an important role. But before I go here, let's go back to our circular flow in the economy की जब हम बात कर रहे थे. Let's say there are only two sectors. What two sectors? Household sector and business sector. What is household sector providing them? Land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship. इसके बदले में they are giving them land का rent, wage, interest and profit. है ना? But they are producing goods and services. They are supplying goods and services to them. In return, right? ये वाला part, this and this is representing money flow, and this is representing real flow. No, let me change the color of the pen. This and this is representing real flow. यहाँ पैसों की exchange नहीं हो रहा. क्या exchange हो रहा है? Land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship. They are providing goods and services. This is the real flow, and money flow is when they are getting money from them and they are giving money to them. ये situation है. So ideally, if this is the scenario, if this, let's say these businesses are able to produce 100 kg of wheat, 100 kg of or 5 TVs, ऐसे कुछ चीजें produce कर पा रहे हैं, right? They produce those many things, they consume these many things, they give them profit, interest, they pay them for this. In this scenario, no, economy will not be able to grow. Why? जो इनका capacity था, capability था, वो तो increase हो ही नहीं रहा ना. Business should be able to produce more in order for GDP next year to be higher. So for business to improve, for businesses to produce more, there has to be more investment here. If they were producing 5 TVs every year, you want them to produce 6 TVs, then either more laborers would be needed or more capital would be needed. There has to be investment here. There has to be investment here, plus और क्या होना चाहिए? Other than investment, you also have to ensure that these businesses are not only producing consumption goods and services, they're also producing capital goods. What are capital goods? Capital goods are goods which are used by businesses for producing more goods and services. So rather than just making toys, they should also be making machines which will be able to make more toys. For that, what will this need? This will need investment. It will need, businesses will need investment. Now, where will investment come from? Investment may come from that business may make some savings. So while they are paying rent, wage, interest and profit, इन्होंने जितना प्रोड्यूस किया, जीडीपी जितना था प्रोडक्शन, उतना ही they do not supply income to households. Whatever is your production, that is your income. They don't supply all the income to households. Some money they keep with themselves. That is saving. They will use this saving for buying more machines. They'll use this saving for buying more machines, having more capital, increasing their production. Or what may happen is they get rent, wage, these things. इनका income जो हुआ, household का income. Household does not spend all the income in consumption expenditure. A household earn 100 rupees, it will spend, let's say, 70 rupees in consumption expenditure, 30 rupees it is able to save. चाहे business save करे or household save करे. When household is saved it, household will deposit it with bank and bank may give loan. They can take loan, they can buy more machine, increase the production. Do we get this? Do we understand it? So saving done by business, saving done by household. Even saving done by government can come into play here. But it is this saving which eventually converts into investment. If our saving is very less, then investment would be less. If investment would be less, growth rate would be less. Saving is thus very crucial. Saving is thus very important. Or saving maybe na, it's financial saving which is more important. What is financial saving? They got 100 rupees, they consumed 70 rupees. But 30 rupees they saved, but 30 rupees may, let's say they buy gold. अब gold is something that they're keeping with themselves. Gold is not going to bank, which is going to get in the form of loans to people. So what is important is this saving should happen in financial saving format. ये अपना एक नया घर बना लेंगे, that is fine, that is needed to some extent, but that will be physical saving. What we need more is financial saving so that it could finance the investment in the business sector. एक चीज तो हमें क्या करनी पड़ेगी, ये करनी पड़ेगी. दूसरा, अब now this business, if it is only, all the businesses are being represented here, if they're only producing consumption goods, that will be a problem. They have to produce capital goods too. They have to produce capital goods and they have to, like businesses have to buy those capital goods for increasing their production. But यहाँ पे भी हम क्या पढ़ने वाले? How is saving rate impacting growth? Because this is in news a lot. Recently, India का जो household saving है, that has deteriorated. Net household financial saving is one of the lowest in last 50 years. तो second topic है यहाँ पे. We'll understand there what is net household financial saving. उसको समझेंगे. Don't worry. Prelims में आ सकता है. Which of the following best represent net household financial saving? We should understand those concepts. But it is one of the lowest in the world. तो news में ये चीजें बहुत चल रही है. Economic Survey of India will also discuss it. जब भी आएगा 31st January को, you will see they will be discussing saving वाला concept. तो पहले, सबसे पहले saving rate and growth में relation, let's understand that. Saving rate and spend. So understanding the relation between saving rate and economic growth, high saving rate facilitates higher investment, which contributes to improved physical and human capital, which can contribute to economic growth. So high saving rate means what? High economic growth. This is also visible from several data. जैसे इंडिया का इकोनॉमी हैज डन वेरी वेल बिटवीन FY04 and FY08. तो 2003-4 में ड्यूरिंग वाजपेयी एरा, ड्यूरिंग प्राइम मिनिस्टर वाजपेयी's era, a lot of reforms took place in India's economy. And उस reforms के profits started getting visible in 2003-4. तो 3-4 से 7-8 वाजपेयी era, मनमोहन सिंह era. Indian economy was doing very well, but we will see इस टाइम पे ना हमारा saving rate also had increased drastically. अभी आते हैं, we'll come back to this figure. तो We are saying if saving rates are high, economic growth will be high. This is visible from India's data. This is also visible from economies all over the world. Those economies or those countries where there is a culture of saving, China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, these are some countries where there is a culture of saving. जहां पे सेविंग का कल्चर ज्यादा है, सेविंग रेट ज्यादा है, वहां पे इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ हैव रिमेन्ड हाई. बट दोज इकोनॉमीज, दोज कंट्रीज वेयर देयर इज नॉट अ कल्चर, जैसे इफ यू गो टू लैटिन अमेरिका, वहां पे कल्चर ऑफ सेविंग इतना नहीं है, वहां पे सेविंग रेट्स आर नॉट वेरी हाई. तो इन स्पाइट ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट दे वर डेवलपिंग कंट्रीज, बट दे हैव, जैसे व्हेन द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ ब्रिक वाज फर्स्ट गिवन, they said कि यार Brazil, Russia, India, China in 21st century will become major economies contributing to the overall development, overall economic growth of the world. But Brazil has become stagnant. Brazil's economic growth does not remain very high. It does not remain very high because वहाँ पे saving rates बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है. If you go to African countries, वहाँ पे a lot of what is not happening, economic growth is not occurring. Growth rate does not remain very high because culture of saving or saving rates do not remain very high. Whereas in these countries, we have seen high economic growth because of high saving rates. As per India rating research, Indian economy needs saving rate and investment rates of close to around 35% on a sustained basis to get back to 8% of GDP growth year on year. If we want to achieve, तो अभी हमने demographic dividend ये concepts पढ़े नहीं है. We'll study all these things in coming classes. But if we want to ensure that we produce enough number of jobs, we'll have to ensure कि हमारा economy is growing at least at a rate of around 8%. And India rating and research says that if India consistently want to grow at 8%, its saving rate should be around 35%. Saving rate is around 35%, meaning investment rate is also similar to saving rate. कुछ variation हो जाते हैं, not everything gets invested, not every saving gets invested, but if saving rates are high, investment rates are also high. If investment, मेरी कंपनी 100 करोड़ रुपए प्रोडक्शन कर रही है, next year it has to increase production to 110 crore rupees. That would happen only when more investment is there. So all these three things tell us कि यार saving rate से ही economic growth होगा. Okay. What other things? If saving rates are high, our dependency on foreign investment reduces. Why? Because within country there will be a lot of investments. If saving rates are high, there will be financial stability. A healthy saving rate can act as a buffer during economic downturn, providing resilience and stability. Why? Economic downturn के time क्या होगा? You would need more investment, and if there are, देखो, consider this. Consider a household. In this household, there's a culture of saving. Every year, whatever I earn, उसका 30% goes into my banks or stocks. Stocks में ही जाना financial saving ही है, और SIP. तो FD में है पैसा, ऐसे है पैसा, ऐसे है पैसा. When recession comes, I lose my job, but I have some savings in bank. मेरा demand कम नहीं होगा because I have enough money to survive. Economic growth or economic recovery would be easier. But suppose I don't have a lot of saving, I lose my jobs. Will my consumption reduce drastically? It will reduce drastically. So during recession, we will always have recession recovery cycles. Economic growth अच्छा है, economic growth खराब है, economic growth अच्छा है, economic growth खराब है. When economic growth is bad, at that time recovery is much easier in economies where saving rates are high. I hope we understand the reason for it. And then reaping the benefit of demographic dividend. अब ये ना, do we all understand what demographic dividend is? देखो, generally what happens, generally in countries, working age population is lesser and dependent population is higher. In an underdeveloped country, younger population बहुत ज्यादा होता है, working age कम होता है, elderlies का population कम होता है. In an advanced economy, developed economy, old age population keeps on increasing. Working age population remains on the lower side. But when this transition is happening from underdeveloped country to developing country to developed country, there would be a phase where working age population is higher than डिपेंडेंट पॉपुलेशन, दैट इज एल्डरलीज और बच्चों से ज्यादा कौन सा पॉपुलेशन है? वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन. दैट इज द टाइम व्हेन पोटेंशियल जीडीपी ऑफ दिस कंट्री विल बी हाई. If we are able to generate enough jobs and ensure that all this working age population are employed, it would lead to a lot of production, and this can ensure that this country is growing very fast and perhaps is becoming a developed country also. अगर हम अपना डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड वाला फेज प्रॉपरली यूटिलाइज कर पाते हैं तो इंडिया हैज एंटर्ड इट्स डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड फेज. इंडिया का वर्कफोर्स इज मोर देन 50% ऑफ इट्स पॉपुलेशन टुडे. इंडिया का वर्कफोर्स, वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन इज मोर देन 50% ऑफ इट्स पॉपुलेशन टुडे. So if we want to properly utilize this demographic dividend, we'll have to create lots of jobs. For that, we'll need lots of investment. So saving rate is in this way is also crucial for achieving the benefits of demographic dividend. But what is happening to saving rate? देखो, saving rate had kept on increasing generally. आप 1950s से देखोगे, saving rate kept on increasing. In 2011 तक it had remained very high, but since 2011 it has been coming down. Not a good sign. In 1617 का Economic Survey of India had discussed the concept of saving rate in a lot of detail, and they had talked about why declining saving rate is a cause of concern. उस साल in the mains examination also they had asked a question on saving rate and its impact on economic growth. तो अब ये चीज 2016-17 के इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में, बट इट डजंट मीन दैट इट्स नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. It is important. We have to understand it. We have to cover it. क्योंकि recently also, because our saving rates household saving rates have declined so much, it is 50 years के अपने lowest वाले पर, 47 years में अपने lowest वाले situation में. But overall saving rate of economy, what is happening? आपसे एक सवाल पूछा गया. In recent years, India's saving rate has consistently increased. No. In recent years, India's saving rate has been on increasing trend. True or false? False. It's not an increasing trend. In the last 1 decade, India's saving rate has been on an increasing trend. No, it has been on decreasing trend. But from 1950s to roughly 2010-11, generally there was a increasing trend. So India's gross saving rate were on increasing trend till 2008, reaching around 38%. But after FY11, 2008 में वो अपने peak पे है, फिर 2011 तक roughly सही रहा है, बीच में थोड़ा बढ़ा है. But since 2011, it has been coming down. But after 2011, there has been a fall in saving rate and investment. Currently, gross saving rate stands at 30.2%. At one time, it was around 37-38%. It has come down to 30.2% in FY23, and FY24 में it's 31.8. You will see FY24 में थोड़ा सा rise है. Investment rate in India is close to 31%. Saving rates के लगभग similar level पे what happens? Investment happens. But in order to ensure that our GDP continues to grow at least 8%, what is the saving rate that we need? 35%. So our saving rates still remain lower. What determines saving rate? One thing is average economic growth. Economic growth अच्छा रहेगा, आपका saving rate भी अच्छा रहेगा. We have seen this in देखो, initially our economic growth was on the lower side. Our growth rate was on the lower side. Can we see low saving rates? जैसे जैसे अपना growth rate बहुत अच्छा हुआ है, saving rate has also gone up. यहाँ देखिए. In India, in first 3 decades after independence, economy grew at an average of 3.5% and average gross domestic saving was 13.5%. In 1980s, economy grew at 5.6%, saving rate increased to 18.6%. बाद में economy has been growing at 7%. Between FY93 and FY12, economy grew at 7% average. Our saving rate was also increased to 27%. So generally, high economic growth leads to high saving rates will lead to high economic growth, but high economic growth also leads to high saving. Now, understand the reason for it. वो दूसरे वाले, पहले वाला तो हमने समझ में आया. High investment leads to high economic growth. We understand that. How high economic growth is leading to high saving rate? When economy is doing very well, वो बोलते हैं ना, जिस चीज को छुओ सोना बन जाता है. जो बिजनेस शुरू करो वो अच्छा कर रहा है. What would happen? People would want to invest in businesses. Right? I'll see my neighbor. He started a business. उसका इनकम बढ़ गया. I'll be like, hey, पैसे बचाओ थोड़े, तुम फालतू में पैसे खर्च करते रहते हो. I'll save that money and I will invest. When economy is doing well, investment rates would also be high. Saving rates would also be high. Are we getting it? When saving rates are high, economy is doing well. When economy is doing well, in phases where economy does well, saving rates are also higher. पहला point समझ में आया? Then per capita income, marginal propensity to spend reduces or marginal propensity to consume reduces as our income increase. ऐसे समझो ना, खाना खाना है, Engel's law हमने पढ़ा था अभी. I was spending 50% of my income where? On food. But as my income increased, the consumption expenditure, did it reduce? The marginal propensity to consume edges lower amid rising per capita income and it can increase saving, then ensuring price stability. If inflation control mein hai, to people's expenditure on consumption things would be lesser, savings would be higher, financial inclusion and financial and interest rates. Now what is this? देखो, suppose I'm a farmer, rich farmer, बहुत सारी जमीनें हैं, बहुत अनाज उगता है, but I don't have a bank account. What happens? वो सारा अनाज बेचा, कैश आया, कैश मेरे घर में रखा हुआ है. That's physical saving. That's not financial saving. This cash, if it had gone to bank would have given it in the form of loan. So while saving is there, the saving did not convert into investment. So if financial inclusion was there, if I had an option of I had a bank account, if I knew how to invest money in stock markets, if I knew how to invest money in grey market, stock जब भी उस कंपनी का स्टॉक BSE पे नहीं है, IPO नहीं हुआ है, but still in grey market I'm able to buy its shares. If I knew mutual funds में पैसे लगाने, if I knew insurance में पैसे लगाने, all this money would have become financial saving. Right? ऐसे if interest rate, if banks में interest rates are higher, we'll be more interested in keeping the money with bank with higher interest rate, those kind of things. So these things can also determine saving rates. Okay, I hope अगर आप हमसे क्वेश्चन पूछा जाएगा, which of the following can contribute to increasing the saving rates, or which of the following may lead to reduction in saving rates, we'll be able to understand, we'll be able to answer that question. Why are we covering this with economic growth? Because saving rate is a important component of economic growth. Saving rate is directly proportional to economic growth. जितना ज्यादा saving rate होगा उतना ज्यादा economic growth होगा, and that we can understand by common sense also. Save more, invest in capital more, next year ability to produce will also be higher. Okay. Decreasing household saving rates and key concerns. Now, there are some doubts. Will PMP students get updates April, May, or we have to buy target prelims? बेटा PMP 1.0 वाले students को April, May के भी सारे updates में दूंगा target पे. PMP 2.0 क्योंकि 1.0 का fee was on the higher side, we have included 1.0 target prelims with it. But some people complained कि why are you keeping the fee high? तो हमने PMP का fee कम कर दिया है. And you have an option of April, May में अगर आपको current affairs target prelims जो दूसरा course है उसके updates लेने हैं तो you can enroll in that course. Doesn't tax determine saving rate? बेटा देखो प्लीज समझो इस बात को. If taxes are high, मेरे पास तो पैसे बचेंगे ही नहीं ना. If taxes are high, I will not want to keep my money in bank. Because I will, जब taxes बहुत ज्यादा होंगे तो मैं tax नहीं देना चाहूंगा, मैं income दिखाना ही नहीं चाहूंगा. But when taxes are less, what happens in that scenario? When tax rates are less, I'll be like, चलो कोई बात नहीं, let's keep money in bank. थोड़ा tax ही तो भरना पड़ेगा. People who hold black money, who do not pay interest, who do not pay taxes, do they keep their money in bank? So does it lead to investment? No. Right? I hope you understand this. Sir, you are teaching us very well. Achha. Understanding becoming interesting and easy. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Sir, please explain difference between real exchange rate and PPP. बताते हैं, वो भी बताते हैं. With high saving rate, we experience economic growth, but in short run, only due to level effect we experience in the economy. But I did not understand what the question is. High inflation, low saving rate, question mark. बेटा देखो, suppose I am earning 100 rupees per day. and I'm spending 70 rupees in my per day in rent, food, clothing, etc. So 30 rupees I'm saving. But suppose inflation increases, so 70 rupees will not be enough. I may have to spend 80 rupees. What will I be left with? 20 rupees. क्या saving reduce हो गया? High inflation leading to low saving. I hope you get it, beta. Jay. Okay. Now let's come to household saving rate and key concept. देखो, saving rate of the economy includes household saving, business saving. ये सब include करता है. Now we are talking about household saving. Now we are talking about household saving. So overall our saving rate is 31-32%. Overall our saving rate is 31-32%. Do you remember? 30% in FY23, 31% in FY24. That is the overall saving rate of economy. Household का saving rate क्या है and how is it getting impacted? Let us understand that. देखिए, as per National Statistics Office, household saving as a percentage of GDP was 18.4% in FY23, which is lower than average of 20% between FY23 and FY20. तो FY23 में household saving rate is 18.4%. FY23 में household saving rate is 18.4%. It is declined from FY22 or FY21 saving rate. And it is lower than the average of previous 10 years. 2013 से 2022 में average was how much? 20%. It has come down to 18.4%. ये तो household का total saving है, including physical saving. We are not talking about financial savings here. Physical saving, सारी saving household की कितनी है? 18.4%, which is a lower number. Now, let's understand the concept of household net financial saving. Household net financial saving क्या होता है? Because it is something that has gone to 4 decades. This was something which was in news recently. But let's first understand what is household net financial saving. सबसे पहले we understand saving. मेरा जितना income था उसमें consumption expenditure हटाने के बाद the money that I was left with is my saving. So saving for household is around 18%. Fine. Financial saving. We understand saving? Saving is around 18.4% FY23. That is household saving. Now what is financial saving? Of this saving, how much money has gone to banks, stocks, insurance, mutual funds? That is financial saving. Did we understand what is financial saving? So the saving I had, suppose I saved 18 rupees. Out of 100 rupees, I saved 18 rupees. Of the 18 rupees, I may have constructed my house. I may have bought some gold. उसके बाद I may be left with only 8-9 rupees. So this 8-9 rupees I may keep in my bank. This is financial saving. Rest was physical saving. 18 rupees was the total saving. 18.4% is the saving rate. 18 rupees was the total saving. But of that, some saving was in the physical form. Some saving is in financial. Did you understand financial saving? अब आते हैं net financial saving. Now let's add net to it. So saving is 18% right now. Financial saving, let's say, is 9%. ऐसे में number बोल रहा हूँ, I don't know the exact number there. I know about net financial saving. Financial saving is, let's say, 9%. So if I'm earning 100 rupees, I'm saving 9 rupees in banks or stocks or other, in which money is financialized. Financial saving समझ में आया? Now net financial saving is financial saving minus my borrowings. मैंने बैंक से लोन लिया होगा ना? One is money that I deposit with bank. Other is money that I'm taking from bank. While I deposited 9 rupees in bank, I may have also borrowed some money from bank. If you subtract that, you reach net financial saving. So saving, overall saving, both physical and financial. Financial saving, only the financial component. उस financial saving में से भी when you subtract the loans that you may have taken, the credit you may have taken, that is net financial saving. Do each one of us understand it? Everyone is very comfortable with it? Please let me know if you have any doubts. No? Okay. Net household financial saving as a percentage of GDP has come down to 5.3% in FY23, which is the lowest in last 47. In fact, in the last 10 years, 2013 से 2022 तक, average was 8%, but it has now come down to 5.3%. Net financial saving has come down to 5.3% from an average of 8%, and this 5.3% is lowest in last 47 years. Why is it so? देखो, अब फाइनेंशियल सेविंग का फाइनेंशियल पार्ट इज फाइनेंशियल सेविंग, फिजिकल पार्ट फाइनेंशियल पार्ट. तो वन रीजन में भी पीपल आर हैविंग फिजिकल सेविंग मोर, तब फाइनेंशियल सेविंग कम हो सकता है. अदर रीजन वुड बी नेट फाइनेंशियल सेविंग कब कम हो जाएगा? फाइनेंशियल सेविंग है बट पीपल आर ऑल्सो टेकिंग अ लॉट ऑफ लोन. बोथ द फैक्टर्स आर हियर. Both the factors are contributing here. How are they contributing? From household sector, saving in physical assets have been a dominant and rising component. This is the major issue. People are investing in gold, people are investing in new houses, etc. Second, rising debt. People are borrowing a lot of money. Inflation, lower increase in income. देखो, with increase in income, saving rates remain high. हमारा overall saving rate is also low. Household saving rate is 18.4%. Is it? Average was 20% over the last one decade. So it's because of inflation. It's because of lower growth in income. Inflation ज्यादा है, but लोगों की income इतनी grow नहीं हो रही है. In recent years, income growth has not. अभी हम when we'll study the chapter on employment, we'll see that in recent years, while prices have kept on growing, people's income, especially in the organized sector, has not grown at the same extent. तो अगर inflation बढ़ रहा है, income उतनी नहीं बढ़ रही है, what would happen? Your expenses will, consumption expenditure will increase, saving will come down. अगर saving come down हो रहा है तो उसमें financial saving will also come down and net financial saving will also come down. तो one is we are investing in physical asset because of which all the saving is not getting mobilized as financial saving. Then there is high inflation, lower income, so overall saving rate is low. And then there is rising debt. अब डेट क्यों ज्यादा है उसे थोड़ा और समझते हैं, बट प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड household net financial saving are the total money and investment families have, like deposit, stock, bonus minus any money they owe, like loans and debt. Net financial saving में financial saving minus loan, debt, etc. is net financial saving. Now, what led to fall in saving rates? उसमें what are the factors which are leading to fall in saving rate? One is the younger generation, जो millennials हैं, Gen Zs हैं. देखो, when all of us look at our parents, हमारे पेरेंट्स ना बहुत पैसे बचाते थे. In everything they'll try to save. You'll go when you were kids and you were not in control of how many clothes you will buy. You had lesser number of clothes than what you have today. When you yourself are deciding things. जब हम खुद से डिसाइड कर रहे हैं, अभी पैसे हम पेरेंट्स के उड़ा रहे हैं. But when we have to control things, our tendency to spend more is there. We are not that much focused on saving. When we were kids, हम जब छोटे बच्चे थे, कभी पॉकेट मनी मिलती भी थी, पापा मम्मी कन्विंस कर देते गुल्लक में डाल दे, है ना, इसे बचा के तो कुछ खरीद लेना. They used to promote these behaviors where we are saving money, isn't it? But in the new generation, that culture is somehow not there. There are many reasons for it. Our parents, our grandparents lived in or that time of India where India was not doing socio-economically as well as we are doing. राइट तो उनके बिहेवियर में वो सेविंग, उन्होंने ज्यादा स्ट्रगल्स किए हैं. हमारे पेरेंट्स ने, ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स ने सर्वाइवल के लिए, जॉब्स के लिए ज्यादा स्ट्रगल किए हैं देन व्हाट वी आर डूइंग. दैट मे बी द रीजन. बट प्रोपेंसिटी ऑफ यंग जनरेशन टू स्पेंड मोर एंड सेव लेस. फिर कोविड के बाद रिवेंज स्पेंडिंग. कोविड में कुछ कर नहीं पाए, चलो सारा घूमना, अभी घूम लक्षद्वीप, मालदीव सब यही करके आएंगे. इंक्रीजिंग हाउसहोल्ड बोरोइंग और डेट बर्डन. एक दूसरी चीज ये हो रही है, net financial saving will reduce by that. Now, why is household borrowing going up? First of all, देखो, CRISIL states that a sharp rise in borrowing by individual from banks and other financial institutions brought down net saving. है ना, तो स्टडी बोल रहा है कि बोरोइंग बढ़ी है. Household financial liabilities at 5.8% in fiscal 2023 touched the peak after the global financial crisis. तो 2008-9 के बाद हमारी जो लोन्स है वो one of the highest है. Household financial liabilities, that is loans, are at 5.8%, which are amongst the highest. Loans ज्यादा है, debt ज्यादा है, तो financial saving minus loans debt is net financial saving. तो net financial saving is on the lower side. But why? Why? देखो, before the financial crisis, 2007-8 financial crisis, banks, why did 2007-8 financial crisis occur? बोलो बोलो, सही बोल रहे थे. Subprime loans or subprime lending. It occurred because of subprime lending. Do we understand what is subprime lending? सबको पता है what is subprime lending? Okay. They were giving a lot of loans to people who were not capable of repaying the loan, whose credit rating was low. Banks वाले पागल थे क्या? No. They were doing it because there was a housing bubble going on. What is housing bubble? You buy a house today which is of 1 crore rupees. You are not capable of paying 1 lakh rupees as EMI, but still आप 1 करोड़ का घर खरीद ले रहे हो because you know कि next year the price of this house will be 1 crore 40 lakhs. तो I'll sell it in 1 crore 40 lakhs. And मैं अपना लोन भी पे कर दूंगा and I'll also make some profit because price of houses were increasing. This was the situation in US. But then this kind of bubble that comes, eventually it bursts. कितना प्राइस बढ़ेगा? Banks were giving loan to people even if they were subprime borrowers. That is, they were not capable of repaying that loan based on their income. But because they were mortgaging their houses, वो अपना घर नया खरीद ले रहे थे और वो लोन पे पैसे लेके खरीद रहे थे. But when the housing bubble busted, वो 1 करोड़ का घर आपने खरीदा, but now it's worth 80 lakh rupees only. You were expecting that you will pay this money back because of increase in prices, but prices actually went down. Now you're not in a position to pay the loan back. You're not in a position to pay the loan back. Bank बोल रहा है NPA हो गया मेरा सारा. Some banks collapsed. Some banks were not able to recover there's so much of loan got stuck that those banks collapsed. जैसे Lehman Brothers was one of the banks. जब हम first year of अपने कॉलेज में गए थे 2007-8 में, उस टाइम क्या था? Lehman Brothers was one of the biggest salary paying companies. But हम जब अपने फर्स्ट ईयर में ही थे तभी वो क्या हो रहा है? बैंक कोलैप्स हो रहा है. हमने कहा ये भी गया, जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी की लगने वाली है. बैंक कोलैप्स हुआ, राइट? उसके बाद ना क्या हुआ? बैंक्स बिकेम केयरफुल इन गिविंग लोन्स. In fact, NPAs of all the banks in 2010s, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, we will banking sector में पढ़ेंगे. Banks के NPAs were peaking like anything. Their non-performing assets were increasing a lot, leading to they not being able to give a lot of loan. They were being very careful. But in recent years, banks' NPAs have reduced. Bank की situation improve हो गई है. And banks are pushing for more loans. You are getting more calls. House loan, car loan, कोई तो loan ले लो. You're getting a lot of those calls. So banks are, why did financial liability of household increase? It increased because of push from banks and BFCs. Improved bank balance sheet played a role here. After the COVID, with corporate credit sluggish, personal loans got a big push. COVID के बाद corporate loans बहुत ज़्यादा, business loans बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं दिए जाए. So banks have money also. So banks are pushing households for taking loans. Then fintechs have also eased credit availability. Now through various apps, you're able to go and take loans. While banks would have done lot of KYC and lot of due diligence, these fintech companies are not doing that much due diligence. बोलते कि आप इस पे अकाउंट बनाओ, ये सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स दो, आपको लोन मिल जाएगा. तो all these things have led to more debt, more loan. तो net financial saving minus debt is the net financial saving. Net financial saving has come down because of this reason. A problem एक और है. Most of these loans are being taken for consumption purpose. If these loans were being taken for investment purpose, तब तो बात ही कुछ नहीं रहती. These loans are being taken for consumption purpose and would not contribute to the GDP. Then high inflation, household income hasn't grown at the same rate as inflation. These are some of the factors. Now, why will it be detrimental to economic growth? It reduces overall saving rate and thus reduces. अब देखो, why are we saying household financial saving reduces overall saving rate? Because it was household financial saving which contributed to 60 to 70% of India's total saving. अभी भी देखो, India's total saving rate is around 30%. Household saving rate is around 18%. उसका 60%. Of the overall saving rate, 60% is contributed by whom? Household. If household saving rates reduce, India ka overall saving rates reduce, and overall saving rates reduces. What reduces? Investment reduces and thus economic growth reduces. Slowing down of economic recovery. हमने बोला है when saving rates are high, economic recovery is faster because you have bank balance to deal with emergencies. Government government and industries also depend on these saving for increasing investment. एक ना last year prelims में question आया था कि हाउसहोल्ड सेविंग का कुछ पार्ट गवर्नमेंट के लोन के फॉर्म में भी जाता है. लास्ट ईयर और लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर देयर वाज दिस क्वेश्चन एंड पीपल वर कंफ्यूज्ड कि क्या पूछ लिया है. जिनको बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट पता है बोले हाँ हाउसहोल्ड सेविंग मनी विल गो टू बैंक, बैंक बाय गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स. तो क्या गवर्नमेंट के लोन में जाएगा हाउसहोल्ड सेविंग का एक छोटा कॉम्पोनेंट? हाँ जाएगा. तो बैंक्स मोबिलाइज दीज सेविंग्स एंड देन बैंक्स बाय गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड. बैंक्स गिव लोन टू गवर्नमेंट, बैंक्स गिव लोन टू बिजनेसेस. तो अगर हाउसहोल्ड सेविंग कम हो रहा है, finances available for business, finances available for government, everything may reduce, creating problems, and high debt today can hamper consumption in future. Why? Because I have taken loans today, I'll have to repay these loans in future. So future mein even if my income is high, I am paying loans, I'm repaying my loans. तो मेरा consumption कम रहेगा, demand कम रहेगी, demand कम रहेगी तो economic growth will be lesser. Finally, it increases vulnerability of household. It makes it difficult for families to deal with unexpected expenses or economic shocks. When my saving rate is as low as 5%, and suppose some emergency occurs, I have to spend a lot on medical care. If I don't have that kind of money, if I don't have a lot of saving, I'll be in trouble. Right? These are some of the issues that may be caused by low saving rates or financial saving rates जो कि बहुत नीचे चले गए. लास्ट में एक, आई थिंक दिस इज द लास्ट टॉपिक, मिडिल इनकम ट्रैप. बस समझ लेते हैं बहुत कॉमन सेंस से. फर्स्ट लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज अ मिडिल इनकम कंट्री. व्हिच कंट्री इज कॉल्ड मिडिल इनकम कंट्री? तो एनी कंट्री एज पर वर्ल्ड बैंक, एनी कंट्री whose per capita income is between $1,000 and $12,000 is a middle income country. पहली चीज है, which country is a middle income country? A country where per capita income is between $1,000 to $12,000. In what prices? In 2011 prices. 2011 prices पे अगर आपका per capita income is between what? $1,000 to $12,000, you are a middle income country. जैसे इंडिया का per capita income is around $2,500. India's per capita income is around $2,500. So India is a middle income country. Russia is a middle income country. Brazil is a middle income country. Most of these countries, developing countries, are middle income countries. If your per capita income is lower than $1,000, you are low income country. And if your per capita income is higher than $12,000, you are a high income country. Developed country भी बोल लो, high income country बोल लो. तो do we understand what is low income country, middle income country, high income country? पहली चीज क्लियर हुई. सेकेंड, द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मिडिल इनकम ट्रैप. Now, which countries are considered to be in middle income trap? We understand which countries are middle income countries. वो हमें समझ में आ रहा है पूरा. Now we have to understand which countries are in middle income trap. देखो, some countries will enter middle income stage. पहले वो low income country थी, now they entered middle income stage. When they were low income countries, when these countries were low income country, for example, when India was a low income country, our socio-economic condition was so bad that laborers were available at very low prices. India की condition इतनी खराब थी कि laborers were like, give me any money, I'm ready to work. So you had very cheap labor. Socio-economic condition was so bad that government was also not able to ensure that environmental norms and other things are getting fulfilled. तो businesses were able to grow much quicker. Base was so low कि just some investment, small amount of investment was leading to what? A lot of output. Incremental capital output ratio was low. I think I gave you an example yesterday. बिहार में थोड़े बहुत roads बनाए गए. Their growth rate increased a lot when Nitish Kumar came to power there for the first time. Some roads, some law and order situation improved, and their growth rate increased a lot. So going from low income stage to middle income stage is easy. But once you enter the middle income stage, your workforce has some income. The socio-economic condition of your workforce is better. Now the chances of exploitation or chances of very low wages are gone. In this scenario, you cannot compete with developed world because of low wages of your workforce. But developed world has better technology, better industries. They'll be able to produce things at cheaper prices. तो जब आप middle income country के category में आ जाते हो, it becomes difficult for you to compete with developed world. And what happens is your growth rate reduces. Your growth rate reduces and you remain trapped here. Your income may increase from $1,000 to $1,500, $2,000, $2,500, $3,000, but it is happening so slowly that you are stuck in the middle income category only. This is known as middle income trap. अगर आप middle income country हो और आपका economic growth slow रह गया, then you will be remaining trapped in middle income category. For example, Russia has been like, अगर आप 1950s, 60s, 70s में जा रहे हो, Russia was the second most powerful country in the world. But its per capita income, its economic growth rate was slow. It has remained very slow. It's a country which is trapped there. For that matter, Brazil is a country which is trapped there. But some countries like South Korea, Poland, they have been able to breach the trap too. They became middle income country, but they continued to grow at very high rates. So that $1,000 say they kept on improving their per capita income and they have breached that $12,000 ka mark. They have become high income country. They were never trapped. In fact, a country which is ever trapped in middle income category has not been able to come out of it. Once you are trapped there, you are stuck there forever. There has not been a single example where a country which is trapped in the middle income category has been able to come out. अब चाइना का सिचुएशन लेते हैं. चाइना during its demographic dividend phase has grown at such a fast rate that it is expected that it will go into high income category very soon. It is another country which is going to breach the middle income category. It will not breach middle income trap because it was not in the trap. Trap में कौन सी countries है? Countries which are in middle income and whose economic growth has shrunk or they have become slow. Otherwise, the country is middle income country. China is a middle income country, but it continues to grow at high rates. So it is not in the trap there. So countries which are in middle income trap are those countries which are middle income countries and the economic growth remains very low and they are stuck there. And so far, no country which is stuck there, which is trapped there, has been able to come out of it. बात समझ में आई है? तो अब generally when I teach these things for mains, I also talk about is India in middle income trap. So we'll say कि नहीं, right now we grew, last year we grew at 8.1% GDP growth rate, so we are not in trap. But we'll have to work on a lot of structural issues in order to ensure that we continue to grow at high growth rates. हमें टेक्नोलॉजी पे ज्यादा फोकस करना पड़ेगा, हमें वर्कफोर्स को स्किल करना पड़ेगा, हमें लेबर रिफॉर्म्स करने पड़ेंगे, हमें ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इंप्रूव करना पड़ेगा, सो दैट मोर एंड मोर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कंटिन्यूज टू हैपेंस इन द कंट्री. विल हैव टू एंश्योर दैट आवर सेविंग रेट्स रिमेन around 35%, so that more investment keep on happening in the country. Else we may be at a risk of getting trapped. जैसे अभी why middle income trap was in news recently? Our economic growth over the last 2 quarters have reduced. 5 से 6, it is between 5 and 6%. What happens in this scenario? When economic growth is between 5 and 6%, economists start coming and saying, are we falling into middle income trap? You will see newspaper articles related to it. तो अब न्यूज़पेपर में चीजें आ रही है, you should understand what is middle income trap from prelims exam perspective also. जो बच्चे आप में से कुछ students have studied with us, अभी जो मेंस मास्टर्स प्रोग्राम चल रहा है उसमें I have already discussed मेंस में क्या वे फॉरवर्ड, क्या चीजें रहनी चाहिए, है ना. फॉर दोज ऑफ यू हु विल स्टडी विद अस इन मेंस, बिटवीन प्री एंड मेंस, वहां पे हम मेंस रिलेटेड चीजें भी पढ़ेंगे. बट व्हेन यू ऑलरेडी नो अ लॉट ऑफ फंडामेंटल्स, वहां पे बस थोड़ा सा वे फॉरवर्ड एनालिसिस रह जाता है. Okay, so these were the topics that I wanted to cover with the topic of economic growth, national income, etc. अब ना कुछ वो है, क्या है? PYQs है. PYQs over the last 20-30 years. Let us do them one by one. Let us see, based on the knowledge that we have gained, are we able to answer these PYQs or not? Just एक बार मैं online doubt ले लेता हूँ. There's no doubt. I think subprime lending शिवम ने लिखा है, but he was explaining what the reason for problem in 2007-8 crisis जो हुआ था उसका reason बता रहा था. Yeah, Shivam, do you want to understand what is subprime lending, or were you giving me an answer? No, you don't want. I'm assuming you don't want to understand. I was answering. Great. Okay. Money flow? Money flow is opposite to real flow. Explain. Money flow is opposite to real flow. Real flow क्या हुआ? लैंड लेबर कैपिटल, ये हाउस होल्ड से बिजनेस की तरफ गया. लैंड लेबर कैपिटल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, ये रियल फ्लो का पार्ट था. इसके बदले में क्या आया? मनी. ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में, तो मनी फ्लो इज ऑपोजिट टू रियल फ्लो. ऐसे ही बिजनेसेस प्रोवाइडेड यू गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज, दैट इज पार्ट ऑफ रियल फ्लो. मनी फ्लो वाज व्हाट? फॉर दैट यू पेड expenditure, that was money flow. Is it in the opposite, is it opposite to it? Okay. अभी मैंने सवाल किया भी नहीं है, सवाल पूछने लगे लोग. चलिए, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. With reference to state of economy, consider the following page. This was asked in prelims 2024. We're going in the reverse order. 24, 23, 22. जो भी national income growth से related questions है, we'll be going in that order. Though this topic is not related to national income growth, etc. But क्योंकि मैंने यहाँ पढ़ा दिया था, I thought I'll include this question also here only. Okay, while talking about sectors of Indian economy, we had covered it. In primary sector, what did we have? Agriculture, allied activities, and mining and quarrying. In secondary sector, we had manufacturing, construction, but beach mein some services also, electricity, gas, etc. Those were in the secondary sector only. And then tertiary sector mein what did we have? Services. Okay, अब बताइए. देखिए, जो चीजें हम श्योर है पहले वो मार्क करते हैं. वेविंग ऑफ क्लोथ सेकेंडरी सही है. डेयरी फार्म प्राइमरी सही है. नाउ डाउट इज अबाउट स्टोरेज ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस, है ना. अब देखो, देयर आर टू थिंग्स. वन, अ फार्मर इज स्टोरिंग द एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस ऑन द फील्ड. वो तो उसी एग्रीकल्चर एक्टिविटी का पार्ट है, उस टाइम वो प्राइमरी हो जाएगा. बट nowadays we have services also coming where godowns have been created, है ना. फार्मर कैन गो एंड स्टोर देयर इट देयर फॉर 6 months. वहां पे क्या हो जाएगा? टर्शरी हो जाएगा. राइट. तो इफ यू आस्क मी कि आंसर क्या होना चाहिए, मैंने बोला यहाँ पे क्लैरिटी नहीं है. उन्हें पूछना चाहिए था कि क्या ये फार्मर खुद स्टोर कर रहा है अपने फील्ड पे, देन इट इज व्हाट? प्राइमरी, है ना. बट सेकेंडरी तो कहीं से भी नहीं होगा, तो दिस इज रॉन्ग. इट कैन बी प्राइमरी, इट कैन बी टर्शरी. राइट. प्राइमरी टर्शरी में कंफ्यूजन होता, सेकेंडरी में. मिनरल एक्सप्लोरेशन टर्शरी. ट्रू और फॉल्स? अब देखो अगेन यहां पे ना देयर इज इशू. इशू क्या है? आई एम अ माइनर, मुझे माइनिंग एक्टिविटी करनी है, उससे पहले आई एम एक्सप्लोरिंग मिनरल्स. that is part of mining activity and it is primary. It is primary. But now think of this. I'm a scientist, lab में बैठा हूं and I'm using remote sensing technology and some other technologies and I'm exploring minerals using these technologies. Education, research and development, ये किस फील्ड में आएगा? Tertiary. Are we getting the issue? So now, should this be included in tertiary or not will again depend on कि किस perspective से है. तो यहाँ पे when I was discussing this, I said इसका आंसर में B या C में से कुछ मार्क करूंगा, depending on more clarity on statement 3. Let's see what UPSC answers. But I hope we understand the reasons behind why we are not able to say anything about mineral. If it was mining, it was primary. But if I was giving attempt, मैं mineral exploration को primary ही मानता. अगर मुझे मार्क करना होता, ऐसे I would have, if I had an option of asking questions, I would have asked questions. कौन से mineral exploration की बात कर रहे हो? तो रुको. If I had asked, I would have asked question कि कौन से mineral exploration की बात कर रहे हो? But if I was attempting this paper and I had to mark the question, I would have said it is primary and thus मैंने आंसर मार्क किया होता B. But UPSC शायद उसे B या C में से कुछ भी दे सकता है. It may also give answer to be C by saying कि mineral exploration वो भी है. But still we can argue, पर mineral exploration तो primary का भी part होता है ना, तो why mark it tertiary? Right? तो इसीलिए answer would be B. But I hope you understand the reason behind my confusion. Yes, you were saying something first. Right? आप ही कुछ बोलने लगे थे ना बीच में. हाँ. नहीं जरूरी नहीं है एक्सप्लोरेशन साइंटिस्ट कर रहे हो. हाँ. माइनिंग प्राइमरी हो, एक्सप्लोरेशन फर्स्ट की इसका मतलब वो टर्शियरी हो गया. सही है. वही तो मैंने आपको समझाया ना कि दैट इज कंसिडर्ड पार्ट ऑफ माइनिंग एक्टिविटी. ऐसे समझो आपने, मैं ही माइनर कंपनी हूं, है ना, मेरे ही लोगों ने वहां पे एक्सप्लोरेशन किया, ठीक है, अब फिर मैंने उसकी माइनिंग से जो भी निकालना था निकाला, वो सारा आउटपुट मैंने जितना पैसा खर्च किया इसमें वो किस सेक्टर में कंसिडर किया जाएगा? माइनिंग एक्टिविटी वाली कंपनी है, उसका आउटपुट किस सेक्टर में कंसिडर किया जाएगा? प्राइमरी सेक्टर में. अब बताओ क्या आप बोलोगे कि नहीं इसका एक कंपोनेंट सेकंड टर्शियरी में भी जाना चाहिए? नहीं हो पाएगा ना, इसीलिए प्राइमरी बोल रहे हैं. बट दूसरा चीज है कि साइंटिस्ट, अब इसरो में साइंटिस्ट बैठ के यूजिंग रिमोट सेंसिंग टेक्नोलॉजी देख रहे हैं कहां कहां पे मिनरल्स हैं, फिर वो गवर्नमेंट को बता रहे हैं कि गवर्नमेंट दीज आर द प्लेसेस दैट यू शुड ट्राई टू एक्सप्लोर. तो दैट विल बी टर्शियरी. बट बिकॉज कुछ दिया हुआ नहीं है तो आई विल गो फॉर प्राइमरी. यस बेटा. यस. अब वो नहीं, बाकी डेयरी फार्म वाली वैसी भी जो आपको लग रहा है ना सर्विस वाला, उसे हम एनिमल हस्बेंड्री मान रहे हैं क्योंकि वहां पे एनिमल्स को रखा जाए. डेयरी फार्म है, इफ इट वाज शॉप्स पे दूध बेच रहे हैं, दैट वुड हैव बीन सर्विस सेक्टर ना. शॉप्स आर सर्विस, दे आर नॉट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एनीथिंग, दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग सेल्स. क्या है? सेल्स सर्विस है. व्हाई मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल इन इंडिया आर इन्वॉल्व्ड इन टर्शियरी सेक्टर? बिकॉज कोई दुकान खोल के बैठा है, कोई ये रेडी पे कुछ बेच रहा है, सब्जी बेच रहा है. अब सब्जी उगाना इज प्राइमरी सेक्टर बट बेचना इज टर्शियरी सेक्टर. वो बेटा सब प्राइमरी अनलेस वो पैकेज करके आप उसमें डाल रहे हो तो सेकेंडरी में डालोगे, है ना. आप इनका आर्गुमेंट, इनका ये है कि सर अमूल उसे प्रोसेस कर रहा है, मिल्क को लेके प्रोसेस करके खोआ बना रहा है, काजू कतली बना रहा है ना, ये सारी चीजें कर रहा है, तो इट शुड बी सेकेंडरी. इट शुड बी इन दैट सेंस सेकेंडरी. बट जब हम डेयरी फार्म सोच रहे हैं डायरेक्टली तो ओके, तो आई वुड हैव मार्क्ड आंसर टू बी बी. उसमें मैं ये अज्यूम कर रहा हूं कि दिस आई विल पुट इन प्राइमरी, बट यूपीएससी आंसर सी भी देगा तो आंसर सी ही है, सी ही देगा. क्यों? गवर्नमेंट यूपीएससी गवर्नमेंट के पर्सपेक्टिव से ज्यादा आंसर यही करता है. अच्छा, सैटेलाइट का यूज करता है. अच्छा, और बी मिला तो मतलब मैं इतना कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं हूं तो ये सी ही देगा, है ना? मतलब रिश्तेदारी है, कुछ ससुर जी है वहां पे कुछ। चलिए इधर 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 ध्यान देते हैं, चलिए। यस यस, साइलेंस साइलेंस प्लीज। हाँ बेटा नहीं, जब हम स्टोरेज बोल रहे हैं तो सिर्फ स्टोरेज सोचे ना। स्टोरेज है तो या तो टर्शरी होगा या प्राइमरी होगा, है ना? मैंने कोल्ड स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी बना रखा है, वहां पे मैं टमाटर स्टोर करने के कुछ पैसे चार्ज कर रहा हूं, दैट इज अ सर्विस, दैट इज अ सर्विस, दैट सर्विस इज टर्शरी। बट फार्मर खुद ही स्टोर कर रहा है अपने पास, दैट इज स्टिल पार्ट ऑफ हिज प्राइमरी एक्टिविटी। ओके, सेकेंडरी तो कभी नहीं होगा। यहां पे अगर प्राइमरी या टर्शरी लिखा होता तो वी वुड हैव बीन confused in the same manner the way we are confused for 3. Are we getting it? Okay, let's go to question number 2. आंसर नहीं देना, सबको पढ़ने दो, है ना? फिर रेज योर हैंड इफ यू वांट टू आंसर। ऐसे तो आंसर की अवेलेबल, ये सब देख के आ जाएंगे। फिर इकोनॉमिक रिसेशन है तो इनमें से क्या किया जाएगा? हाँ देखो, यू विल बी एबल टू आंसर दिस बेटर वंस यू आर आल्सो एबल टू स्टडी मनी सप्लाई वाला चैप्टर, फिस्कल पॉलिसी वाला चैप्टर। बट वी नो, हमने ये पढ़ा है कि जब रिसेशन होता है वी वांट टू ट्राई, वी ट्राई व्हाट, इंक्रीज मनी सप्लाई, लोगों के हाथ में ज्यादा पैसा देना, ये कोशिश रहती है। उसके बेसिस पे लेट अस ट्राई टू आंसर दिस। कट इन टैक्स रेट, क्या कट इन टैक्स रेट विल लीड टू मोर मनी इन द हैंड ऑफ पीपल? यस, yes, it will lead to more money in the hand of people. But increase in interest rate, increase in interest rate leads to more money going into the banks etc, है ना? तो this is wrong because of it. ये otherwise सिर्फ ये होता cut in tax rate, then it would have been better. क्या बोल रहे हो? नहीं नहीं, ऐसे नहीं होता। देखिए, when we talk about revival, economic revival, we also want that people should be like, I want to spend, I want to buy, तभी डिमांड बढ़ेगी। And at that time, government RBI keeps bank rates to be or interest rates on the lower side, so that आपको deposit करने का ज्यादा interest ना हो। Okay, तो one is wrong. Increase in expenditure on public projects. Government public projects पे ज्यादा पैसे spend कर रहा है. When government does it, more jobs are created. Again, people get more money. Plus, when public projects पे expenditure is there, infrastructure improves and it leads to advantages. Increase in tax rate? No. Reduction in expenditure on public goods? No. What is the answer? B is the answer. Simple. Now 3 I will not solve. 3 आप लोग solve करिए and raise your hand. जो भी आंसर करना चाहता है, देखो हमें सही आंसर करना है, सबसे पहले आंसर नहीं करना है। जो सबसे पहले हाथ उठा रहा है और गलत आंसर करेगा उसे यहां मुर्गा बना देना है। ये तो इजी है, सब बताएंगे। क्या है आंसर? ए, वी आर द सेकेंड इज रॉन्ग बिकॉज वी आर द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी। वो भी रिसेंटली नहीं हुए, बहुत टाइम से है। एंड फर्स्ट सेम बास्केट ऑफ गुड्स। देखो इजी क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं, इतना कुछ मुश्किल नहीं है। ओके, थर्ड का आंसर इज ए, एवरीवन इज कंफर्टेबल। ओके, लेट्स गो टू फोर्थ। अगेन यू विल रेज योर हैंड इन केस यू नीड टू, यू वांट टू आंसर इट। देखो एग्जाम में बात करने को नहीं मिलेगा, जो आप बात कर करके सॉल्व कर रहे हो ना। देखो व्हेन वी आर सॉल्विंग दिस पीवाईक्यूज, अज्यूम दैट यू आर सिटिंग इन द एग्जामिनेशन हॉल। जो भी डाउट्स आ रहे हैं एक बार आंसर निकाल लो, है ना? आंसर कर लो, उसके बाद सोचो कि क्यों गलती हुई या क्यों सही। बीच में बात करोगे तो यू विल मेक दिस हैबिट ऑफ सॉल्विंग क्वेश्चंस विद द हेल्प ऑफ डिस्कशन, जहां आपके कन्विक्शन को सपोर्ट चाहिए किसी और का। यार ऐसा होगा क्या? इन एग्जाम यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू डू दैट, है ना? हाई कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो, राइट? सेविंग रेट ज्यादा है, मतलब इन्वेस्टमेंट भी ज्यादा है, कैपिटल भी ज्यादा फॉर्म हम कर रहे हैं, फिर भी इट इज नॉट, एक मिनट ना, इट इज नॉट लीडिंग टू इंक्रीज इन आउटपुट, बिकॉज बहुत सारा कैपिटल इन्वेस्ट करने के बाद थोड़ा आउटपुट होगा। वो कौन सा सिचुएशन है? हाई कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो। लो कैपिटल आउटपुट रेशियो इज गुड, विथ लो कैपिटल ऑल्सो आउटपुट वुड बी हाई, है ना? समवन वाज आस्किंग समथिंग, प्लीज रेज योर हैंड। यस, व्हाई नॉट ए वीक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मशीनरी? देखो, इवन आफ्टर वीक एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मशीनरी, इफ सेविंग रेट्स आर हाई, what that may lead to, it may lead to more investment और economic growth फिर भी हो सकता है उसका। like if we had to choose if I had an option of choosing A and D both, I would have chosen both A and D, but if I have to choose the best option इकोनॉमी के पर्सपेक्टिव से, I would have gone for saving rate आपका ज्यादा है, उसके बाद भी you are not able to produce that way, your economic growth is not that high because your capital output ratio remains very high. Okay, question number 4, answer would be D. Let's go to question number 5. Increase in absolute and per capita real GNP. Per capita real GNP, basically per capita income की बात कर रहे हैं, ये सब increase होना don't connote a higher level of economic development. इसका प्राइमरी रीजन क्या होगा? इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ भी अच्छा है, पर कैपिटा रियल जीएनपी भी बढ़ रहा है, फिर भी हम बोल रहे हैं कि दिस इज नॉट हायर लेवल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट। वो वेलफेयर वाला कॉन्सेप्ट पढ़ा था, इट्स नॉट बेनिफिटिंग एवरीवन। अगर पॉवर्टी अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एक्सेट्रा बढ़ रहा है तो इनइक्वालिटी बढ़ रही है, तो इट्स नॉट रियल डेवलपमेंट। अब बेटा पर कैपिटा है तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, एक इकोनॉमी, लेट्स से वी आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ वन इकोनॉमी, है ना? योर इनकम इज 1 crore रुपीस, बाकी सब गरीब लोगों का इनकम इज 100 रुपीस। पर कैपिटा कैलकुलेट करोगे तो ज्यादा ही होगा ना। तो अंबानी का इनकम बहुत बढ़ रहा है, तब भी पर कैपिटा इनकम इंक्रीजेस। तो व्हाट इज द आंसर हियर? सी। क्या कंफर्टेबल है हम सब लोग इसमें? ओके, क्वेश्चन नंबर 6। इसमें ना आई नीड 2 आंसर्स। वन इज व्हेन दिस क्वेश्चन वाज आस्क्ड इन 2015, अदर इज 2024। दोनों आंसर निकालिए। अगर ये क्वेश्चन 2015 में पूछा था तो क्या आंसर है, और if this question is asked in 2025 in the coming year, what will you answer it? आंसर निकालो, फिर हो गया। एक मिनट, मैं तो निकाल लूं। हाँ बताइए, कौन बताना चाह रहा है? आप बताना चाह रहे थे, बताइए। 25, 20, अच्छा 25 एंड 15, पहले 15 में बी ओनली। 2015 में शी सेज आंसर इज बी, एंड 25 में नीदर। 25 में शी सेज आंसर इज डी। एनीवन एल्स, एनी अदर आंसर? 15 में सी, ओके। 15 में सी एंड 25 में डी। अच्छा, व्हाट इज योर नेम? निखिल इज सेइंग डी। व्हाट इज योर नेम? जानवी इज सेइंग बीडी। एनी अदर आंसर्स? आपका क्या आंसर है? सी डी। The rate of growth of real GDP has steadily increased in the last decade. अभी सबको पीटना जो मैं शुरू करना है ना, रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ क्या था? कभी 4%, कभी 3%, कभी 5%, कभी 7%। Has it steadily increased? It is wrong, no? तो सी किसने बोला आंसर? सबसे पहले आंसर नहीं करना है, रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ। रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ तो अगर स्टेडली इंक्रीज होता रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ 4% से 4.5%, 5%, 5.5%, 6%, 7%, It would have been like this. But has rate of growth fluctuated? Rate of growth पॉजिटिव रहा है, बट वो स्टेडली इंक्रीज हुआ है क्या? क्या बोला था मैंने? सबसे पहले नहीं, सही आंसर करना है, राइट? तो वन इज रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ ऑफ रियल जीडीपी हैज स्टेडली इंक्रीज इन द लास्ट डिकेड. 2005 से 2015 में रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ वाज पॉजिटिव ऑल द टाइम, बट इट हैज नॉट स्टेडली इंक्रीज्ड. इट मे हैव वेंट टू 7%, 5%, 4%. 11 से 14 के बीच में रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ वाज नॉट दैट ग्रेट, but it was always positive. But it did not. GDP has steadily increased. GDP has steadily increased because rate of growth was always positive. But rate of growth has not steadily increased. Rate of growth has remained fluctuating. क्या सबको समझ में आया? One is wrong, and one is wrong in 2025 also. 25 में भी तो rate of growth fluctuate हुआ ही है ना? Has 2015 to 2025 rate of growth steadily increased? In fact, एक बार तो negative भी हो गया यहाँ तो, right? So one is wrong in both the years. The GDP at market price has steadily increased in the last decade. अगर rate of growth positive है तो GDP has steadily increased. तो 2005 से 15 में was rate of growth positive all the time. So GDP has steadily increased. But here in 2020-21 rate of growth was negative. So GDP has not steadily increased. So answer would be 6th के लिए 2015 में आंसर would be B, but in 2025 आंसर would be D. Both are wrong. क्या each one of us are able to understand it? इसलिए रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ पूछा हो तो समझो ग्रोथ किस रेट पे हो रहा है उसकी बात कर रहे हैं. 3%, 4%, 5%, 6%. अगर ये स्टेडली इंक्रीजिंग है मींस इट शुड ऑलवेज बी इंक्रीजिंग. उसका मतलब क्या होता? 2005 से 2015 में ग्रोथ रेट वुड हैव बीन हाईएस्ट इन 15, बिकॉज 2005 से स्टेडली इंक्रीज हो रहा है ना, हर साल ग्रोथ रेट इंक्रीज हो रहा है, बट ऐसा तो नहीं है, फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा है, राइट? आर इज ईच वन ऑफ अस कंफर्टेबल हियर? आंसर वुड बी बी डी. 6th में आंसर वुड बी बी फॉर 2015 एंड डी फॉर 2025 or 24 or whatever. Let's go to 7. Now Nitesh is asking, does not steady means equal increase in equal interval? अरे जो भी मान लो, इंक्रीज मान रहे हो ना, क्या वो इंक्रीज हो रहा है हर साल? नहीं ना, फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा है ना. That's it. Let's come back. 7th, economic growth in a country X will necessarily have to occur if there is capital formation. Capital form हुआ तो production increase. If there is हमने पढ़ा है incremental capital. If you form capital, if you do investment and form capital, next year output would be higher. है ना? You will say, sir, there is technical progress in the world economy, उससे क्यों नहीं होगा? अरे world में हो रहा है ना. What if because of that you are suffering? They're able to manufacture everything very cheaply. There's a population growth in X. Population growth तो हो गया, but इनको job ही नहीं मिली. How will this lead to GDP growth? The volume of trade grows in the world economy. Again, world economy में trade बढ़ रहा है, उससे how is your economy's growth going to increase? So what is necessary? There should be more capital getting created. There should be more investment. Got it? Okay. So what is the answer? C. Question number 7, answer is C. Question number 8. अब देखो, some of you may come and ask for detailed solution on this. I don't want to give you detailed solution because detailed solution is there in your notes. हर चीज वहां पे है. Rather than reading solution separately, जब कोई गलती कर रहे हो, go back to your notes and try to understand the concept, because it's not only about solving these questions, it's about solving every question which will be asked from these concepts. I hope you understand, and that is why we do not need to go for detailed solution here. Rather, these सारे questions we should be able to solve from our learning, our understanding. Okay, let's go to question number 8. The national income of a country for a given period is equal to. आंसर करना नहीं, हाथ उठाना है, जो भी ऐसे कर देता है. मैंने क्वेश्चन रीड नहीं किया, आप आंसर कर दो. क्वेश्चन नंबर 8. The national income will completely. अब whoever answers this will also explain why rest of the three things are wrong. Why rest of the three things are wrong, है ना? ये जो बच्चे पीछे बैठ गए, अभी मैं सबके नाम भी नहीं जानता, मैं बुला भी नहीं सकता. आपका क्या नाम है सबसे पीछे? आदित्य. आप ट्राई करेंगे? करो, पहले पहले सोच लो आराम से. अभी तुमने गलत आंसर दिया था ना, मिलके तो बनाया था, उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन तो था ना तुम्हारा. तो मतलब फिर ध्यान से सोचो ना कि जो सोचा है वो सही है कि नहीं. हाथ उठा के बातें कर रहे हो. आदित्य ट्राई करेंगे? नहीं. ए इज ए राइट? व्हाट इज द आंसर एज पर यू? ए. अच्छा, सम ऑफ यू आर सेइंग ए, सम पीपल से ए. आदित्य एंड अंजलि, नहीं, जानवी. आदित्य एंड जानवी आर सेइंग ए. ए, सब लोग ए बोल रहे हैं. अच्छा, ए कितने लोग बोल रहे हैं? बी, बी भी है कुछ. सम ऑफ टोटल कंजम्पशन इन्वेस्टमेंट एक्सपेंडिचर. सी, अच्छा सी तो बोल रहा है. डी. अरे बेटा, जीडीपी इज आल्सो नेशनल. देखो, व्हेन वी स्टडी द चैप्टर ऑफ नेशनल इनकम, उसमें हम जीडीपी भी पढ़ रहे हैं, जीएनपी भी पढ़ रहे हैं, वो सब, उन सबको हम नेशनल इनकम ही बोलते हैं. ठीक है. नेशनल इनकम इज नॉट नेसेसरली नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट या नेट नेशनल इनकम या ग्रॉस नेशनल इनकम. ओके, अब आप बोलोगे सर ये तो फिर हमने आपने पढ़ाया उसे जीडीपी में, फिर जीएनपी अलग से क्यों पढ़ाया? आप देखो यूपीएससी के, अभी वी आर कमिंग टू मोर क्वेश्चंस, विल गो टू क्वेश्चंस टिल 1995. इन द पास्ट दे हैव आस्क्ड नेशनल इनकम और उसका आंसर क्या है? जीडीपी का डेफिनेशन है. बट लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई, व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम विथ बी. व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम विथ बी पहले समझते हैं. कुछ लोगों ने बी आंसर किया है ना. अब जब आप एक्सपेंडिचर वाइज जीडीपी लिख रहे थे, व्हाट वाज दैट? सी प्लस जी प्लस आई प्लस एक्स माइनस आई. आपने बस यहां पे तो ये दोनों कॉम्बिनेशन एक्स माइनस आई तो इंक्लूडेड ही नहीं किया. When you are saying sum of total consumption investment expenditure, this is consumption expenditure, this is investment expenditure, but GDP also includes this. कर दी गड़बड़. जिन्होंने बी लिखा है वो तो आई एम्फेसाइज सो मच ऑन दिस यस्टरडे, फिर भी मिस्टेक किया. राइट? व्हाट वाज योर आंसर? ए. वो भी गलत है. तो सी इज रॉन्ग, बी इज रॉन्ग. टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय नेशनल्स. अब देखो फिर से समझो, एक तो टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज बस फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज होता है. फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज होता है. इंटरमीडिएट गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज के भी वैल्यू ले लोगे, क्या हो जाएगा? डबल काउंटिंग हो रहा है, ट्रिपल काउंटिंग हो रहा है. तो टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज इज नॉट नेशनल इनकम. फाइनल वैल्यू नहीं, मॉनेटरी वैल्यू ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज. व्हाई दिस इज रॉन्ग? डू वी अंडरस्टैंड दिस? अब नाउ यू मे से कि सर दिस इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ जीडीपी, मनी वैल्यू ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्रोड्यूस्ड, है ना. अब यहां पे हमने ये थोड़ी बोला टेरिटरी में प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, है ना. वैसे डेफिनेशन ऑफ जीडीपी है, बट वी कैन कॉल दिस नेशनल. मतलब मोस्ट सुटेबल आंसर इज दिस, क्लोजेस्ट आंसर इज दिस. समझ में आया मिस्टर ए? फाइनल 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 इतना एम्फेसाइज कर रहे थे ना, तो बीच में बात करने की बजाय एक बार दो बार और रीड कर लेते, वापस डेफिनेशन पे चले जाते. नाम क्या है आपका? हिमांशु? वाशु? वाशु या वासु? वासु, वासुदेव वाला बस. व्हाट इज द आंसर हियर? डी. डिड वी ऑल अंडरस्टैंड? देखो, you may say कि सर this is not, this is definition of national, this is definition of GDP. बट ये तीनों तो ब्लेटेंटली गलत है ना, ये तीनों तो पूरा गलत है, राइट? नहीं यार, पर्सनल इनकम ऑफ ऑल इंडिविजुअल्स से फर्क नहीं पड़ता ना। इनकम मेथड से जब हम बात कर रहे थे तो उसमें अब बिजनेस ने सेविंग कर लिया तो इनकम के फॉर्म में नहीं पहुंचा ना वहां पे। पर्सनल इनकम इज नॉट द क्राइटेरिया, पर्सनल इंडिविजुअल का पर्सनल इनकम इज नॉट व्हाट डिटरमाइन। उसमें कुछ पैसा गवर्नमेंट ने टैक्स के फॉर्म में ले लिया, वो उनके पास नहीं पहुंचा। कुछ पैसा गवर्नमेंट, देखो व्हाट इज जीडीपी? जीडीपी इज फाइनल प्रोडक्शन, मार्केट वैल्यू ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज, दैट इज जीडीपी, है ना? अब उसमें से कुछ पैसा गवर्नमेंट को टैक्स के फॉर्म में जाएगा, जो फैक्टर्स ऑफ प्रोडक्शन है उसका पैसा जाएगा हाउस होल्ड में, उसमें से भी नॉट ऑल ऑफ दैट विल बी पार्ट ऑफ पर्सनल इनकम ऑफ इंडिविजुअल, सम विल गो इन द फॉर्म ऑफ इनकम टैक्स, सम विल गो इन सम अदर फॉर्म्स, and that is why this cannot define it. So what is the answer? D is the answer. Now question number 9, closed economy. क्लोज्ड इकोनॉमी जिसमें एक्सटर्नल सेक्टर नहीं है ना, जहां पे हम बाहर से किसी से डील नहीं कर रहे, नाइदर इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज नॉर इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, कैपिटल, है ना? तो डी, 9th में आंसर इज डी। ओके, 10 अब अटेम्प्ट करिए एंड रेज योर हैंड। अपार आंसर करोगे? कौन सा कर रहे हैं, तुम्हें पता नहीं चला कौन सा कर रहा है? हैं? अलग ही दुनिया में खोया हुआ है, कौन सा कर रहा है बताओ, मैं कर दूंगा। हैं? मैंने कौन सा पूछा है? 10th, व्हाट इज द आंसर? बी। बी। जनरली देखो इस बात को समझो, हम अभी इन्फ्लेशन वाले चैप्टर में भी इसे समझेंगे, नेक्स्ट बुकलेट इज ऑन इन्फ्लेशन। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज कपल्ड विथ इन्फ्लेशन। इन्फ्लेशन डज नॉट मीन अब आपका इन्फ्लेशन 8% चल रहा है, 1%, 2%। जैसे आरबीआई का टारगेट क्या है? 4 ± 2 में इन्फ्लेशन रहना चाहिए। इट्स बिकॉज इन्फ्लेशन इज नेसेसरी फॉर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ। अब you will let's understand why is it so. Suppose I'm making these chairs, I'm manufacturing these chairs. अब when I'm buying raw material, when I'm buying other things, मैं मैन्युफैक्चर करूंगा, आई नो कि जब तक मैं मैन्युफैक्चर करूंगा प्राइस ऑफ चेयर वुड हैव गॉन अ बिट हायर। इफ आई वाज लाइक प्राइस इसका गिर जाएगा, इफ आई वाज लाइक इसका प्राइस इज गोइंग टू गो डाउन, will I be manufacturing it? No, I have to get higher amount of money. So there should be inflation. अगर एक इकोनॉमी में prices are going down, that is a sign of recessionary phase. डिमांड नहीं है, कोई चीजों को खरीद नहीं रहा है। When demand is more, there will be some price rise. एक बिजनेस के पर्सपेक्टिव से we start a factory to produce something, हम रॉ मटेरियल खरीद रहे हैं, बट जब तक we made the cup, let's say we are making a cup, when we make the cup का प्राइस गिर गया, is that a business in which we'll want to venture into? No. But by the time we manufactured the cup का प्राइस बढ़ गया। Is this something that will be needed for economic growth, that will be needed for more production happening? Yes. So generally what is associated with economic growth? There will be some inflation, and that is why RBI also targets कि inflation रहना चाहिए इंडिया में 2 to 6% के बीच में। RBI has not targeted 0% ±2. If 0% was better, we would have gone for 0%. It is 4% ± 2%. RBI का जो inflation targeting. Okay, so what is the answer here? D. Now we may not know what deflation, stagflation, hyperinflation is, but जो अभी आपको सेकंड बुकलेट मिला है ना, वहां पे सारे कॉन्सेप्ट्स डिस्कस कर रहे हैं डिटेल में। ओके, लेट्स कम टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 11। फिर से ध्यान से रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ की बात है। When online students are answering it, please write down the question number in front of your answer. Here also we'll write two answers, one for 2011, other for 2012. 25. इलेवन का भी बताओ। कौन बताएगा? एनीवन हु वांट्स टू आंसर इट? In both the cases, answer is A. What is your name? D. D. Answer is D. What is your name? Javed says answer is D in both the cases. Anyone who wants to differ from it? Him? B and D. Oh, Ashish. Himanshu. Vasu. Javed is saying D. Vasu is saying B and D. Vasu says B and D. In both cases? B for boy. B for, what is your name? Aditya says in both cases answer is B. और कुछ कॉम्बिनेशन? यस बेटा, डी बोथ केस। वो तो दे दिया ना, उससे डिफर कर रहे हो तो बताओ। एनी अदर आंसर्स गाइस? देखते हैं पहला स्टेटमेंट। द ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ जीडीपी हैज स्टेडीली इंक्रीज इन द, यहाँ पे जीडीपी की इंक्रीज की बात नहीं कर रहे, ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ जीडीपी, ग्रोथ रेट की बात कर रहे हो। तो ग्रोथ रेट तो फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा है, इट हैज नॉट स्टेडीली इंक्रीज्ड। बोथ केसेस में दिस विल बी रॉन्ग। इफ यू गो 2000 कितने लास्ट 5 इयर्स का पूछ रहे हैं ना, इफ यू गो फ्रॉम 2005 टू 2010 ग्रोथ रेट हमेशा ऐसा रहा है 7.58, 8.59, 9.5। नो, इट may have fluctuated. Even if we don't have the numbers in front of us, we know that it may have fluctuated. It was positive, it was substantial. Indian economy was doing well, but still kabhi 8%, kabhi 7%, sometimes it was 8, sometimes it was 7, sometimes it may have gone to 9, 6. It may have fluctuated like this. So one is wrong, and this is same. This is the situation is same even for 2025. Growth rate has fluctuated. है ना? It was 9%, it was 8%, it was -5%. The growth rate in per capita income has steadily increased in the last 5 years. अब देखो, अगर ग्रोथ रेट ही फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा है, पर कैपिटा इनकम का ग्रोथ भी रफली वैसे ही होगा। अगर ग्रोथ रेट ही फ्लक्चुएट हो रहा है तो पर कैपिटा इज व्हाट? यू विल डिवाइड टोटल इनकम बाय टोटल पॉपुलेशन। अब पॉपुलेशन भी थोड़ा बढ़ रहा है, बट इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ भी बढ़ रहा है, बट दैट इंक्रीज is what? Fluctuating. Sometimes it is increasing by 5%, sometimes it is increasing by 8%, sometimes it is increasing by 6%. So will per capita growth rate increase steadily? Per capita growth rate will not increase steadily. Do I need to give some examples here? आप लोगों को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है? आ गया? सबको आ गया? ऐसे मुझे घबराए हुए चेहरे क्यों दिख रहे हैं? तो this is also wrong in both the cases. Yes. इन इंडियन जो, तो एक बार सब शांत रहेंगे, थोड़ी बुलंद आवाज में बोलो। नहीं नहीं, आई शोड इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ इज पॉजिटिव। इकोनॉमिक, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई डिड नॉट शो 2005 से 15 वाला 5 से 10 वाला नंबर्स वर रीसेंट। दूसरा, वहां पे भी देयर वाज डिक्लाइनिंग ट्रेंड आल्सो। डिड यू नॉट सी 2019 में? डिड आई नॉट गिव एग्जांपल ऑफ निर्मला सीतारमन मीम्स कि वो डिक्लाइन हो रहा था? इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ रेट वाज इट डिक्लाइनिंग? कोविड मेड हर हैप्पी? मीम्स में मैं नहीं बोल रहा ऐसा। राइट, वी नो फ्लक्चुएशन हैपन इवन बिटवीन 2005 टू 2010। जब हमारा इकोनॉमी अच्छा कर रहा है तब भी आप देखोगे ग्रोथ रेट फ्लक्चुएट हुए होंगे। और अगर ग्रोथ रेट फ्लक्चुएट हुआ है तो हाउ पर कैपिटा इनकम विल नॉट फ्लक्चुएट? Per capita income का growth rate will also fluctuate. When economy is growing at a higher rate, per capita income will grow at higher rate. When economy is growing at lower rate, per capita income will grow at lower rate. It will grow. GDP will increase, per capita income will increase if the growth rate is positive. But rate at which it will increase will vary, will be different. Do we have answers for it? What is the answer? D. Now let me make a different question from this. Growth rate हटा. Growth rate हटा. Question is, the GDP has steadily increased in the last 5 years. The per capita income has steadily increased in the last 5 years. Let's answer for this in 2015 and 2011. Let's answer for this in 2011 and 2025. Now I'm not talking about growth rate. I'm talking about GDP. I'm talking about per capita income. जल्दी नहीं करना है, सही करना है. हाँ, हाथ उठाओ. कौन उठाना चाह रहा है? आप, क्या नाम है आपका? हर्ष.
Yes, sir. 2011 में C होना चाहिए और 2025 में D.
Harsh is saying C to be the answer. D to be the answer. Okay. Anyone else? Any other answer?
25 में first is correct.
आंसर बता, निकाल लो वहां पे, फिर हाथ उठा के बताओ. पहले वहां देखो. हाँ, तो वहां देख के पहले लिख लो आंसर, बता लो, फिर बोलना. गेस नहीं करना है यहाँ देख के.
दोनों में C है.
दोनों में C है. What is your name?
हाँ.
शाहनवाज सेस दोनों में आंसर C है. D both. Okay. Let's और कोई आंसर्स है? Any other answers, guys? नहीं? चलिए सोचते हैं. Let's start with 2011. The GDP has steadily increased in the last 5 years. 2005 से 2010 में क्या GDP growth rate हर बार पॉजिटिव था? Growth rate पॉजिटिव था means GDP was increasing every year. GDP was increasing every year. तो 1 तो करेक्ट होगा ना? Steadily increased ना?
GDP तो पॉजिटिव.
हाँ, GDP पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन में रहा ना. हर बार कभी 7% से बढ़ा, कभी 8% से बढ़ा, कभी 6% से बढ़ा, पर बढ़ा ना. It increased. Every year there is a increase. नहीं, स्टडी का ना यहाँ पे ऐसे इंटरप्रिटेशन लो कि एवरी ईयर इज देयर अ ग्रोथ. हाँ, नहीं, वो उस पे नहीं जाए. वो स्टडी का मतलब यहाँ पे वो नहीं है. डोंट गो वेरी मैथमेटिकल कि एवरी ईयर इट शुड बी ग्रोइंग बाय एग्जैक्टली 5%, देन द ग्रोथ इज स्टडी. एवरी ईयर इट्स ग्रोइंग, इट मींस इट इज स्टेडीली ग्रोइंग. अगर बीच में वो नीचे गिर जा रहा है तो इट इज नॉट स्टेडीली ग्रोइंग. तो व्हेन जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट वाज पॉजिटिव बिटवीन 2005 to 2010, तो ग्रोथ वाज स्टेडी. एवरी ईयर इट वाज ग्रोइंग. ओके, तो व्हाट इज द आंसर? 2011 में 1 इज करेक्ट है ना. द पर कैपिटा इनकम हैज स्टेडली इंक्रीज्ड इन द लास्ट 5 years. अगर जीडीपी स्टेडली इंक्रीज कर रहा है तो पर कैपिटा इनकम विल आल्सो स्टेडली इंक्रीज, है ना. थोड़ा पॉपुलेशन भी बढ़ रहा होगा पर कैपिटा इनकम विल आल्सो सी इंक्रीज एवरी ईयर. तो व्हाट इज द आंसर फॉर 2011? सी. फॉर 2025, अब अगर मैं 2019 to 2024 वाला सिचुएशन देखूंगा तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, द जीडीपी हैज स्टेडली इंक्रीज इन द लास्ट 5 years, रॉन्ग हो गया. जीडीपी हैज डिक्लाइंड. ऐसे पर कैपिटा इनकम हैज स्टेडली इंक्रीज, नो. कोविड हैज सिंप्लीफाइड योर इकोनॉमिक्स प्रिपरेशन. बीच में उन्होंने एक एक्सेप्शन डाल दिया, यू कैन लाइक नहीं, ये तो गलत है. लास्ट डिकेड नो, लास्ट 5 years नो. लास्ट डिकेड वाले, राइट. तो व्हाट विल बी द आंसर? डी विल बी द आंसर. बोथ आर रॉन्ग. तो व्हाट?
ग्राफ भी वही है. कोविड के टाइम पे जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट में डिक्लाइन हुआ है. जीडीपी
देखो बार्स हर बार बढ़ता ही जा रहा है. 19 से 20 में क्या हुआ? 19 में बार बड़ा नहीं दिख रहा तुम्हें? सुबह सुबह पी के आके मेरा समय बर्बाद करोगे तुम, है ना? अब तुम्हारे 3 डाउट्स हो गए, अब कुछ नहीं बोलोगे। साइलेंस 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 साइलेंस। भाई अलग पी के बैठो। हाँ, तो वी हैव द आंसर्स। देखो, व्हाई डिड आई चेंज द क्वेश्चन? बिकॉज आई वांट यू टू डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन ग्रोथ रेट एंड जीडीपी। जीडीपी किस रेट पे ग्रो हो रहा है, उसका फ्लक्चुएशन हो रहा है 6%, 5%, 4%, बट जीडीपी ग्रो हो रहा है क्या? जीडीपी, इफ ग्रोथ रेट इज पॉजिटिव, जीडीपी इज राइट। ओके, ये तो हमने कर लिया। लेट्स गो टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 13। ना यू में से कि सर ये सारे डेटा हमारे पास नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, स्टिल you will be able to answer this question based on the ज्ञान that you have। ध्यान से पढ़ो, ध्यान से सोचो,